iHeartRadio app. So go, where. What a delight Amy was. What so appreciative, and the food, you can just tell when food is done right by food lovers. Anything that is done with the desire to make the best of the best, or to make something that you yourself would love, makes the difference. And how cool is it to be able to do that on the beach? So I'm prepping some photos. We'll pick them up on the page. The sandwiches that they brought were divine to look at. The colors and the balance and the textures and the way everything was stacked, really quite stunning. And to be able to see them and go to the website, check these, do the same thing as well. Of course, Dine Out Long Beach today goes through February 28th. To find out more there. If you want to participate at dineoutlongbeach.com, you've got nearly 50 restaurants, menus starting at $20. Some have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, wine pairings. It's, of course, presented by the Ukrainian Gazette. That's very cool, so they do this every year. And Elizabeth Borstein, who produces all this stuff and does public relations for it, has been a friend for a long, long time. You know each other for a long time, and I love that she still has such a great passion for Long Beach and all of the restaurants there. Then we switch gears, and what's coming up is Orange County Restaurant Week. Starting on the 4th, I think, this year, March. And that's another huge one, and that has over 100, maybe even over 150 restaurants involved. So that's going to be huge, and we're going to start getting into that next week, of course, and letting you know more and more about those things. So check that out, and we will continue to let you know when these things happen, because, again, these things go away, these events go away if you don't support them, and then often the restaurants go away. The restaurant uses these as a goal to kind of pool together resources to be able to promote a location, so that you get to Long Beach, you get to Orange County, you participate in these things, and hopefully make more traffic to places that you didn't know that were out there. Or more often than not, I will tell you, and this has happened with me, especially when a place is closer to you, you always go, oh, I'll have time to visit. Oh, I'll have time to check it out. But what ends up happening more often than not is that we don't. And then we see the shutter sign when they're closed, saying that they're gone, and we go, oh, wow, I should have supported. So really, if you have the wherewithal, look at these places, whether it's for takeout or maybe something for yourself. Go and enjoy yourself. Obviously, sitting in a place on the beach doesn't suck, so that's a nice way to go. But many of these places are just looking. This is a way to not making money on these events. Trust me, they often lose money just to get you in, to try their wares and their food, and to say, hey, we're neighbors, or we're close enough for you to be able to pop in and check us out. We'd love for you to come by and see us and find out if we're something that you would be into. So that's why we love and are so proud of participating when we can, to let you know of the events going on, the taste of, and you can always reach out to us. We will do our best if you have one in the local area, even if it's not huge. We've talked with our friends in Duarte, and gosh, where else? Of course, there in Claremont. There's all kinds of taste of, and they don't have to be massive. They just have to be accessible to people. We love telling people about it. Even if we can't get anybody on the air, we certainly will let them know about it. Did you hear about this Starbucks situation? Oh boy. I thought about how I would deal with this. We always do that, right? We're the main character in our movies, and we always think, well, what would I do if I had to deal with this myself, or I was sitting in this situation? In this particular case, you had a Starbucks charge a couple, I believe, charged them $4,000. And when they brought to their attention and said, hey, you charged us $4,000 for our order, which was coffee, then they said, oh, and paid them back with a check that's out. really odd when you think about an organization that large, a company that large, dealing with about that, but also to not make good on that immediately. $4,000 of mistakes in their end, and what a nightmare! And it ends up making the company look like as if the Starbucks doesn't have enough problems. That it makes them look weak, ill prepared, and not focused. And more, these large companies end up looking like fools the way they deal with these things more and more. So anyway, let's all hope that we never get ourselves in a situation where we're overcharged $4,000. But check these things while you're there. Check these things while you're there, and don't wait till you get home. Check the receipts. Something that I'm not always good with. I kind of like glance, and if it looks about right, then I'm good. But I've even been nailed with it. Something's missing. And when you order online and have something delivered, and it doesn't, you're missing something, always tell them. They're usually really good with those third-party delivery services to make sure that you're compensated. There's no reason for you to keep that stuff. It's not like it's going to be going to the restaurant in most cases anyway. It is the full report on Neil Sedator at KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI news. Former President Jimmy Carter will begin receiving hospice care at home. The Carter Center shared today that he will no longer seek additional medical intervention. Mr. Carter is 98. According to a top Chinese diplomat, the U.S. response to a recent Chinese surveillance balloon is hysterical. It doesn't mean hilarious. The hit horror film Megan lands on Peacock for streaming on Friday. The PG-13 version and a more adult version will be on tap. We'll be right back for a check on traffic right after this. How about a little something for yourself? And there's all kinds of things going on. A little break from the heaviness of the world. How about getting into Morongo Casino Resort and Spa? They got great food there, tons to see, great rooms to stay there and let the world melt away if you have some things, some challenges. They're fun, always fun. And they always treat you like a king or queen. Then give away, get a pair of the card, velvety robes. Oh, I'll take one of those maybe. Little name on it, little monogram. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card on the 21st, that's coming up. And as I told you last week, George Clinton live March 3rd. You got to get those tickets now. President's Day dining deals. You can enjoy delicious deals at Good Times Cafe. Go over there and see my buddy Chef Damien. Say hello. They've got Fiesta Taco and Pink Coffee February 20th as well. You swipe and win, get up to $100 cash. When you earn 500 points on your rewards card from Goods and Thursdays. The key really to all this, get your rewards card. Get your rewards card and use it every time you go. And that's when you start getting all these great things. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, conveniently located along the I-10, less than 90 minutes away from wherever you are. Morongo, good time! Southern California weather from KFI. Highs in the mid-60s across the Southland today. Tonight lows in the mid-40s. The cloudiness is around the next few days. Slight chance of showers begins Tuesday. Weather is brought to you by Mattress Firm. Let's get an update from our KFI Traffic Center. That means they check on the 101 near Woodland Hill.
On that northbound side, a car has stalled out in the right lane after approaching Topanga Canyon Boulevard. That's not going to be much of a slowdown. It's very close to the right-hand shoulder, so I think it's moving toward that area. On that opposite side, 101 going southbound at Haskell Avenue, there's a crash, and it's in the center lane. This one is definitely causing you a backup from White Oak Avenue. As you're traveling on the 405 in the Culver City area, northbound as you're approaching Washington Boulevard, this is where there's some sort of wooden debris in the right lane. People are definitely using caution and steering clear of that, making sure they're over into the left lane. You do that as well. And sometimes that helps you either faster and interested. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. Plus, get a $300 instant gift toward free accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Stay cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in.
Call Thrive Foundation. The Crohn's and Thrive Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sCollidersFoundation.org. I've been a small business person my entire adult life. Over the years, several HR issues I got nailed with. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of John's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope, nada. Oh no, he's been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Nice, convenient location. It's great brand. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, get home peace of mind when you purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your Reed will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Reed President's Day event. That's drive today at a Norm Reed Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normreed.com. That's the Global Honda News for Sales 2022. If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call it, it's called Seller's Day. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and they can close in days. No agents, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive and complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS, 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 sellersadvantage.com. Sellers Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. So happy with Sellers Advantage. CRE number 0196165. It takes years, maybe a lifetime to build trust. Once won, it's a precious value. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby & Myers. We're honored to have earned your trust since 1972, and there's nothing we value more. Jacoby & Myers, the name you trust. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Our and help. Access Travel free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at travel.org. Contractor license 1047-781. Get ours in homeowner headaches. We fix together. Weather Team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is one for our mini drain to $80 with a 30-foot drain tank, and we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleanup service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. On the Exorcist Files podcast, from leading exorcists and demonologists share stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting, and the has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel Larchard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Larchard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, if you haven't had a chance, download that app. Free, and you got tons of radio stations on there, including this one, which is where you're going to want to listen. But podcasts, music, and more. So, very cool to be able to take us wherever you want, in the country, whenever you want to. Neil Cerveza here with the full support. Wrestling with whatever's going around right now. My family got taken down pretty hard. My son brought it home from school. And then he saw one of his grandmothers last week, briefly, and she got it. Now, he's spreading. Anyhow, run from it. Run fast and far. But happy to be with you today anyway, because it's, Saturday, when we get our time to come together and talk about food and celebrate food. I'm always happy to do that with you. McDonald's is back in the news about a chicken-free chicken nugget. And what's it? I will tell you, as far as one of the really good analogs, when it comes to meat, chicken is one of the easiest ones in this form that I think you can do. Now, there are some other ways that chicken tenders are made where they kind of peel and thread, if you know what I mean, kind of thread apart like string cheese, like chicken does. It's a little different. You don't get that with a chicken nugget, let alone the plant-based nugget. So right now, you've got this massive fast food giant, very own McDonald's. The McNuggets are a huge part of their menu, and they're introducing this plant-based McNugget coming up next week, I think. But Germany will be the first market to get them. They're made with peas, corn, wheat, tempura batter. And the thing that I want to show you is that I'm still wrapping my mind around the technology and the trajectory of the plant-based fast food type items. I love the tech. I love that we're thinking this way. I think that it's a powerful thing to be able to think through new ways to produce food for many reasons. There's a lot of poverty still. There is a lot. Now, I'm not talking about fast food for poverty. I'm talking about the science behind it and finding ways to deliver protein in a way that can move us forward. Resources, the advancing costs and the toll on the animals, when you get kind of factory-based production, that's where problems lie. And then you get antibiotics, you get all these things involved. That stuff's not great for us either. In all of these things, finding ways around this, I'm all for it. However, the false narrative of this being or that everybody's going to go through it is the hyperbolic narrative that I don't want to be a part of. I understand there are people that don't like eating animals or any animal products for moral reasons. I get that. I don't believe that's how we're designed. I don't believe that is the best way to ingest unless your doctor says so and says, hey, you can't eat new protein or something like that. I think we're designed to eat meat, but we're also intelligent humans at a place where we can decide not to and still get almost everything from plants. if you were completely vegan, you'd still need one or two supplements to counter things that you can't get from plants. So all this said, you've got McDonald's coming out with these plant-based chicken nuggets, these quotes. I think they'll probably be just as good as the animal protein version, really good. We'll see when they get here. The strange thing is, if you remember, we did a story about 2 years ago, maybe, when they talked about, they being McDonald's talked about launching and rolling out the McPlant burger. And they've gone back and forth on this, and then all of a sudden it kind of disappeared and faded out. It was rolled out in the UK, it was rolled out in Ireland, it was rolled out in other European locations. But again, it kind of faded out, and then nobody was talking about it anymore. I think this will be more successful than the McPlant burgers. I'll be curious to see what happens with them once they get here and people have access to them. I just don't see this being the lifesaver, especially when they're highly processed and usually have as much sodium in them. The only thing that and it's no calories in many cases versus their counterparts, their protein counterparts. So if it's going to be the same, say for a little bit of cholesterol or zero cholesterol as many of the meat patties, the ground meat patties that are plant-based, I'm not sure where this is going to go, but we keep trying it. We'll see what happens. I'm all for plant-based stuff, but I think when it comes to plant-based, best to be plant-based and not try and process them into something else. Unless it's more of a natural combination and it's adding seasoning and not just messing with texture. But we shall see. There's some people that get it right. There's some people that get it successfully, and it doesn't. When I have their food, it doesn't matter to me. And there's many restaurants like that here in the Southland where you can go in and it's just really great food to happen to be plant-based. So I think once we get into some of these things where we're trying to push, I'm not sure if it's going to go the way that people assume it's going to go, and it's certainly not going to cut down across the planet the amount of meat that is being processed. That's a whole other argument or conversation to talk about the factory farming and all of that. But we'll see when they come. If you do come, sometimes in different parts of the different parts of Southern California, and not always here in Los Angeles. It is the fourth quarter. I'm Neil Spader, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Milton in the 24 hours of the Jurors found the man guilty Thursday of driving under the influence causing injury, as well as driving on a suspended license and concealing evidence. Since April 21st. Graduate student workers at the University of Southern California have voted to unionize. The United Auto Workers announced yesterday that grad student workers at USC voted overwhelmingly to unionize this week. The Graduate Student Workers Organizing Committee, class UAW, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecture assistants at the university. USC says it fully supports the students and respects their decision to be represented by a union. An Art Deco Taco Bell Cantina is coming to Hollywood. The company says it will be the first for LA County, located at what once was a historic Pickwick bookstore. Taco Bell Cantinas have fan favorite food items, plus an alcoholic beverage store. Well, it's movies and stories from the Marvel Universe is your jam. You may already know this, but for the rest of it, the Disney film titled The Marvel will now debut November 11th on this year. The original premiere date is July 28th. It's not going to happen. You better want. Let's get an update from our KFI Traffic Center. Let's check on the HAPs on the 5 in Buena Park.
On that outside, there's an accident to be aware about. I've spoken to 900 Magnolia Avenue. 2 of the lessons are being taken out because of that crash. Kentucky where it's a little bit of slow as you see there. Let's keep it on 5 on that north outside all the way in Heights. Moving the train all the way through Glendale Boulevard, there is a delay. No incidents in that area. Not about minutes just because a lot of people are traveling. Lots of some debris, wood debris in Culver City 405 going northbound as they're approaching Washington Boulevard, Culver Boulevard. It is causing a little bit of a backup because people are surprised there is something in the road from 90. So just beware of that. Can't find this guy up to either faster. I'm Ellie Andrews.
By somebody recently. So you really use those things to talk about these commercials. Let me tell you something. Nobody forces me to do spots. No one. The station, no one. I will tell you about things that I use, that I like, that I enjoy, and that I would recommend to family. And the American Vision Windows is really at the top of that list because I've dealt with them so many times. I love what they do, and with energy costs going through the roof and the windows, you got to check them out. You really got to think about this old aluminum, wood, even vinyl windows. They can add to your electric and gas bills. I know this. I live in an old house. My wife and I saw money going right through the windows and unfortunately seeing rainwater coming in through the other side. But that's not a problem because we replaced many of our heating efficient windows with new affordable, and this is what's great, custom made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. Now the windows they installed here at our home, they're gorgeous. That's a no-brainer. They're efficient, they're beautiful, but their team takes great pride in their work, and they love giving energy-saving advice, and that really makes them stand out. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, they started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their windows decades ago. So get the quality and the value you deserve, and here's a magnificent offer. Until 2024, 0% interest and zero payment for 12 months, plus free installation. CSLP number 778326. Trust the window company that I trust. My family and my friends trust. They use them. American Vision Windows. Call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
Hi, Joan here with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The campaign continues for Oscar nominees and many are front and center at the Santa Barbara International Film Festival. Kate Blanchett accepted the Outstanding Performer of the Year award for her role in Tar. Angela Bassett was honored with the Montecito Award for her long and illustrious career, calling it a full circle moment. Meanwhile, Gold Derby expert Al O'Neill expects the box office hit will win the top prize at the Oscars. Keeper Top Gun Maverick will win Best Picture and Steven Spielberg will win Best Director for The Fableman. Legacy is on my heart. And speaking of directors, voting closes for the DGA and the PGA Awards on February 17th. As for the small screen, the TV Academy announced the official date for the 75th Annual Emmy Awards. The ceremony will return to the Monday night lineup when it airs live on September 18th on Fox. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result. Seriously, my computer is just the translation.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. Double A, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Doing hard to even like you got burned. You can take off hard and show you on now. That was later starting in 1990. Starting in 1999. Zero down delivers with no fee for free. EVRD.com with a 405 is 22 West Midday.
At Ralph's, you'll find high-quality products at great prices in every aisle every day with Kroger brand. When you stock up on your household favorites for lower than low prices, it feels like winning. Shop now in store or online. Ralph's, fresh for everyone.
Save more and earn rewards too. Use a digital coupon up to 5 times, plus earn double green rewards points on
in an accident? Superwoman, Superman.com.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We release the Pork Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood pork reporter, Neil Sabega. Thanks for hanging out today. Slightly under the weather, but happy to be with you. So thanks for taking the time to be here too. I'd love for you to join me on social media. We have a good time on Instagram, but I'm always available for quick questions on Twitter. I'll do my best to answer them. Sometimes life gets a hold of me and I don't always get to them. Please don't take it personal. But I'd love for you to join me there. It's a nice way to hang out and connect during the show and during the week. And you can do that at Pork Reporter on Twitter and Instagram. Pork Reporter on Twitter and Instagram. And I take them quite often, and I'm on there myself, probably way too much. But please join me there. So let's get this started. I say guac, you say mondo. I say guac, you say mondo. Guac, mondo, guac, mondo. Ladies and gentlemen, Mondo, the famous Mondo and his guacamole is coming to San Diego. It's out near you. I heard him last night on with Timmy. Now you've got him live with us. Mondo, how you doing, buddy? Hey, I'm doing great. Doing fantastic. Now, you sounded last night. You sound a little better today. You sound like maybe you were a little under the weather as well. Yeah, I had a little sick on my throat, and I'm trying to beat it. I took a bunch of medicine last night and today, so feeling a little better. So nothing major. I, tested negative for COVID. I think it's just a little sick on the throat, but other than that, so great. Good, buddy. They're not going to have to replace more of you. No. I was just wondering. It's like Frank and Mondo. There's going to be some point where there's the only thing left is going to be like the left nostril. That's so true. Well, so lovely. The man made of guacamole. So under a rock, Mondo makes an insane guacamole. It is unique both in texture and style, the way it's prepared, also in flavor, and the fact that Mondo has a particular vessel in which you should enjoy said guacamole. Talk about that, and then I want to tell people how they can get their hands on it. Yeah, so it took about, I want to say 2 months to perfect my guacamole. A month and a half of that was just guacamole, but the other about a month was looking for the correct tip. I wanted to have a tip that carries flavor with the guac, but also added texture to it. So there's 2 types of tips I use just strictly for my guac. The Lay's stick soup, because that's a heavy tip, and it's salty enough that's more saltiness to the guac, and it's just enough of the guac in your tip, and also the salty sones, which they look like chicharrones, but they are made out of wheat, and they're vegan. So with that combined with my guac, it's all 100% vegan, so everybody's happy. Mark Thompson's happy, Deborah Mark's happy, all the other vegans are happy. And those tips are excellent. They perfect my guac to the biggest another level. With the salvadones, to bring that extra little kick, with the spice, with the glazed fish soup, it's just a perfect amount of guac on that big spice tip, and just the right amount of saltiness that you need for my guac. Oh man, I haven't been hungry in days, and you're starting to make me hungry. So, this is something that you do as a lot of people don't know, but you are a trained chef. Those that have been listening to Pork Report know that because you used to produce and be on with me all the time. And you also like taking it and doing competitions with it, just like when anybody uses barbecue or had a chili that they're proud of. You go and you do this. The next one coming up is 225-23. That's next weekend. And this is the Law Enforcement Challenge. So are you going to become a cop or how do you do this? Like you have to pretend to, because I got gear. I can dress you up. Oh, thanks. Maybe just as a backup, but it's for sports for exceptional athletes. It's a fundraiser to do. This 20th anniversary of it, and it's open to law enforcement, realtors, and they have an open only been kicking butt in guacamole, but I'm hoping to kick them down. And it's going to be a fun event. It's $8 to get in at Balboa Park. 20th anniversary. So this year, it's normally a trophy to give out, but this is the 20th anniversary. They're giving out some championship rings this time around for the guacamole competition. Whoa, okay, I'm looking through this. Guac Cops. Are they anywhere? I mean, like, should we put a lien on them? They're cops. I don't know. Okay, well, I'm just looking. I'm looking out for you, buddy. I'm looking out for you. So are they from one precinct? Like, let's say, for instance, if they had an emergency, all of them would have to go, right? Oh, right. That's true. Yes, that's true. Okay. I'm just looking at options. Looking at options. Um, so how do you like stare down cops? Like you go and get like nose to nose with them and say, yeah, you do. It's so much fun because first you do, everybody steps up, everybody gets there about 9 a.m. For introductions, we get our booths and stuff, and we're kind of standing sort of down, trying to get everybody up. And then once we start trucking, we're just looking at other people's tables, and I'm looking at this guy, what does he have? Oh, he's got Pop Rocks, or he's got nothing. I can beat them. Or do they have, jalapenos, or they got nothing. I can beat them. And it's just a lot of stare down. You stare people down during the competition, before the competition, to psych them out. And then, but when we get to it, it's just too busy in the mix. I mean, we're making guacamole for about 3 hours straight. Okay, well, you know what? No, because we're up against clock, hang tight. I want to find out, you mentioned the Pop Rocks and all that. I want to find out who has won in the past. What do you think wins? Is it novelty like that? Is it strictly flavor, texture? What are you seeing as a pattern? What these competitions are like, guacamole? I mean, I would think they have to be pretty tight. It's going too crazy and you kind of lose the simplicity of the dish, but not going crazy enough, you're not standing out. So hang tight. We're talking to producer Mondo, he's going back in the ring. He's going back in the octagon. He's going back in the multi-head and bringing his guacamole to a championship in San Diego. And you know what? Up against cops. We got to fight dirty. That means going on the radio and making sure there's a lot of people to support him next weekend. Stick around and we'll tell you more. It is the Fourth Report on Neil Savager, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with our buddy Jason in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Federal prosecutors say the 28-year-old man accused of shooting 2 Orthodox Jewish men this week in the Pico-Robertson district of LA is confessing to the crime. Arson investigators are looking into the cause of a motorhome fire just north of LAX. LAFD says a man's lifeless body was found inside the burning vehicle this morning. Former President Jimmy Carter will begin receiving hospice care at home. The Carter Center reports Mr. Carter will no longer seek additional medical intervention. We'll be right back for a check on the 110 right after this. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tending and repair any damage that they have caused. Here's a special offer. The Bug Man is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, 250 and say, the Bug Man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, the Bug Man. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say, the Bug Man. It's Ross Tucker. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network, presented by DraftKings. College Hoops, Pepperdine is home for number 12 Gonzaga. Tonight, the Pats and the worst of the Pac-12 are at Pauley Pavilion. Number 4 UCLA against Cal. The Bears with just 3 wins all year. Also around the corner, Long Beach State hosts Hawaii. Big West leader UC Santa Barbara is at UC Riverside. An MLB arbitration wrapped up today. Overall, the Cubs won 13 cases while players prevailed in 6. I'm Andy Beck. Hey, it's Raw Structure. If you'd like to make games a little more interesting, download and listen to the newest episode of the Even Money Podcast with DraftKings, releasing every Tuesday. Available wherever you listen to podcasts, football and betting. The Even Money Podcast. Southern California weather from KFI. Highs in the mid-60s across the Southland today. Tonight, lows in the mid-40s. The cloudiness is going to stick around for the next few days. Slight chance of showers through next Tuesday. Let's get an update from our KFI traffic center. Check on the 110 in South LA.
That's right, it's the one day going northbound as you're approaching Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. A stall is blocking that off ramp. So just know either enter in or exit before or after. We've been talking a lot about Long Beach, a beautiful city, and there's some emergency work going on. There's some sort of gas leak. So the 17 going northbound exit Pacific Coast Highway is going to be closed. That off ramp is going to be closed temporarily. I'll definitely keep you posted when that is going to reopen. But right now for an unspecified time. Can't find a sign up to either faster. I'm Ellie Andrews. This report is sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. Want to be 100% certain about your taxes? Jackson Hewitt tracks your returns for life. Switch today to 50% off tax prep. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients filing a participating rotation. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 return.
Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fix to go. With our team Rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $149. Another one is more on-call mini drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain segment. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain service is just $80. So nice at better price. Little air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Don't be impressed when you hear someone settle their case for what may seem like lots of money. $500,000 seems like lots of money until you learn it lost a leg and a brain injury or were paralyzed and can never work again. All law firms are not the same. To see what your case may be worth, go to forthepeople.com and look at our verdicts and settlements for cases just like yours. Look before you hire the right lawyer. Morgan & Morgan, visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress sets. Plus, get a $300 instant gift just for treat accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm. Then cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in.
Hey, all the team stuff. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. The official true crime podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1993 cold case murder of Tammy Jozowicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The forecourt meals are back at Norm. Get our forecourt meals without the forecourt price, starting at just $13.99. Every forecourt meal comes with soup, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new steak and chicken fajita platter. Have it your way with grilled or blackened salmon. That's for a limited time, only at Norm. The Ford President's Day Celadon is happening now at your Ford dealer. Give them the 2022 Explorer, the America's all-time best-selling SUV with 0% APR plus 1,036 cash. But hurry in, the Ford President's Day Celadon ends Monday. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit. 0% APR financing for $3,600 to $2,778 per month for $1,000 financing. Rental 0% down. For $1,000 Ford trade 6 cash must trade in 1995 vehicle to qualify. Offer expires 2/2023. Dealers for details.
Double down on supportive relationships and help you keep maintaining connections with friends and loved ones. So nothing like it, or age appropriate social media. The Travel Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure healthy foods. Call 888-317-1473 or livestock@cowboat.org.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible. Like an open heart surgeon for your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got Home with Dean Sharp, the House Whisperer, tomorrow morning at 9 on KFREM 640.
Boy, stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Fork Report. You know the Fork Report. We celebrate food, people that make it, the culture behind it. And I'm your goofy host, Mr. Big Group, and bring it all to you. It's my pleasure to curate great people and great things that you should know about with my partner in crime, producer, Kayla. And we come together every Saturday. We've got these 3 hours to do it, and I always thank you for taking the time to hang out with us. We've got my buddy, former producer of this show, and now producer of Gary and Shannon, heard 9 to 1, Monday through Friday, right here on KFI, producer Mondo. Buddy, we're talking about your guacamole and that you're going to battle again. You're starting back up, you're shaking off the dust, and we're getting into the law enforcement challenge that's coming up on the 25th next week, their 20th annual guacamole bowl benefiting sports for excellent, exceptional athletes, and it's in San Diego, right?
Yes, it's going to be at Balboa Park. Beautiful place. It's a little auditorium, and then there's a museum next to it. I believe it's a flight museum. Great park. It's a bunch of parking. Beautiful place.
Well, I will tell you, and you spoke about this if you're just tuning in, talking to producer Mondo from the Gary and Shannon show about his award-winning guacamole and he's going back to battle. Last time, I think you were defeated at this particular place, right?
Yes. So I've competed a total of two times, I believe. The first time I didn't. After the first round, they do sudden death round of like the top 5 or so teams. I didn't make it the first time around. The second time I competed, I placed second in that division, and other than that, it's tough. It's really hard, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's all the guts you need. You know, I'm making guacamole for 3 hours straight, just battling it out. I got my knife sharpened. I'm ready to go.
Wow. And so normally it's a trophy. In this case, it's a ring. I'm looking at it right now. Team members will receive a custom designed and numbered championship ring. That's really real. Look at that.
That is cool, yes. I believe for the trophy, they allow you to keep it for a year, and then you have to give it back. And the trophy's pretty massive. It's really big.
Yeah.
And but this year, since it's the 20th anniversary, they're doing a ring. And buddy, I have got to get my hand on one of those rings. I mean, that's just legit. And the design on it's really cool. And I got to win.
Yeah, it's kind of a piece field with all the information on it. But yeah, that would be super dope to have on your finger, you know, going out, the ladies see this whole thing. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm a chef, and just for my guacamole. So a couple of tips, buddy. You're going to go out there. We're going to tell everybody how they can participate and go get guacamole for the day, enjoy it, try yours, but also go and vote for you. A novelty one last year, wasn't it? Or last time, it was the Pop Rocks one?
Yeah, that's been a thorn in my side because they made it to the finals and I didn't, and that's just something that really bugged me when I first saw it. And it really comes down to votes. There's only given enough votes to get to the finals. I believe the final taste test is what really separates all the other teams apart. And
as long as you get the most in, you get to the finals. But once you get to the finals, they give you about 5 minutes to make your squash. They have to be on point. So it's just consistency and just making sure you have the right recipe that the judges will like. And I believe I got that, man. I got the second, last time. So I feel like this is my year. That's what I'm saying. So pop rocks basically are, I guess, utilities like carbonate flavoring in there, and they have reaction to, the wetness or acid, and if they pop, I mean, it's from when we're kids. But what would that add to a guacamole if only novelty? Wouldn't add more. It adds some sweetness to it. I mean, because guacamole can be sweet and savory. I've gone to other competitions where they've made into a sweet dessert where they mix some strawberries in it and it's very creamy and light. So it's, a great dessert option to it. I think that's what they were going with. Just having that little sweet. They didn't pop anymore. They probably already have popped it, or did they sprinkle them on top? No, they sprinkle it on top before they serve it to you. So you still got that. So once they give it to you, it's popping already. You can hear it, and then when you eat it, it still has to pop in it as well. If you like it. I didn't. I didn't like the texture. I didn't care for it. I just, yeah. It really threw me off. Okay, so here's my tip. Now you cooking tips because you got that. You're not striking them out, buddy. So what you do is you find out who in the team, because there's always going to be a seasoned person in there. They're going to be older, and they're going to, if they're top, there's going to be at least one that's retired. Or once you go to that guy, maybe they're the team leader, go nose to nose with them and go, so are you retired? And he says, yeah. Say, I'm not even tired once. Yeah? Yeah, I like that. I like it. Got that? And then you then they're like punch your chest towards him and say, we're equal. You're retired. You and me are equal. Yeah, you're not a cop now, are you? It's really about the psych out. It is. I truly believe it is. Because once you psych them out, they can just get back out and, have long lives for the guacamole, and that's not going to help them out. No, yeah, they're going to be sick. They're going to run out here. Yeah, just your chicken. So F4, the number, the number 4, EA.org. When you go to the guacamole bowl. The number 4, EA.org /guacamole bowl if you want the whole thing. And find out more about it. Go out there next week, February 25th, the 20th annual guacamole bowl. Save that date. Go out to Balboa Park and stand up for Mondo and the silliness of pop rock on guacamole. Stand up for the real deal. Stand up for Mondo. I don't know if you know, but he had a heart transplant and a kidney transplant and a bone marrow transplant. We're pouring out all the stuff before you buddy. Oh, yeah, out there support him. All right, pal. And then we'll talk to you before, let's see, the 26th. Is that a Saturday or is that Sunday? That's a Saturday, and the results will be at 2 o'clock. So, I will have, I'll call in. All right, buddy. Then we're rooting for you, pal. All right, thank you so much. See you later. Producer Mondo, ladies and gentlemen. This is KFI and KOSG HTC, Los Angeles, Orange County. We'll help you figure it out. It's kind of what we did. KFI. KOSG HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. LAPD and HR. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 2 LA City Council members have presented a motion that could give LAPD Chief Moore the power to fire bad cops faster than ever before. Council members McCosker and Soto Martinez introduced the motion yesterday and says, if passed by the full council, the existing all-civilian Board of Rights panel would be disbanded in favor of a new system that should include activists and clergy. Critics have said the current disciplinary format unduly favors the officers. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyre Nichols have pleaded not guilty. We are praying for our family. God is withholding his prayer. Tyre Nichols is a black man who died 3 days after a brutal shooting during a police traffic stop His mother was in attendance at the hearing. He was also in attendance at the State of the Union address this year. Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine.
The transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever. The United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not waver.
In a speech at the Munich Security Conference today, Harris has said the U.S. has examined the evidence and put the Kremlin on notice for crimes against humanity. The DA in Northern California says California's zero bail has done zero good.
Yolo County District Attorney Jeff Reiser's office has published a study comparing repeat offenders who posted bail with those who were released with low or no bail. It shows the low and no bail criminals in his county committed new crimes more often, more quickly, and were accused of 200 times more violent crimes. Bail costs were waived or dramatically reduced during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce bail crowding. The DA says 71% of those released with low or no bail in Yolo County were rearrested. The recidivism rate for those who posted bail was 46%. Amy King, KFI News.
Now let's get an update from the KFI Traffic Center. We have a breakdown on the 10 in Arcade. Found at Baldwin Avenue, the disabled vehicle in the middle lane simply jammed up from the 134. You guys had trouble also a crash on the 10 westbound past Utica Boulevard. A semi hit some debris in the roadway. The right lane is blocked with that accident now. Originating Corona, the 91 freeway, eastbound to Green River. That's got things backed up from Weir Canyon. The traffic is very tough around Camp Pendleton. Southbound 5 stop and go from Massillon Road to Highway 78, costing you nearly an hour in travel time. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Live convenient location. It's great brand. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square, and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, get cold peace of mind when you purchase, thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, Norm Reed will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance, so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Reed President's Day event. That's right today at a Norm Reed Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normreed.com. That's the over 100 using the sale point 160. Say I want my medical bill paid, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want my accident lawyer. Southern California weather from KFI. Clouds today, clouds tomorrow. Highs at LA and OC in the mid-60s on both days. Tonight, clouds, low temperatures in the mid-40s. San Clemente's at 60, Fullerton at 68, Pasadena's at 65, Long Beach is at 63. We lead local. Live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom on Jason Middleton. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate the meat. Let me teach you how to eat. This is culinary. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the Folk Report, all things truth, beverage, and beyond. I am your friendly neighborhood folk reporter, Neil Baker. How do you do? Happy Saturday to you. We gather every Saturday to celebrate food, the culture behind it, the people that make it, of course, cooking at home. We talked about pasta earlier during Technique of the Week, the first two segments of every show, so you can go back and listen to that if you're curious about some myths about pasta. We covered as much as we could in the segments that we had. You can go back and listen to the podcast, and you can listen to this show or any show on KFI on demand anytime you want. The KFI Plus, if you will. So you're good to go at any time and give it a listen there. Of course, we have our buddy Swallow Chuck coming up at 5. He's going to join us hopefully later in the program, tell you what he's got store for you. Then at 7 o'clock, you have Steve Gregory and Unsolved. And then following that, from 9 to 10, you have Before the Coast. And our very own Clay Rowe, our imaging director, curates podcast, creepy, fun, interesting stuff right before George and the gang come on for Coast to Coast at 10. So go nowhere. There is a massive issue in the United States and beyond dealing with obesity. And when I talk about food, I celebrate food, I love food, but you're talking to somebody who, throughout the entirety of his life, was pretty thin. I mean, I was a pudgy little baby, and I've always had a big head. My nickname, which comes up occasionally on the show, especially when my brother Craig is with us, is Pie Face. Now, they call me Pie now, but the Pie Face is because I have a very round face. Big round face. Always have, even when I'm thin. But once I got out of training in the martial arts and hitting about, 26 maybe, and I've been a little later, maybe 28, then it got much more difficult, and my emotional things come in. I'm an emotional eater, happy, sad, indifferent, mad, all of it. That's when I love to eat. And I know that there's struggles with that. It's not only what you eat, but how you eat. Well, there's a new national study that looks at, gives a little hint here about healthier school lunch can reduce obesity. This comes out of KCLA.com. And the study obviously has merit, and it's showing a lot of promise towards what comes with things like obesity. And they start looking at the snacks. Snacks are the first thing, then how they're consuming and checking the body mass index back and forth. And in this particular case, they look at the body mass index of more than 14,000 school kids ages 5 to 18. And they track their height and their weight before and after the implementation of this healthy, hunger-free Kids Act of 2010. And they said that it did reduce, and that there was health there. And I think this is fantastic that they're doing these studies. But what we don't study, we keep looking at just the basic elements. The basic elements are the engagement between the food, the type of food, and the way it's right. So, like, if you break it down to the most simplistic things about it, those are the things. It's the engagement of those things. But I want to throw something else in there. A lot of the obesity started happening after the 70s, just after the early 80s, when the habits of eating changed. Now, of course, you had a lot of the fat-free items coming in. You had Jane Fonda doing workouts, video research workouts, and workouts on television were gaining popularity. There was a fitness craze. That's when Physical came out by Olivia Newton-John. And all these things culminated around so-called health. But one of those things there was having fat-free or low-fat items, and I think that that has taken a toll, and we're still seeing that bringing that into our system, and that we added that rather than understanding the food and building proper structure around the food. I look at this now, and I was a kid of the 70s and 80s, and I looked at, we were probably the last generation that sat down to eat. Eventually, my mom went to work, as a lot of mothers did, because a lot of houses became two-income houses. And I remember my mom going to work, and that, of course, changed things. But I remember eating at the table. Now, you fast forward all these years later, my wife and I and our son, we don't have a table. There is no table to eat on in our home. We don't have a dining room. We had one before Mac. But when Max was born, we got rid of the dining room because we had a formal dining room that we were supposed to do that, but we never did. Instead, Tracy and I, just wasn't our lifestyle when we were without children. We ate out all the time. We went out, we did whatever we wanted. So it ended up just becoming a place where you put things down when you got home. And now I look at my boy at 6 years of age, and I see that really there is no patterns or structure unless he's at school about eating. And I wrestle with that as well. And I think that's the one thing that is not weighed on a lot of these studies is that our home life has changed so much. We, there are traditions that have been passed down that should be broken. It's like, well, like we talked about earlier, that some things are taught in the food industry, well, this is just the way it's done, rather than questioning them. And I'm not saying tradition shouldn't be questioned, it should be questioned. But there's some traditions that are actually built upon the whittling down of trial and error that bring us to a place that is best suited for the needs. There's no reason to second guess around tire. Now, maybe one day there might be circumstances that are different. Maybe we get off fossil fuel and something else changes and they go, oh, well, the round tire doesn't work as well. Maybe that will happen. But that is the efficiency that has been built after years and years of trial and error. That's no longer tradition, that's just the best way to do it at this point. And I think that although family traditions have changed, traditional roles between men and women in the house, traditional roles of men and women have changed. You have dual, single sex marriages, and there are other things that have grown or have always been there and now are accepted and seen for what they are and the freedoms they should have. And with that, you have to rethink certain things, but not the structure of eating and patterns and sitting down. So while some traditions are just old hats, and that's the way we did it in our time and they should be some aren't. And I wonder if having set dinner times or having breakfast around the table or having those experiences might be part of the flaw in the obesity. You've got kids doing whatever they want. You have kids with money and access to money that they didn't have before. They have access to phones and being able to order food which they didn't have before. And so there's nobody controlling the actual flow in and out of food. Something to think about. Pops up every time one of these studies happen. I think, they're not shuffling the deck. They're just looking at the relationship of the food and the individual and the type of food, rather than the emotional part of food and the structure of food that is probably incredibly necessary as well. It is 4 O'Neill today, y'all. Get off my soapbox. Here on the Fork Report, let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour CFI News. Vice President Harris tells an international summit that the U.S. has examined the evidence and there is no doubt Russian forces engaged in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape in Ukraine. President Carter has chosen to receive hospice care and do not receive medical intervention moving forward. Mr. Carter is 98. SpaceX is 2 thumbs up today after back-to-back launches of satellites into what we humans call space. One launch was from Florida, the other here at Vandenberg. We're right back for a check on the 5 and test safe after this. Oh man, do something for yourself, something for your partner, go out and enjoy yourself. You know, there's something about going and, I don't know, adulting. How about a little bit of that? Get out to Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. That's my recommendation to you. It's a place where I always have fun. The attitude, the vibe, even the way it smells so good. You go in, you relax, you enjoy yourself with some great gaming. Get out there. You're going to love it. And in addition to great food, great rooms, obviously great gaming, they give so much away if you get yourself one of those rewards cards, and it's easy peasy. So then giveaway, you get a pair of this card, Velvety Robe. You earn 500 points on your rewards card on the 21st. George Clinton, we posted this last week, George Clinton, live March 3rd. You can get your tickets now. President's Day coming up on Monday. They have President's Day dining deals. You enjoy delicious deals at Good Times Cafe. You know I love that place. And when you go in, look for the smile with a soup on top of it, and that's our buddy Chef Damien. Say hello there at Good Times Cafe, but also Fiesta Taco, Pink Coffee. February 20th is when that President's Day dining deal is going on, so enjoy that. Swipe up and win, get your $100 cash. When you earn 500 points on your rewards cards weekdays and Thursdays, get that rewards card. Go into Morongo Casino Resort and Spa and enjoy yourself. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa, conveniently located along the I-10, less than 90 minutes away from wherever you are. Morongo, good time! Southern California weather from KFI. Highs in the mid-60s across the Southland today. Tonight, lows in the mid-40s. Cloudiness is going to stick around for the next few days. A slight chance of showers begin Tuesday. Weather is brought to you by Compassion Productions. Let's get an update from our KFI traffic center. That means a check on that date and a situation on the 5. The traffic is on the southbound side of the 5, right next to the left lane. Traffic is stopped from way through the road to cover the crash. You can add about 25 minutes to drive through that area, it looks like. Long Beach, 91 freeway, westbound is carrying the metal camper shell. That's in the next to the left lane. That traffic jammed up from the 605. In Arcadia, the 210, eastbound at Baldwin Avenue. That disabled vehicle, the tow truck van got it out of the way now. The traffic is still trying to recover. It was jammed up from back on the 134. And in Ukipa, the wreck on the westbound town past Ukipa Boulevard, the semi-distance debris. Still got the right lane blocked there. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 provides a food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646. This report is sponsored by Wiki. 2 for $6. The best deal in fast food. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Wiki 2 for $6. Pick from Jade's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Pair any two for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy. 2 for $6. It's the fourth President's Day Telethon. 6-week deals this weekend on many in-stock vehicles with more arriving daily. We're also kicking off Ford Truck Month. 6.9% APR for 60 months plus $1,004 APR tax on the 2022 F-150 XLT. But hurry in, the Ford President's Day Telethon ends soon. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit 0.9% APR financing for 60 months at $1,705 per month for $1,000 finance. Example 0% down. Offer expires 4/3/23. Details to be Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowners say we best together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more inclined unit drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain plan. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Little air conditioning and plumbing. CLE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Hey, all the team stuff. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
Fans of the hit TV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Quinn Perkins and Hush. So, Gladiators, grab some Gettysburger, and relive Scandal's most iconic OMG moments. It's been like 110 degrees. It will cold.
Yeah.
I mean, the chafing that was going on in my temples, I deserve all the out in the worst people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Four-course meals are back at Norm. Get our four-course meals without the four-course price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-course meal comes with juice and salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new spicy chicken fajita platter. And have it your way with grilled or blackened salmon. Back for a limited time, only at Giant deep transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just flexible.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. Believe it, that engine light is audited. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. I I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bamboo.com. And with Bamboo, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bamboo helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. On the Exorcist Files podcast, the leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Montes has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. How he was portrayed in The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're the parent of a teenager, you don't want to listen to us. According to the CDC, about 60% of American teenagers have suffered some form of physical or emotional abuse in their dating relationships. These girls are reporting more sadness than ever. Let's talk about what's going on and how we can help our kids. Dr. Wayne Wolf, tomorrow night at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Do not hold your hand in my dream. In my comfort, do not hold your hand. Do not hold your hand. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, support all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your well-fed host, Neil Baker. How do you do? Thanks for hanging out with me on this lovely Saturday afternoon. We have 3 hours every Saturday afternoon to do the show. From 2 to 5, we come together and we just celebrate food, kind of shake off the heaviness of the week and enjoy the conversation about food. Does that mean cooking at home, going out to eat, tips and tricks on food? If you've missed anything, please, I invite you to hang out via podcasting, and just quite easily, just go and to KFI40.com. You can listen to this show at any KFI show on KFI On Demand. Easy peasy, when you want, where you want, no commercials, all of that. Well, they may put something at the beginning, but really, you'd be able to condense it and listen to it. It's a great way to do it. We had talked to about Dine Out at Long Beach because it starts today and then goes into the 28th. Something to keep in mind is that we'll be going through the 28th. About 50 restaurants involved, cocktails, food. They have multiple menus. Some have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Some have breakfast. Some have just lunch and dinner. Some have cocktails. Whatever it is, it's easy to check out. And I encourage you to do so just by going to dineoutlongbeach.com, dineoutlongbeach.com. Keep in mind that will go through the 28th, and that on March 4th, you've got Dine Out Orange County starting up with over 150, I believe, some odd restaurants. So that's going to be pretty intense as well. So get out there, support these restaurants. It was nice to have the folks on today from Saltwater Deck and, tasting their food, chatting with them, find out more. Have some people hit me up on social media. So I'm going to give this to you again, saltwaterdeck.com. Saltwaterdeck.com is where you can find out more I mean, who wouldn't want to sit on the beach of the beaches of Long Beach and have food, right? Exactly. All right, stick around. There's someone we want to introduce you to. Has a great story, one that we can't even get all the details on because it's so huge. But we'll tell you about his book, what he's doing, and also a rising star and name in the culinary world coming out of the LBC. So go know where it is. The full report on you for Major KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton and 24-hour KFI News. They say the guy accused of shooting two Orthodox Jewish men this week in LA's Pico Robertson district is confessing to the crime. Jimmy Tran has two federal hate crime charges pending. Investigators say the former Riverside resident searched the internet to find Jewish targets before committing the shooting. Both victims were wearing traditional clothing at the time of the incident, and both are expected to survive their wounds. News is brought to you by Semper Solar. Former President Jimmy Carter will begin receiving hospice care at home. In today's release, the Carter Center says he will no longer seek additional medical intervention. Last summer, the 98-year-old former commander-in-chief announced that he had melanoma that had spread to his liver and brain. Vice President Harris says the suspected Chinese spy balloon has hurt the relationship between the countries. Clearly and certainly, that balloon was not helpful, which is why we shot it down. He says the U.S. is confident in its decision to shoot down the balloon and says officials are sure it was a spy balloon from China. Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is celebrating the largest opening day of 2023 so far. The Marvel Studios film debuted yesterday, previews Thursday, and pulled in a total of $46 million at the box office. Now let's get an update from our KFI traffic center. And dang it, we have a wreck near Diamond Bar second. On the 57 freeway southbound, right before the 60, a collision in the middle lane has been slowed from Sunset Crossing Road. That's still a problem now on the 5 freeway, southbound before Hathaway Jr. So that wreck there, and then next to the left lane, stopping traffic from Lake Hughes Road. You had about 25 minutes to your drive through that area because of that crash. Long Beach on the 91 freeway, westbound to Cherry, a metal camper shell in the next to the left lane, jamming traffic from the 605. And in Ucaipa, a crash on the 10 westbound past Ucaipa Boulevard, where the semi hit some debris the roadway to the right lane block now. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Solis. Start the New Year strong with a great deal on a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. The most popular 2023 models are arriving now. From full Camry, stylish Corolla, and sporty RAV4, to tough Tacoma, and powerful Highlanders. Find a Toyota that's just right for you with the New Year savings you don't want to miss. For all available offers, see your Toyota dealer today or visit Toyota.com.
Every new Toyota comes with peace of mind standard. That's because you get Toyota Care no-cost maintenance when you buy or lease a new Toyota. Toyota Care covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first, as well as 24-hour roadside assistance and lockout protection. See your Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places.
From the California weather from KFI. For LA and OC today, highs in the mid-60s. Clouds cover today. Rinse repeat for tomorrow. Tonight, lows in the mid-40s. Chance of rain does kick in on Tuesday. We read local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton. The True Crime Podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Penny Josewicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
We're supposed to be on campus, and she's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With download free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
News, gratification, follow us out at KFI AM 640 on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it's the full support. This where we come together and celebrate food, the culture behind food, the people that make it, going out to eat, cooking at home, new food trends, maybe kettle food, whatever. If it deals with food, beverages, and beyond, we're talking about it. I'm your friendly neighborhood sports reporter, Neil Saavedra, at Do You Do. Don't forget, Mr. Koala Shark coming up at 5 o'clock, right after we get off the air. And then you have Chief Gregory at 7 with Unsolved. And then at 9, from 9 to 10, you have one of our newest shows, which is a curation of podcasts and the like. They're kind of creepy and fun by our very own Clay Rowe here at the station, and that is called Before the Coast, and then Coast to Coast AM comes on. So there's no reason to go anywhere else. So what we like to do more than anything else is introduce you to folks that you should know, people that are stirring it up, people with interesting stories to tell when it comes to food, and of course the culinary scene here, particularly in Southern California. And I want to introduce you to Chef T. I'm going to take a shot, Chef, at your name. Here we go. Is it Esau? Yeah, you got it. Esau, and the last name would be Karak. Oops, you got it. All point. Wow. And we will refer to you as Chef T, so I don't bring a tongue. But the whole name is 26 letters. You thought Karak, that's coordinated. Yeah, so that is, and more than that, they were like, it's too much, so then I would, but it's beautiful, and I think that, with culture, we celebrate culture on the show all the time. With culture, names have a purpose. They weren't just, hey, this is something we get to call you. Oftentimes it was tied into what you do or what your family did, or a feeling, an emotion, a circumstance when someone was born. Is there? Yeah, well, it's better with 26 letters. It's the alphabet. It better have some. So, what is the meaning behind your name, Jeff? One letter, one page in kindergarten. And I was like, can I get more? He's like, I'm not giving you 25 pages. Not all of them. We're going to have to call it something. Thirty, pure boy warrior from heaven. Okay, and although that is stunning and that's beautiful, you didn't always walk that path. No. I was not a pure boy, for sure. So tell us a little bit about that path and what brought you to where we are now. Oh, it starts off from my parents coming here, immigrants from the Civil War in Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge. A lot of people probably know it by that, and they don't see no English. Coming here, I don't know no English because my house didn't speak English. I got picked on quite a bit. I picked on, got bullied. The words they used to call me was like goose. Things don't go, it gets worse. It was a tough time because refugees in the 70s coming to the United States. The United States was from the top, welcoming, but the locals still, there was a lot of battle. Even here in California, there was a lot of battle with that. So I resided in Oakland. First, I stayed there until I was 9 years old, until my dad found out that there's a city that's only second to Cambodia, with Cambodians that live there. A place called Long Beach. So we put them down here to a paradise. It was not. It was a gang-infested, violent city. And in the 90s, it was horrible. You can tell by just by the music back then, too. Sure, this is the NWA, Snoop Dogg, and Ice Cube, era. So even the music even reflects that. If you go back and look at it, and it was just like you have to try to find a way to protect yourself. And borders were so new to the country, they didn't know enough They didn't know what to do. And it was interesting because it was almost like a contradiction. Yeah. Because Long Beach was home to a kind of middle America style 1950s households as well. You go in certain parts where my mother grew up, and it was, the traditional households, and then you go into other parts of LBC, and you were tearing each other apart, and there was just people right and left. Yeah, that's what I never. When I lived in Long Beach back then, I never knew there was a more peaceful side to it. I only knew what is now called Cambodia Town. So back then, when you called Cambodia Town, yeah, it was just called, the Sixth District. You walk in the street. They call you walk in the street. Yeah. You better go. Devil after you. So when did you break that push? When were you able to break through that? The lifestyle, the street, the gangs lifestyle. I didn't get out of it until my sister passed away. She was like a complete, like, great, sister. She loved everybody. She, mom and dad's favorite, the golden child. She was about to graduate, and she was going to go celebrate. And she stepped out the car, and the car hit her completely. So it was a car accident. It's not really a car accident, but she completely got out. As soon as she got out, she got hit. By the autopsy and stuff, they told us that she was dragged for a couple miles on the freeway. There's no body or anything left. And, close after, and it was on her birthday. Brother. So, there was a turning point for me because I've been called everything in these topics today. I don't care because you get the crime, you do the crime. I'm that type of man, like, hey, I did the consequences. But sometimes it's kind of hard, when you want a second chance and nobody believes you. But my sister, Jack, was the one that woke me up, and it's just sad because it was because of her death that I finally started to live. The circumstances that bring us through life and that heat, cold water, incident, whatever it might be, are always going to be hard for us to understand what had to go down for us to shape ourselves to understand things. But I got to tell you, I can't imagine she's nothing more than proud to see that you are in a place where there's no way of knowing whether she's up and down or not. I personally vote that she is. But you are, a curator now of her life as well, and to see that you've taken this and not wasted. There's nothing, personally, there's nothing that we can do more wasteful than when somebody we love leaves us, and then we take our life and toss it away. So the fact that you're building things to me is impressive, that you're sitting here and you are being talked about, you've got a book now, you're creating food and memories and bringing different cultures even together through that food. That, brother, that's what makes it all worth it. That's what makes the tragedies in life turn out something good. And, let's be honest, all good things grow out of crap, right? That's what fertilizer is made out of. So, God bless you for doing that and not taking it down a darker path again. So I tell you what, we're going to take a quick break and get music. We come back. We're going to talk about food, the future, your book, and all the things that have come out of the pain and the direction and decisions you've made. Like hitting your Instagram, the rising phoenix, LBC 562, without understanding the actors from which you came from, brother. So I appreciate you sharing that. I know that was rough stuff. We'll gather ourselves, we'll come back, and we're going to talk about the love, the focus, and the heart you put into your food and why it's so special. So hang tight, we're going to be back with Chef Steve. Tomorrow when we come back, we'll talk about the power of that rising phoenix and what it's bringing with it, including great heat. Just go nowhere. This is the Full Sport. I'm Neil Savager, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in a 24-hour KFI newsroom. A possibly medical skill site in Ohio is also going to be the site for a drop-in from former President Trump. He wrote on Truth Social, the residents need help now. He arrived Wednesday. North Korea launched a ballistic missile into as a sort of preview to the start of joint military exercise in South Korea and the United States. Former President Carter is opting for hospice care at home with his family. Mr. Carter is also having an academic building at the U.S. Naval Academy, from whence he graduated, named after him this week. We're going to be right back with some weather and a check on that stubborn problem on the 5 and Cafe after this. Hey, energy costs, not only are they on the rise and through the roof, but they can be through your windows as well, and that's where I want to focus on. We don't think about it all the time. For old aluminum, wood, even those vinyl windows, they can add to your electric and gas bill, and that's real money. If you can feel breeze coming in, that hot air is going out, all of that makes for more money on your end. And right now, with gas stoves and everything else with air, don't be a part of that. You got to replace your inefficient windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. How do I know that? Because that's what we did. Some of our worst windows are what we replaced. You do it once, do it right with American Vision windows. The windows they installed in my home, obviously gorgeous. They work beautifully to look at, totally efficient. But watching them put them in, install them, and the care and the pride in their work, that is even more impressive. And they love giving energy savings advice. So ask away, ask them questions. They will give you great answers. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, you've heard about them. They started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience years ago replacing their windows. They don't want you to go through that. So get the quality and the value you deserve. And until 2024, 0% interest and zero payments for 12 months plus free installation. They know things are expensive right now. They want to give you the value. Take advantage of it. CSLB number 778326. Trust the window company I trust. My family and friends trust. American Vision Windows. Give them a call. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. This is the boat champion, Alfred Williams. Here's what's training on the iHeart Sports Network. Presented by Mercedes-Benz. Howard Duke, Pepperdine is home for number 12, Gonzaga. Tonight, the Pats and the Works with Pac-12 are at Pauley Pavilion. Number 4, UCLA against Cal. The Bears with just 3 wins all year. Also around the corner, Long Beach State hosts Hawaii. Big West leader UC Santa Barbara is at UC Riverside. And MLB arbitration wrapped up today. Overall, the club won 13 cases while players prevailed in 6. I'm Andy Beck. This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the lot. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer. Southern California weather from KFI. We hit a lot of mid-50s across the Southland today. Only a few 70-degree spots, so top to Coachella. Tonight lows in the mid-40s. The cloudiness is around for the next few days. Slight chance of showers begin Tuesday. Let's get an update from our KFI traffic center. That means to check on Cafe and that crash on the 5. 5, right before. They've got the 3 left lanes blocked with this wreck now. Things stopped from Lake Hughes Road behind it, and it's really slowing down considerably. You can add more than an hour to your drive getting through that area. Traffic very tough also around Camp Pendleton, the southbound 5 stop and go from Basilone Road to Highway 78. About 40 minutes with delay there. On the 101 freeway, the Hollywood Freeway, northbound before Silver Lake Boulevard, crank on the off-ramp there. That brings slow from State Chavez Avenue. And a Diamond Bar, 57 southbound before the 60 at a wreck in the middle lane, slowing things down from Sunset Crossing Road. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Kohler. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. Fans of the hit TV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Quinn Perkins and Huck. So, Gladiators, grab some Gettysburger, and revisit Scandal's most iconic OMG moments. We would be like 110 degrees in a wool coat. Yeah. I mean, the thing that was going on in my pencil. I deserve all the awards, people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. The expert Zamco has been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Lenny's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. Pair any two for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Lenny's 2 for $6. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope. Oh no. You said it's stolen. BlackRock by an ordinance is easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work the victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at BlackRock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Tim Connell of Carlos Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. We're offering President's Day savings all month long on Silverados, Suburbans, Tahoes, and affordable electric Volt EVs at CarlosChevrolet.com. Find new roads at Carlos Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. Contact license 1047-781. We are some homeowner headaches. We fix it better. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain tank. And we're on-call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. They'll air conditioning and plumbing. CLECPL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. If you want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of. Or maybe it's time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They'll make a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contract falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS and sellersadvantage.com. Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so that you don't have to worry. Self-packing with Seller's Advantage. CRE number 01961658. I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner at Jacoby and Myers. It's not easy to be English. You just endured a traumatic experience. And now you're forced to face the process of a long recovery period. You need confidence in your medical team and legal team. And you need them to be able to guide you through the process with professionalism and care. That's where Jacoby and Myers comes in. We have a proven track record of helping people get back on their feet after suffering an injury. And we're proud that our clients one from year after year. Be certain, feel secure. Choose Jacoby and Myers. All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcasts that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Coming up this week on Unsolved, we highlight another cold case or challenging case that needs just that one little piece of evidence or witness to step up. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to go deep on a case. So stay with me, the ones that are unsolved. They stay with you. Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Tonight, 6/7 on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere and the iHeart Radio app. Hey everybody, it's the full sport, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I'm your well-fed host, Neil Suzager. How do you do? Thanks for hanging out with us today. Interesting Saturday. The weather's just kind of hit and miss today, a little cloudy at times, a little breakthrough of sun at others. But it looks like we might get some weather mid to late next week here in the mountains, so we'll be looking forward to that. Good time to cook pasta. Talk about that at the top of the show. So give that a listen if you get a chance by going to KFI. On demand, simply KFI. ROTHSCHILD.com and look for the podcast. You can listen to this show and any show. And I gotta tell you, told you at the top that I'm under the weather, so I'm at home. Our guests are there in the studio with everybody else. And I'm glad I did today's show. I didn't know that I had it in me, but the guest that I'm speaking to right now remind me why I do this show and why it's important to get to know some of the people behind the food, their stories. We're talking to Chef Steve. This off the Rascal. Yes, that is it. You got it right. I got to tell you, I have murdered easier name, let me tell you that. But I want to encourage you to check out more about this talented and rising chef. At his Instagram is the Rising Phoenix LBC, Long Beach County, LBC, or Long Beach City, 562, of course, which is the area code. So the Rising Phoenix LBC 562, check that out. And you can find out more about him, his cookbook. So let's talk, Jeff, really quick about your cookbook, and then I want to get into the Cambodian Restaurant Week, okay, as well, which is going right now. It's going on right now. Right. It's about a week, yeah, all across Long Beach. So. Okay, so tell us a little bit about your cookbook. So this cookbook is kind of like a memoir. With my grandma or my mom's recipe, but tweak flour it, a little bit of that culinary art that I was a fool for, and I kind of refined it. And for every recipe, there's a story that goes with it. For my days, and every recipe, like you can actually see my story when you're cooking it. The story come with it, so it's kind of like you're walking along the path, same journey I do when you're cooking. What are when you think of Cambodian food, those recipes, those flavors, yeah, what are the spices? What are the herbs? What are some things that if somebody doesn't have any idea of Cambodian food, what are some things sort of free Cambodian food? So if nobody knows what Cambodian is, the first thing you have to say is similar to what you say Chinese, Thai, Laos food is, because they're more familiar with that country. And then you stop there. You say similar, and then you go into the differences right away. And Cambodian use a lot of fermented fish and something called krill. Krill means like spices and ingredients. So that's why I wanted to name the book krill, because it's like a spice and ingredients for your life. Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting spelling. I want people to know it so that they can look it up. It's KROEMUNG. Yeah. Cambodian Cooking with Chef Steve. It's in paperback. Came out, what, like 4 months ago? Yes, November was his debut. It is wonderful. So it's good for you. And out there. That's awesome. I'm going to order my copy right now, and I'm looking forward to it. I already brought you a copy signed and everything. Oh, that's very cool of you. I like to. So oftentimes, the book publishers and like will send copies, and it's great. And I want to support you guys as well, but I really appreciate that. That means a lot to me. And knowing your story more now, it adds a texture that I couldn't have got just from the book. So the flavors, you say the similarities, you got the building blocks, because you go there, the Golden Triangle, you see how things come together. There's going to be a lot of mixed flavors or textures or ideas. I've been in that area of the world. It's gorgeous. It has great history, a deep rooted history and flavors. And that part of the world, rather. And then you think about putting them together, and now you've got Argentina from Cambodia, South and South Korea. It's kind of like catering pop up anywhere right now across our Long Beach. And I'm doing this also to advertise the Cambodian Restaurant Week too. So okay, well, keep it out there. Since we're out of time, give any social media or any websites or what have you where people can find out more about you and Cambodia. So I do Long Beach food cards from good prodigy over there, from the app all the way to #1 in the nation, culinary arts, straight out of Long Beach. And coming back home for Cambodia Restaurant Week, the prodigal son returns home. That's what it's in the headline. And, I'm bringing back all my culture, my food, everything, and everybody else, all the vendors and everybody is all welcome to participate. And not only that, there's a 7-day, 8-day festival where all the restaurants get all these food bloggers and guests that comes in and dine with you, and they enjoy dining with you. And also, look out for my food trucks, my catering, banquets and wedding stuff, and the, the restaurant, the ultimate restaurant. It's all out from blueprint. So to find out more about Cambodian Restaurant Week LD, go to CambodianRestaurantWeekLD.com. And of course, as I said, if you connect with, go to the Rising Phoenix LBC562 on Instagram, and that's where you can see and hear more about the continual journey of Chef T. Thanks so much, brother, for coming on. I can't wait to meet you in person. Want to hear more of your story. Sip a glass, hang out with you sometime. We'll meet that happy with each other. Oh, yeah. I want to give a shout out to UCC, United Cambodian Community, and Long Beach Food and Beverage for always, being behind my back to help put this together and actually come up with it together. God bless you. You're doing good things, brother. It's a real pleasure. Thank you so much. And thanks everybody for hanging out. Well, but you know what? Trust me, everybody gets to enjoy it, and I'm gonna eat the food. Trust me. Stop today. Yeah, no. I thank you for coming on, brother. And coming up next is gonna be our brother Koala Chuck. You know Koala, so stick around for Koala. He was kind enough to give us some more time at the end here. Didn't get a chance to talk. We're gonna stick around for him. And then you'll have Keith Gregory for Unsolved at 7. So go nowhere. Here's the fourth point. I'm Neil Sedadra, KFI and KOSTHD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. KOSTHD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. Ferdinand Marcos Jr. said even though a Chinese Coast Guard ship used a military-grade laser to temporarily blind the Philippine Coast Guard crew, it's not enough for him to invoke his country's mutual defense treaty with the U.S. It happened in the South China Sea earlier this month, with China and the Philippines both claiming their territory. Marcos said today he was worried that activating the treaty would ratchet up tensions in the region, which are also high because the U.S. has warships in the area and continues to support Taiwan. And of course, there was that spy balloon. Brian Berman, KFI News. Let's all go to the lobby. My voice doesn't do that sing-song thing. But anyway, box office is looking solid for Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. With a 3-day opening weekend, the Ant-Man/Wasp flick should hit $100 million in tickets. That Disney film is followed with another Disney flick. Avatar 2 is still ranking in its first week of big spring release. Now let's get an update from the KFI Traffic Center. We had a crash on the 101 coming out of downtown LA. Northbound, right before Silver Lake Boulevard, the crash was on the off-ramp. Things are slow on the northbound 101 from Bismarck down to Avenue. So I had about 15 minutes to ride away from downtown LA. Ain't that safe? Still got that crash on the 5 freeway southbound before Halfway Canyon. The 3 left lanes blocked. Traffic stopped from Lake Ears Road. And that's putting more than an hour on your drive through that area. Culver City got problem out for the 405 southbound before Advantage Boulevard. Broken down vehicle in the right lane needs to tow truck. Things are stop and go from Santa Monica Boulevard. In Diamond Bar, the 57 northbound, or maybe southbound, right before the 60, collision over the right shoulder now. And your Kaiser has cleared that crash off the 10, the westbound 10 past the Diamond Boulevard. KFI News Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed, nervous, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With Calro's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Next. Southern California weather from KFI. It was cloudy today. It's going to be cloudy tomorrow. Highs in LA and OC in the mid-60s tomorrow as well. Tonight, clouds and low temperatures in the mid-40s, and that slight chance of rain starts creeping in going into Tuesday morning. Right now, Seal Beach is at 61, Orange at 68. Altadena 65 degrees, and Bel Air sitting at 63. We lead local. Live from the certified 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. Saturday, 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 KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is Soul South Saturday. I'm your host, ROTHSCHILD, and I wish I could say I am surprised. But I am not. When I turn on the news and I see that all five of the officers accused of beating Mr. Tyree Nichols to death have pleaded not guilty. So my notice, I said, of course you're pleading not guilty. This is the state of relations when it comes to the African American community and the police. We can hardly feign disbelief in these few things like this happen. Because them pleading not guilty for us means they're going to get away from it or get away with it. We just start our shoulders because this is what happened. What is surprising, however, is how I believe and how I'm interpreting the actions of officers. And from all accounts, what they did, my perception is they beat this young man to death. What's surprising to me is how I believe that that has influenced Los Angeles policing at large. Because this week, the Los Angeles City Council, or at least two members of the Los Angeles City Council, are voting to give police chief more power to fire officers for misconduct. Two members of the Los Angeles City Council Friday called for an overhaul of the police department's disciplinary process, one that would enhance the police chief's power to fire officers and scale back the involvement of civilians in disciplinary hearings. This proposal, authored by council members Tim DeCoster and Hugo Soto Martinez, would eliminate the department's practice of allowing civilians to fill all three seats on a board of rights, a panel that reviews LAPD disciplinary cases and then renders a decision. Both of them say that the system created as part of the 2017 ballot measure known as Charter Amendment C has been more lenient towards officers than the more traditional disciplinary panels, which features one civilian and two LAPD command officers. This proposal was spearheaded by something of a political odd couple, being that DeCoster is an attorney who has previously represented the Los Angeles Police Department, protectively the rank and file officers union, which originally pushed for Charter Amendment C, and Soto Martinez is a self-described abolitionist who calls for the eventual elimination of LA's current system of policing, saying that it could be replaced by a service that focuses on the actual root cause of crime. Both men, who were elected in November, have called for an ordinance repealing the system of all civilian disciplinary panels. Now, 2 months ago, Police Chief Moore, he issued a letter reporting that all civilian disciplinary panels were regularly rejecting his recommendations that officers lose their jobs, even when they found that these officers were guilty of misconduct. The union of board of directors said that it was disappointed by this proposal overall, saying that the department is already overseen by a five-member committee made up of civilians chosen by the mayor. And in a statement, the union also argued that police chiefs have in the past misused the board of rights by injecting favoritism, settling scores, and wrongly targeting officers for discipline. Under the LAPD's current system, the chief can recommend the firing of an officer for misconduct, but it does not actually have the power to terminate said officer. Instead, when the chief believes firing is necessary, the officer is entitled to a hearing before the Board of Rights, which of course then is conducted behind a closed door, in which the officer of the department reveal all evidence and call witnesses and so forth and so on. But again, this this new oversight or this new enhanced power that they are looking to give to Chief Moore is being done so because why? Because as Chief Moore said, I've put lots of officers who I believe were guilty of misconduct and unbecoming of the badge, and nothing has happened. Even in cases where officers were found guilty, they did not lose their job. So this is one example of how I believe the Scorpion Squad, those are the 5 officers who beat Tyree Nichols to death, how their actions are greatly influencing change within law enforcement here in Southern California in particular. The second such move is LA County Sheriff Robert Luna is creating a new office with the goal of eradicating deputy gang. That is something that he ran on. On the Mo Kelly show, we had Sheriff Luna on a couple of times to talk about his plan to eradicate deputy gangs. And though there were some other candidates, Chief Rambo, Sheriff Strong, who also were advocating creating some type of department to investigate and eradicate gangs. Sheriff Luna, his plan seems the most concrete, and it is good to hear that he is coming through on this promise. On Wednesday of this week, Sheriff Luna said that his department is creating what he hopes will be a solution for decades of gangs and violent policing in the department he took over last November. This new department will be called the Office of Constitutional Policing. When announced, Sheriff Lewin explained that the motivation to create this department came out of his desire to create a more trustworthy and accountable department, which he believes in turn will reduce crime. The department will collaborate with the Undersheriff, the Civilian Oversight Committee, and the Inspector General to address decades of allegations of inhumane conditions in LA County jails, violent gangs, and the violent gangs at several sheriff stations. So again, I go to the top. Although the 5, I'm even going to call them officers, the 5 men in Memphis who were grossly misrepresenting their job, grossly misrepresenting the office and the authority of officers nationwide by beating Tyree Nichols to death, laughing about it. What they did has turned, I believe, to inspire police departments across this country to be more transparent, to offer an olive branch of community relations, and they are putting their efforts to pass. Bravo, Los Angeles. I look forward to seeing how this comes out. I also look forward to seeing what else is going on in this great city as I turn it over now to Jason Middleton, live in the 24-hour AFI newsroom. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is concerned that China may provide Russia with lethal assistance in its war with Ukraine. Blinken met with a top Chinese diplomat today to discuss that and that spy balloon thing. Former President Jimmy Carter has opted for in-home hospice care. Mr. Carter, who is 98, will no longer seek additional medical intervention. The Mega Millions jackpot is getting bigger. Lottery officials say no one picked all 6 numbers in last night's drawing, and Tuesday's jackpot in the multi-state lottery game is going to be worth $104 million. We're going to be right back and check on that massive delay in Hair Cafe on the 5 after this. The Ford President's Day Telethon is happening now at your Ford dealer. Pick from the 2022 Explorer. That's America's all-time best-selling SUV with 0% APR plus 1,000 trade kick cash. But hurry in. The Ford President's Day Telethon ends Monday. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford Credit. 0% APR financing for 36 months to $27.78 per month for 1,000 financing. Cancel 0% down.
For $1,000 Ford Trade 6 cash, let's trade a 1995 renewal vehicle for qualifying. Offer expires 2/2023. Dealers for details. Southern California weather from KFI. We had a lot of mid-60s across the Southland today. Only a couple of spots hit 70s, so that's a hat tip. The coldest shower coming into 71. Tonight, low 40. The cloudy misses around the next few days. Slight chance of showers begins Tuesday. Now, let's get an update from our KFI traffic. It looks like huge delays on the 5 near today. Running well over an hour still on the southbound side between Hazard Canyon and the 126. This crash has the 3 left lanes closed. The traffic stopped pretty much from right through the road. So huge delay there, southbound side. On the 101 freeway northbound before Silver Lake Boulevard, that crash on the off-ramp. That thing slow from Paper Chavez Avenue. Probably about a 15-minute delay for that ride. In Culver City now, the 405 southbound before Venice Boulevard. The broken down car on the right lane is stop and go from Santa Monica Boulevard. Diamond Bar to 60 westbound before Grand collisions over on the right shoulder. And in Riverside to 91 eastbound at the 6215. The transition road closed with crash and police investigation. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They cover claims from start to finish. Unlike those other warranty companies, the last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. I'm Michael Keeper, managing partner with Kobe and Myers. It's not easy to be English. You've just been through a traumatic experience. And now you're forced to the process of a long recovery period. You need confidence in your medical team and legal team. And you need them to be able to guide you through the process with professionalism and care. That's where Jacoby and Myers comes in. We have a proven track record of helping people get back on their feet after suffering injuries. And we're proud that our clients treat us as the #1 fund year after year. Be certain, feel secure. Choose Jacoby and Myers. Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Contractor license 104771. Here are some homeowners. We fix it, yes. One of our team rejuvenations where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on call game drains for just $30 with a 30-foot drain set. So we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So right there, that is fun. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLE2CL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Now, if you're hurt in an accident besides your car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. These claims accidents know all too well the injured victims for what they go through. Your injury, that's why the attorneys at Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll help you get the money you deserve so you can financially recover. And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Sweet James has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for their clients and were awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James, 800-500-6200, 800-500-6200, sweetjames.com. Hey, this is Gregory. Join me every Saturday for Unsolved, where we talk with investigators about cold cases, challenging cases, even the most wanted. And the interviews aren't only interesting, they're making an impact. The word is getting out there, and this first aired on your show and soul. News is up to 56. It's the only show that's times in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, the 987 on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
program in Los Angeles and Los Angeles County. Something that I have been pushing for, and it is good to see that the Los Angeles City Council is also pushing for this and now making it happen. An intervention workers program in Los Angeles that is going to be serving as an alternative to police response is getting much needed support. More than 100 unarmed intervention workers in Los Angeles whose jobs will involve preventing gang-related violence and responding to other conflicts as an alternative solution will give trauma training and support in the coming months under a new city initiative, Project Turn, for therapeutic unarmed response to neighborhoods, will provide counseling and training to workers in these high-stress jobs, many of whom may internalize the force of trauma that they witness, so they feel better supported and equipped to do their job. Now, this is a $2.2 million effort funded by the city and is being championed by the LA City Council, LA City Council member Monica Rodriguez, who chairs the city's public safety committee. I am all about this because there are certain situations that occur within the community that do require a response, but maybe not a response from police officers in that if they are able to confuse the situation, if they are able to connect with the individual who, say, is being called to service before they actually call the authorities, call police to have the situation escalate. This program is a godsend for the community. The idea for this program is grew out of a meeting between the Los Angeles Board of Police Commissioners and the Council's Public Safety Committee more than a year ago, in which they had discussed how to add resources to enhance public safety. These community intervention workers will engage with communities where they are assigned, and they will learn about potential problems and work to de-escalate tense situations and prevent violent incidents from occurring. By doing that first, by coming into a situation, and if you are especially from one of these neighborhoods, it always helps if you are intimately familiar with how to de-escalate. And by de-escalate, I'm looking at this as something similar to what our our paraprofessionals are taught, like say at the school that I work at, where they are taught NCCI training, crisis prevention. They are taught different skills to de-escalate a situation, keep themselves out of harm's way. If you have a student that is acting out, a student that is very self-injurious, you know, it doesn't call for putting a student in a chokehold and throwing them on the ground and George Floyding them. No, there is a way to handle a situation before it becomes an out of control problem. And I'm thinking that this here is the way to do just that. Now, during a Monday news conference this week, Rodriguez noted that police officers receive counseling and or other professional support to help them deal with trauma after, say, an officer-involved shooting, and community intervention workers who witness traumatic events while they're on the job should get similar support. In addition to traditional counseling, workers will receive training in jail from other forms of therapy. The training will also be provided by the community-based Public Safety Coalition, or collective, a nationally recognized nonprofit based out of New Jersey, and as well the Reverence Project and the BUILD program, both based in Los Angeles. All programs that are designed to bolster response to situations, bolster community involvement, bolster instead of approaching a situation, you know, guns blazing and tear gas out. These are programs that are saying like, hey, maybe if we send people in and are able to talk someone down who is having a mental health crisis certain situation instead of going in and further causing the situation to escalate because, you know, again, one, lots of times police officers insert themselves in a situation, the individual that they are approaching that is crisis, they're automatically instinct. They're automatically, you know, agitated. And unfortunately, as a police officer, you don't necessarily have time to see what this individual is going to do. You know, if this individual comes at you, your training oftentimes dictates put this individual down. We can go into how these officers are trained. We can go into, you know, different methods that need to be implemented in police training, maybe help them with that. But that's not what this is about. This is about adding another layer of eyesight protection to those of us who are in the community. So if you have a relative who is having a mental crisis, and I know personally, if I have a relative, they're having a mental crisis, I don't know if I'm comfortable calling them because I'm essentially killing that relative. Why? Because we have seen, time and time again, officers who are inserting themselves in a situation, and whether right, wrong, or indifferent, something happened, something transpired where the officer felt that they need to draw their weapon, and once that weapon is drawn, that weapon will oftentimes be used. So, if this is going to be that buffer, and if the LA City Council is all the way behind it, hell yes, I'm all the way behind this as well. This is yet again, to me, another kind of after effect, another thing that comes out of wanting to increase police engagement in the city of Los Angeles after the city of Los Angeles was greatly affected by the brutal murder of Tyree Nichols by 5 men who just happened to have daggers. This is KFI and 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI news. Graduate student workers at the University of Southern California have voted to unionize. United Auto Workers Union announced yesterday that grad student workers at USC voted overwhelmingly to unionize this week. The Graduate Student Workers Organizing Committee, via the UAW, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecture assistants at the university. USC says it fully supports these unionized students. News brought to you by Semper Solaro. Newly released court documents appear to show people at Fox News did not believe what they told viewers about the 2020 election. Evidence of demeaning voting systems lawsuit against Fox News suggests that Rupert Murdoch and Fox hosts didn't believe former President Trump's false claims of election fraud. In court papers filed Thursday, text messages, emails, and testimony from depositions show Fox executives and TV personalities, including Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and Laura Ingraham, expressed disbelief of claims the 2020 presidential election was rigged. Dominion claims the networks and their hosts didn't receive claims they knew were false. Mark Ronan, AFI News. Now let's get an update from our KFI traffic center. It's getting to the point where it's best just to avoid the 5 altogether near cafes. Okay, so Randy, what's the latest? This very bad drive, southbound 5, between Hasley Candy and the 126. This crash, and the 3 left lanes closed. You have vehicle damage, you have guardrail damage, a lot of repair work going on there. Traffic is stop from Lakeview Road. You can add more than an hour through your drive through that area. 101 freeway northbound before Silver Lake Boulevard. That's a crash on the off-ramp as you flow from Faith Chavez Avenue to Culver City on a 405 southbound before Venice Boulevard. Broken down vehicle. Sitting over on the right shoulder. That's a stop and go from Santa Monica Boulevard. Diamond Bar at a wreck, 60 freeway westbound before Grand. Back on the right shoulder. And the 91 eastbound at the 6215 freeway. The Riverside, the transition road closed with crash and police investigation going on. KFI and the sky helps give you their answer. I'm Randy Fuller. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, jumps to downward dives, and battle ropes to box jumps. Install here at LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today. Come in the club or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles may get tired, but your workout
Life never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
Southern California weather from KFI. For LA and Orange County today, we hit highs in the mid-60s. The clouds that roll each day are going to be with us overnight into tomorrow and actually into next week. Night lows in the mid-40s for the Southland. Into the rain begins Tuesday morning. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. Yeah. Visit UKFeed.org or call 833-423-1455. Plus, you better face your street COVID-19. Plus, by the California Department of Public Health.
As well, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small trip for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralphs.com. Ralphs, fresh for everyone. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Right now, you can score 4 for 5. Mix and match participating items and get 4 days for $5 with your cost. Check it out and trade today. Tim Connell of College Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. We're offering President's Day savings almost one. Tahoes and affordable electric Volt EVs at collegechevrolet.com. Find your roads at College Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964. AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters. AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Vermont, Boston, Rancho, Santa Margarita, Barstow, and yet Haifa. Gold Cow Saturdays is live and direct in your neck of the woods. I'm your host, Robert Self, and there's a phone goes on in the background. It's all really good. Continuing this theme, looking at not even necessarily now law enforcement and relationships in the community. The the effect of enforcing the law. It often, of course, ends with individuals being locked up. And I just going deep here. And I don't know about this, but I know several people who have been locked up on some of the most ridiculous charges ever. Hearing them fills my heart, and it's absolutely joy to know that California is looking to review cases for possible wrong convictions. Now, California's Justice Department will soon begin reviewing criminal cases for possible wrongful convictions, searching for evidence of significant insanity issues that could lead to re-sentencing. Attorney General Rob Walker has heading this initiative up, saying that California's Department of Justice will create a post-conviction justice unit with broad discretion to investigate wrongful or improper convictions, and he said that the unit will partner with local district attorneys, many of whom are already doing criminal work. State and local prosecutors across the country established internal review units to evaluate this evidence, including Minnesota and New York and California. The prosecutors in Contra Costa and Sacramento counties have similar units. Prosecutors have, of course, historically not gone out of their way to overturn convictions feared by the officers, but technological advances in DNA testing and other forensic evidence have brought forward lots of evidence on old cases, raising lots of questions about just many convictions. I don't know if you saw the news. There's this gentleman who was serving 30 years, 30 of this, and he was wrongly convicted. Interesting enough, they're not giving that man any reparation. What the hell? Okay, look. Blanca, of course, the district judge is hiring 2 new people and tasking them with creating the formal process and rules about reviewing past cases. These cases could be handled by the State Department of Justice or whether the department is handling the case on the appeal. For me, this means a lot because I personally have a friend who did what we would call a hell walk. He was serving life without parole. And he didn't commit the crime. He did not commit the crime, but he also did not turn on the individual who did. Someone else turned on him. He was locked up for it. Even after, and this is years later, someone came forward to clear their name, and they said, no, it's too late. He's going to serve this entire term. Fortunately, he was Governor Davis before he got out. So he was teammate. He was pro. He was clean. All right, so that's not what this is about. But I'm just glad that there is a department looking into some of these cases where yes, someone may have an internet public defender who's not really looking to help you not go to jail, but it's just looking to say, hey man, look, I'm going to give you the best case scenario. Give you take it or go to jail for a long time. And lots of times, these are individuals going to jail for a long time anyway because there's not a reason print and so just see it happen. Now, something that I'm kind of on the fence about is in California and Nevada, they may ban forced prison labor for servitude. And the thing that I'm on the fence about is the initial, I guess, idea that lawmakers in Nevada, California are advancing legislation to remove involuntary servitude from their state constitution and move that follows four states from banning forced labor that passed on the ballot measure last fall. The goal of these proposals is to remove exceptions from state constitutions that allow forced labor as criminal punishment. Blah, 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 blah. You may not know this, but many prisoners are working and they're fighting fires, they're cleaning prison cells, they're making license plates. I know some individuals at one prison, they were making seat covers for $80, and a lot of times they're getting paid about $1 an hour. And when you are forced to work, and especially as individuals are out there fighting fires, and you're forced to work and you're only getting $1 an hour, yeah, that's wrong. That's absolutely wrong because they're out there doing dangerous work, and they're getting trained by fire departments to go out there and fight these forest fires, and they're not even compensated for it. I get it. I hear you. You're in prison, you can get anything. You committed a crime, you can get anything. I do know. Look, if you, God forbid, or anything, and you do a drive-by and take someone's life, damage, straight to jail, don't pass go, don't steal at $200. All right. I don't want to hear about all the circumstances. It's hard to believe. I don't want to hear that. I grew up in a neighborhood like that, and I didn't join him. I didn't go out there and kill someone. I'm not buying a CFP. But what I am saying is that while I don't agree with forced labor, I do believe that there should be a measure of fair compensation for the work that these prisoners are doing. Not necessarily that they are able to just buy things and just go buy stuff online and have it shipped straight to their cell. No. But I do believe that there is something that can be put in place where these individuals are working, they are making, a reasonable salary. That money should be put to the side and managed by an above board department so that when these individuals are released back into society, they are not then also struggling and finding themselves falling back into the trap that may have got them locked up in the first place, which is why the recidivism rates are so high in California, why people are going right back. So you can't get out, you got arrested, no one's trying to hire you, you've got nothing to show for yourself. Well, how about whatever time that you're in there, you are working, putting money to the side, and then when you get out, you have a better chance than not of I'm just getting back into society. I think I would agree maybe more with that, but I also don't think that you should be locked up and I'm paying for your prison stay. Taylor's paying for your prison stay. Jamie, the Jason, we're all paying for your stay in prison. We're all paying for you to be locked up. Damn it, that net always should come out of my check. You should also have to work and then maybe pay for the room and board that we are now forced to provide you for committing whatever stupid ass crime you committed. And better juries may also help with the situation, and this is why I also agree with the fact that now you've got a new bill aiming to pay jurors $100 a day to serve on juries. I personally believe that if you're serving on jury, $100, if you make more than $100 a day at your job, well, then you're losing money, which is why people oftentimes are avoiding jury all to begin with. They're coming in my neck, my back, I got the gout, I got the lines, whatever it is you're trying to do to stay out of jury duty. The problem is that if we don't have juries that are made up by a jury of our peers, and they're taking your case to, say, another city where they may not, look at crime as evenly as they may in the inner cities. Maybe they move it to an affluent neighborhood and the jury may be like, lock them up. But he was just like jaywalkers, lock them up. So I'm just saying, we do need jurors. We do need juries of our peers, and unfortunately, if these cases are held in inner city neighborhoods, you got someone like, I can't afford to miss work, then yeah, this is what happens. Paying them the jurors about $100 a day versus the $15 a day. Trust, that's a jump. That's a jump. But why not make it where jurors are paid at least the California base minimum wage? $15 an hour, so I'm not losing anything I do here. I'm just doing a different job that day. I promise you, every single person who gets a jury summons will be like, hey man, I'm not going to go to this job today. I'm going to go to the other job. Because it's apples to apples. Don't give me apples to spoiled apples saying, we're going to pay you. I get paid a lot more than $15 a day, good sir. So, no, they need to step that up. I appreciate the effort. If you use that $100 on top of the 15, but let's go with at least the California basic minimum wage. I'm telling you now, you get a lot more potential jurors in the pool. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to Jason Letterman and the 24-hour KFI news. Federal prosecutors say a 28-year-old man accused of shooting two Orthodox Jewish men in LA this week is confessing to the crime. North Korea fired a long-range missile into the Sea of Japan today. That comes just ahead of the joint military exercises for the U.S. and South Korea. The U.S. would like North Korea to make better choices. The Directors Guild of America will celebrate itself with its 75 awards tonight at the 75th Annual Awards tonight. At the Beverly Hilton, Steven Spielberg is nominated for a fourth trophy. We're going to update the 101 in Sherman Oaks right after this. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, our mission is to fight to get you more. Because when you get injured at work or in a car accident, you will need more to move forward. We have more than 800 lawyers and thousands of support staff and more offices nationwide than any other injury law firm. So far, we have recovered more than $15 billion for our clients. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. Injured? Don't wait. Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com right now. Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community handpicked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com. Southern California weather from KFI tonight. Lows are going to rise to mid-40s under cloudy skies. That cloudiness is around for the next few days. Highs in the mid-60s tomorrow. Slight chance of showers begins Tuesday. Let's get an update from our KFI Traffic Center. We're going to give Cat Dave a little bit of a break and head over to Sherman Oaks in the 101. There's still some trouble there. It seems to be getting a little better, though. But, yes, the 101 in Sherman Oaks. New problem now for the westbound 101 before Van Nuys Boulevard. And it crashed in the middle lane. That traffic had stopped in Coldwater. Already 10 to 15 minutes delay getting through there. Now, you can't say it. The 5 freeway southbound between Hasley Canyon and the 120 there. Things have stopped from Lake Hughes Road because of the crash. About a 5-mile backup there. But things seem to be moving a little better now. There was over an hour delay. Now they're saying 25 to 30 minutes to get through that area. In Upland, on the 10 westbound before Euclid, a car fires on the right shoulder, and that's being stacked up from Vineyard. About a 10 or 15 minute delay there as well. KFI and Scott helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
Could you use some extra help meeting basic needs, like putting food on the table or paying the rent, keeping your home warm and the lights on, buying new seeds for growing seeds, or help with medical needs? Find out about the Supplemental Security Income Program, SSI, administered by Social Security. It's money you can use to help pay for basic needs like food, clothing, shelter, or medical needs. You can receive monthly SSI payments if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI to learn more about SSI and start the application process today. That's ssa.gov/SSI. This message produced by Social Security and U.S. taxpayers. The Ford President's Day Telethon. Get great deals this weekend on many in-stock vehicles with more arriving daily. We're also kicking off Ford Truck Month. Get 29% APR for 60 months plus $1,004 APR tag on the 2022 F-150 XLT. But hurry in, the Ford President's Day Telethon ends soon. Now buyers will qualify for Ford Credit 100% APR financing for 60 months at $17.05 per month for $1,000 finance. Example 0% down. Offer expires 4/3/23. See dealer for details. Hey, all the team stuff. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to need my secret weapon, WD-2 Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WD-2. Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Contact and license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches. We fix you. Yes, Winter Team Rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is more on-call unit drains with $80 for the 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on-call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice at that price. Get a fair conditioning and pump. DLE2PL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission. We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restriction and limitations on information may apply. See AMCO.com for claim details. Sometimes life seems like it's so only with you. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Big Crisis Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI. AM supported. Your Security Talk. KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. In Tujunga, Vincent, Sergeant Grove, and Norco. This is Soul Cow Saturday, live and direct from your neck of the woods. And you may not be a bus rider. I'm not a bus rider myself. But my son really wants to ride the bus home from school. He's like, do I have to always wait for you to come pick me up? Can I just catch the bus home? And I'm like, hell no. You know what happens on the bus? Mugging, robbery, pillaging, fires. No, none of that. But riding the bus can be rough. I only know from back in the day when I did used to ride the bus from Pasadena to Hollywood, and then station 92.3 The Beach was in Hollywood, over where Hollywood and Highland is before it's really, really nice. I'm talking like back when it was still rough, when, we had crackheads outside and you go outside, you're like, oh my God, what is that smell? That's crack. Okay, I digress. Riding the bus used to be a problem. I used to hate riding the bus. I used to always, stay with my fist print up, ready to get down because people on the bus, wow. People on the subway here in LA, look, now the weird and my apprehension of going down
into a subway tunnel and riding the subway because, yeah, the weird that actually traumatized me in the beginning from riding the subway. But no, when they opened up the subway here in LA, I said, you know what? I may try it. And I did. And yeah, there was someone on that damn train that was like almost out of their mind. First, I was like, I'm not doing this anymore. So now, when I see that there is a new legislation being proposed to make buses and trains safer, I'm all the way with it. Maybe, just maybe, if this works, my son would be able to ride the bus and I would not have to be scrambling, rushing to get him. Now, the premise behind this proposed legislation, authored by Orange County State Senator Dave Min, would be essentially, it would direct the top 10 transportation agencies in California to survey users of public transportation about safety, sexual harassment, and racial and gender-based discrimination. Senate Bill 434, introduced this Monday by, again, Senator Dave Min, would order transit agencies to find out what kind of harassment, threat, or assault riders experience or fear and where. A key focus will be on women, people of color, Asian American, Pacific Islander, and members of the LGBTQ community. The information would then be used to address safety issues ranging from street harassment that can cause people to avoid public transit, and also threats and hate crimes that may happen on transportation. Ben says he hopes to reverse the decline of especially women using public transit because they don't feel safe or comfortable on the bus or train or waiting at a station. And I agree. I know for a fact that women are at risk, especially if they have to catch the bus or train late at night. It can be a problem. Also, it can be a problem for me, and I'm a dude. I'm sorry, but something about guys. We lock eyes with another guy on the bus or train, and this, what are you looking at? I'm looking at you, and now we got a fight. Now we got a problem. Again, I'm gonna have to mention that brings us in on public transit. But hopefully, a plan like this would actually make it safer. The agencies involved in this study would be the Orange County Transportation Authority, LA Metro, Long Beach Transit, City of Los Angeles, DOT, San Francisco Money, Bay Area Rapid Transit or SPART, Alameda Contra Costa Transit District, Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority, Sacramento Regional Transit District, and San Diego Metropolitan Transit District. San Diego Metropolitan Transit. Female ridership in Los Angeles Metro buses fell from 53% in early 2020 to 49% last year, according to a survey from March to May of 2022. And female ridership on trains dropped from 36% to 44%. Also, in a customer survey of safety issues listed by female riders, made up of 55%, they all say these buses and these trains need a hell of a lot of improvement. Public transit agencies, including LA Metro, are struggling to return to ridership from pre-pandemic levels. Min says anecdotal evidence indicates many people are not riding because they are scared or have had a bad customer experience that keeps them away. That is what keeps me away. Bad customer experience. Mo Motel, he actually used to catch the train and the bus from where he lived way out in like Harbor City, way out at the end of the 110. He used to catch the train and then jump a bus and get over to the station. But he's like, nah, not anymore, not at night. It's just two steps. The two steps. And it's also not just about riding the actual bus or the train, it's also the train stations and the bus stops. Are they well lit? Are you safe at a bus stop? Has someone who is unhoused turned the bus shelter into their house? Have they put a tent or whatever on the bus shelter? It's a little problematic. That also will keep people from riding the bus. I know someone who drives buses and is always complaining about people who will get on the bus and they will just ride the bus all day long. To stay out of the cold, to stay air conditioned, just, I don't know, maybe something about being on the vehicle making go to sleep. All I'm saying is, I'm glad that this study is coming to fruition, that the study is going to be in place. Because again, I would really and truly like it if I didn't have to pick up my son every day and I felt comfortable with him riding a bus. Coming up next on Soul Cow Saturday, we will be joined by Judge Songhai Armstead, who is the interim director of the JCOD. The JCOD is going to be hosting an event at Irving Magic Mountain Park tomorrow. It is called a healing space, and Judge Armstead is going to come on and tell us all about this event, which is encouraging mental, physical, and spiritual well-being, and it's a full-on celebration of all things Black History for Black History Month. So we are looking forward to Judge Songhai Armstead joining us next. I believe he should be calling in any minute now. Looking at the phone. So, I'm just sometimes you get nervous. This is actually going to be the first guest to join us on Soul Cow Saturday. So this is pretty damn exciting. I am absolutely hoping that it goes well. Jamie, you got me on the phone? Just to make sure? I got you all set. All right. This is a big one for me, brother. Let's make sure that this goes off without a hit. This will run real smoothly. You got me. Yeah. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. This is phone, car radio, smart toaster. We don't care how you listen. Just that you do. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles and County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. A motion to call the bad apples a little easier. I'm Mark Bronner, live from the KFI 24-hour news show. Two LA City Council members have presented a motion that could give LAPD more the power to fire bad cops faster than ever before. Council members McCoskey and Soto Martinez introduced the motion yesterday, and they have passed by the full council. The existing all-civilian Board of Rights panel would be disbanded in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. Critics have said the current disciplinary format typically favors officers, even though it seems more wanted to fire. Overloaded vehicle batteries may provide a new resource for California's power grid. The lights on, California. Solar company in Lancaster says it took up 1,300 former EV batteries to a solar energy facility and is able to store 25 megawatts of energy in a first-of-its-kind program. DTV Storage Solutions CEO Freeman Hall says even when the batteries can't keep a car charged, they can still store electricity, and says by extending an EV battery's life, resources can be saved and costs can be lowered. Also, DTV storage technology could reduce energy storage costs by up to 40%. We maintain KFI News. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols have pleaded not guilty. People are praying for our families. God is withholding us. Nichols' mother, Rovon Wells, was in court for the hearing. The next hearing set for May 1st. Nichols is the black man who died 3 days after a confrontation with police during a traffic stop, which left him severely injured. Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine. In a speech at the Munich Security Conference today, Harris said the U.S. has examined the evidence and put the Kremlin on notice. To all those who have perpetrated these crimes and to their superiors who are complicit in these crimes, you will be held to account. He says the world has witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape. Harris said justice must be served on behalf of all the victims. Tiger Woods has apologized for handing a tampon to fellow golfer Justin Thomas during Genesis Invitational at the Riviera County Club in Pacific Palisades. Woods says it was supposed to be all fun and games, with a couple friends having fun. During the ninth hole of the first round Thursday, fans noticed Woods give Thomas a tampon as they walked down the fairway. Critics called Woods' prank sexist and childish. More than 25,000 cases of Starbucks Frappuccino glass bottles have been recalled. The FDA says the drinks were distributed around the country. PepsiCo, which sells the drink, says the impacted products have best buy dates of March 8th, May 29th, June 4th, and June 10th. The FDA says it was due to glass being in the bottle. And PETA says it will fix the cat if the cows and pigs get dumped. People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals says it'll pay to fix the Oscar-Mayer Wienermobile, but only if it's turned into a vegan hot dog mobile. Kraft Heinz, which owns Oscar-Mayer, reported the theft of the Wienermobile's catalytic converter while it was in Vegas last week. PETA sent a letter saying it would pay to replace the cat converter and a year of maintenance if the Wienermobile became a not dog mobile or something similar, since the company is apparently working on a vegan dog. letter said, in part, we hope you'll relish the opportunity to catch up with the trend of vegan dogs. Kraft Heinz has not responded to the offer. Michael Crozier, KFI News. The automobile is a sweet ride. Let's take a look. Crash on the 101 in Sherman Oaks. Westbound 101, right before Van Nuys Boulevard. The crash is in the middle lane. The traffic is at a stop from Laurel Swinging now, so it's about 25 minutes added to your drive, getting toward that Sherman Oaks area. In Silver Lake, on the 101 southbound Silver Lake Boulevard, the stall car broken down in the right lane. That's adding about 15 minutes to the ride. In Upland on the 10 freeway, westbound before Euclid, that's a car fire. It's over on the right shoulder. Actually heavy from Vineyard, so you're looking at an additional 10 to 15 minutes of driving there. Now, things are getting better in Texas. Crash on the 5 freeway southbound between Hazley Canyon and the 126, and the 3 left lanes blocked. Now things are getting much better. Traffic moving better through the area anyway, but we still have a backup of about 5 miles leading up to that crash. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Getting hurt in an accident can happen to anyone. If you've ever heard of a car, motorcycle, trucking accident, or even a dog bite, there's only one firm to call, Weekdays Accident Attorney at 800-500-5200. For the last 15 years, Weekdays has helped tens of thousands of injured accident victims get medical treatment needed and have won almost $1 million for their clients, with $188 million settled in 2022. You see, being hurt after an accident has a major impact on a person's life, and the last thing you need is to take it on alone. Weekdays has been awarded best attorneys in America, and personal injury is all they do. Weekdays is 50 years with tough on the insurance companies, so hold them accountable. They're driven by their purpose to help you when you need them the most. So if you're hurt in an accident, call for a free consultation 24/7, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, theweekdays.com. Southline weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Tomorrow, mostly sunny, highs in the mid-50s and beaches and AV, around 70 in Metro LA, OC, the Valleys, and IE. President's Day Monday, about the same, sunny and around 70. Right now, it's 56 in San Clemente, 62 in Orange, 62 in Van Nuys, 51 in Cerritos. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Long. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Val Verde, San Juan Capistrano, Westminster, and Redlands. This is Soul Town Saturday with your host, Wallace Sharp. And as part of Black History Month celebration and in an effort to create a community healing and wellness space amid ongoing senseless violence against Black and brown individuals and in communities of color, the new Los Angeles County Justice Care and Opportunities Department, the JCOD, and Supervisor Holly Mitchell are hosting a healing space tomorrow, February 19th, from noon to 4 p.m. at Irving Nancy Johnson Park, located at 905 East El Segundo Boulevard in Los Angeles. To tell us more about this fantastic event, we welcome to the program Judge Sunghai Armstead, who is the interim director of the JCOD. Judge Armstead is a longtime advocate for the underserved and a justice system innovator. Before this interim appointment, Judge Armstead, a retired Superior Court judge, was the first leader of the Alternatives to Incarceration Office, which now will become part of the JCOD. Judge Armstead and her team drove the operational creation of the JCOD after the board established the department earlier this year. Judge Armstead overcame early childhood trauma and her own lived experiences to attend the UCLA School of Law, where she was the first ever African-American woman elected student body president in a post-209 environment. As a criminal court judge, in addition to general cases, Judge Armstead also heard OGR, mental health, gang diversion, and other specialty and diversion cases. Throughout his career, Judge Armstead has created new programs to break the cycle of incarceration and is focused on helping people get treatment and housing to improve their lives. It is our esteemed pleasure to welcome Judge Armstead to the program to again tell us more about a healing faith. First and foremost, welcome to the program, Judge Armstead. How are you doing today?
I'm blessed. Thank you so much for having me here.
You are beyond welcome. The pleasure is absolutely ours. Please tell me, what is the JCOD?
Okay, we call it JCOD for short, but that's the Justice Care and Opportunities Department. It's a new department that the Board of Supervisors asked us to stand up March of last year. We did it in record time. We stood it up by November 1st of last year. So we've been in existence a little bit over 90 days. And the purpose of the department is to work on diversion and reentry for folks that may have possibly could be affected by the justice system. So we provide a variety of services, a variety of linkages. We help build up community-based organizations to really serve folks in our community.
And how have you seen thus far since the establishment of the JCOD? How have you seen what you're doing taking effect? Yeah.
You know what? We definitely hit the ground running, and I'm sure you can imagine to stand up the kind of department is more than a notion. There's a lot for us left to do, but I can just tell you some of the things that we're doing already. So right now we're into our fourth cohort. Some of this work we started before the department was fully developed, but we entered our fourth cohort of our Incubation Academy. The Incubation Academy provides training, resources, and opportunities to nonprofit organizations to provide services to community members. And it's everything from housing to services to case management to substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment. So that's one of the things that we're working that we've developed. Another thing that we oversee in our department is the Care First Community Investment Fund from the County of Los Angeles. The Board of Supervisors allocate a portion of the general fund to go back into the community to help community organizations to serve the community and also to provide alternatives to incarceration. So far, I was $287.6 million that have gone out to organizations to really serve and help the community. We have programs that are located in some of our law enforcement agencies to link people to services for low-level misdemeanors and juvenile justice system so that they don't get into that cycle of recidivism. And then for returning citizens, we have a very robust reentry services, including case management, housing, helping folks get jobs. In the jobs program, folks are getting on average $4 more per hour once they complete the program. And what we're finding is the recidivism rates are incredibly low. People are doing very well once they get the services, housing, and support that they need.
And how can an individual who could absolutely benefit from this program find it?
Well, it's very simple. It's jcod.lacounty.gov. Once again, it's jcod.lacounty.gov. We are also on every social media platform, at least the ones that I know, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and it's at symbol LAC, JCOD, at LAC, JCOD. And then I'm also on Instagram at Judge Songhai, Judge Songhai. If you have any questions or you want to link to any of our services, you can contact us through any of those mediums. We'll connect you to the right resource. And last but not least, if you want to email us, it's jcod@lacounty.gov.
Now, this is a program that was started to, I say, initially from listening. This is something that was started for the greater Los Angeles area, but we have individuals who are listening all the way from the OC to, Bakersfield, Pasadena, Moreno Valley, everywhere in between. What areas does the JCOD serve?
So all of Los Angeles County, so not the city, but including the city, but all of Los Angeles, so that's 88 cities. That's from Lancaster and Palmdale to Long Beach to Malibu to Palmdale. So it's all of LA County, all 88 cities and the unincorporated areas of the city. So 11 million people, essentially.
Wow, I absolutely love it. This is a program that for me, when I am always looking at the city and trying to hold the city's feet to the fire, so to speak, as far as putting action to words, this is an organization that is absolutely doing this. What such an honor to have you on to introduce this to the SoCal Saturday KFI listeners. And we also are welcoming you on for a very special reason. general, I would say Healing Space, a free community event that encourages mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. This is happening tomorrow at Irving Magic Johnson Park in association with Supervisor Holly Mitchell. We're going to be talking about that and so much more. Don't you go nowhere. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the 24-hour KFI News, bro. I'm Mark Bonner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Arson investigators are looking into the cause of a motorhome fire just north of Los Angeles International Airport, where an unidentified man was found dead inside a vehicle. The Carter Center says 98-year-old former President Carter has decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. And Disney's moving the release date of Marvel Studios' upcoming film The Marvels, the sequel to Captain Marvel with Brie Larson, from July 28th way back to November 10th. Not sure what to make of that. We'll have another look at a situation on the 101 when we come back.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, dunks to downward dogs, and battle ropes to box jumps, it's all LA Fitness. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like basketball courts, Olympic lifting platforms, pools, and saunas. This is the best time to make a new day resolution. Any day can be your day to start fresh at LA Fitness. Get your pass today, come in the club, or join online with our latest offers. From yoga to Zumba classes, cycling to our signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee. Free 3-day pass is redeemable by non-members only. Other restrictions apply.
SoCal weather mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s down to the mid-30s in the Inland Empire and Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Mattress Firm, and we are looking at a tough drive on the 101 from a crash at Sherman Oaks. Right before Van Nuys Boulevard, that crash was in the middle lane. It had to stop from the 134 from the end, about a half an hour drive. Now, it wasn't reported as an injury arrest, but people are out of the cars. We understand lying over on the shoulder. So some extra activity going on there now. Silver Lake, the 101 southbound is Silver Lake Boulevard, broken down car in the right lane at 15 minutes or so to your drive. In San Dimas, there's a problem on the 210 eastbound San Dimas Avenue. Car broke down the left lane, then as you backed up from Lone Hill. In Upland, the 10 westbound before Euclid, a car fire, right shoulder, and has traffic stacked up from Vineyard. You can't stay, still dealing with that 5 southbound between Hasley Canyon and the 126, and 3 left lanes blocked, a lot of damage to the guardrail, etc., and about a 5-mile backup. But things are moving a little better through that area. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress. Plus, get a $300 instant gift good for sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm and cozy up on your new bed, because there's nothing better than staying in.
This report is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, we know the importance of giving our clients more. More experience, more results, more than 800 lawyers ready to fight for you. The reason? We have recovered more than $16 billion and have more offices nationwide. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 5-star Google reviews from our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, remember, you deserve more. And we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that, more. Don't wait. Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and picked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. During uncertain times, it is especially important to stick with normal routines. Predictability and structure help kids self-regulate. Share schedules with your kids to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Contact Child Hope's free and secure mental health service. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org. Diet, keep transmission fluid. Seriously? Yours is just flexible. We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe that engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Said the bowler, sparkling man. Yep. Just need the gumbo or jambalaya from Pescado, and I'm set for Fat Tuesday and Wednesday. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5. President's Day Dining Deal. Enjoy delicious deals at Goodbye Cafe, Kia Pescado, and King Coffee, February 1st. Number 4. George Clinton, March 3rd. Get tickets now. 3. My Day Dinner. Okay. You can win up to a grand in free show. Just use some of work hard Friday at noon ATM with playing your favorite slot. And the number 2. What and Venus. Yes, for $100 cash, we earn 500 points on your reward card. Races and Thursday. And the number 1 reason. One gift giveaway. Get a pair of cards out of the road when you earn 500 points on your reward card on the 21st. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time. On the Exorcist Files podcast, the leading exorcist and demon element shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Montes has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. With Hollywood portraying the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the tree, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hey, it's Steve Gregory. Join me this week for Unsolved, the show that highlights old cases, challenging and bizarre cases. It's the show detectives count on for help. It really brings some great satisfaction to them. We also feature those behind the scenes who solve cases. It's the only show of its kind in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in South Park, Garden Grove, the Lucerne Valley, and Palm Desert. It is SoulCal Saturday with your host, Wallace Sharp. And right now, once again, I am joined by Judge Songhan Armstead, who is the interim of the JCOD, that is the Justice Care and Opportunities Department of the Greater Los Angeles area. And Judge Armstead is joining us today to introduce a healing space, which is happening tomorrow, February 19th, from noon to 4 p.m. at Johnson Park in association with Supervisor Holly Mitchell. This is an event that is encouraging mental, physical, and spiritual well-being. It's a celebration of absolute love, celebrating Black History Month. Welcoming back to the program, Judge Armstead. Judge Armstead, for this healing space, what can anyone looking to attend expect to see?
Thank you so much for asking that question. so excited about this event. This will be the first event for our new department in LA County, Justice, Care, and Opportunity. It's really about bringing folks together to heal from all the stuff that's happened over the last several years, help people be restored, and it's healing in a lot of different ways. People heal in different ways. We're taking over the entire park. It's got a big, beautiful lake in the middle. There'll be everything from guided meditation and wellness music and yoga to line dancing. There's spoken word, there's motivational speakers, there's senior activation, there's listening sessions, there's opportunities for folks to come out and tell the county how they should be spending their money in the community. There's therapeutic miniature horses. I kid you not, therapeutic miniature horses will be there, as well as therapeutic wolves. Therapeutic wolves. There's such a thing as therapeutic wolves. We're very grateful to both mini therapy horses and wolf connection for being there. There'll be reptile displays. There'll be rock climbing walls. There'll be big parks. There's so many activities happening there. There's free food. So we're really grateful to Amity and to Manatee who'll be providing, I believe, up to 1,500 lunches for the folks who show up first. There'll be tons of giveaways. There's also going to be grocery giveaways, hygiene kit giveaways, there's some clothing giveaways. There's a whole section just for kids that includes everything from jumpers and face painting, lots of activities. We have a tea section that includes a lounge area. They can make silk-screen t-shirts. They can record their own song and walk away with the MP3. There's art workshops. There's tons and tons of art activities. LACMA is a sponsor. So is the Los Angeles County Department of Arts and Culture is a sponsor. There's 5 DJs. There's a live band. There's Aztec dancers. And if you have a pet, they can come too. There's free vaccination clinics for animals. There's an animal pantry. There's pet adoptions. There's vouchers, animal licensing, pet microchipping. I mean, there's so much activity that is unbelievable.
This sounds like something for the entire family. By any chance, is there going to be a health pavilion? Someone who is a double transplant recipient who grew up with type 1 diabetes. I'm always invested in knowledge of health and well-being within our community. What is there for that?
I'm so glad that you asked that. There's a whole health section that's provided by LA County Department of Health Services and LA Department of Public Health. LA Department of Mental Health will also be there, but there'll be a vaccination clinic for everything from COVID to flu to Hep A to that. They're doing general health screenings, there's health education classes, and enlisting people to health services right on the spot. There's employment services where there's a resume workshop. I believe we have 10 employers that are hiring people, including me, for summer jobs. There's an extension clinic if a person has prior justice involved in history. There's an extension clinic that both the public defender and the alternate public defender will be running. There is voter registration and also voter education that will be taking place. I mean, like I said, there's anything that helps me to. There's quiet spaces, there's loud spaces, there's physical spaces, there's still spaces, there's tons and tons of activities. So whatever your needs are, it should be there.
I absolutely love it. Please don't tell me that this is a one-time event. My hope is that the JCOT is looking at doing events like this on a regular basis in the city of Los Angeles.
You know what? We serve the entire county, not just the city. We're a county organization. So you know what? From your mouth to God's ears, maybe it's so. We have been asked already to create the same space in some other districts, supervisor districts in the county. So we will see. I have to just say thank you to all of our sponsors that come out and support us, including the California Endowment and Supervisor Holly Mitchell, because without their support, we wouldn't be able to pull this off because everything is free at this event. We're not charging for anything. We're not charging for food, for clothes, for classes, for any resources. Every single thing is free. All the county departments are donating time and services for free. Fire department is there. They're donating their time for free. And so we're really, really grateful for all of our partners who really saw there was a need to come out and serve the community collectively right now.
A healing space happening tomorrow, February 19th, from noon to 4 p.m. at Irving Matthews Johnson Park, brought to you by Justice, Care, and Opportunities Department, the JCOD, and Supervisor Holly Mitchell. Judge Armstead, how can our listeners find you if they would like to follow your efforts with the JCOD?
Sure. I would love for them to follow us at LAC JCOD on Twitter, on Instagram, or Facebook. Once again, it's at LACJCOD. Also, the information for the event tomorrow will be there. Registration links are there. Or they can follow me at Des Songhai, SONGHAI. Once again, at Des Songhai, SONGHAI.
Thank you so very much for coming on today. We really appreciate you and everything that your department is doing for this beautiful city.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
Right about now, let's head on over to the KFI 24-hour newsroom and see what else is happening across the Southland. And Mark Brown, live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Grad student workers at the University of Southern California have voted to unionize. The United Auto Workers Union announced yesterday that grad student workers at USC voted overwhelmingly for the move. The Graduate Student Workers Organizing Committee, the United Auto Workers, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecture assistants at the university. USC said it fully supports the students and respects their decision to be represented by a union. The truck driver in Santa Ana who hit an 11-year-old girl and left her with a broken hip is getting sentenced. Jurors found the man guilty Thursday of driving under the influence causing injury, as well as driving on a suspended license and concealing evidence. He's scheduled to be sentenced April 21st. The DA in Northern California says California's zero bail has done zero good.
Yolo County District Attorney Jeff Reiser's office has published a study comparing repeat offenders who posted bail with those who were released with low or no bail. It says the low and no bail criminals in his county committed new crimes more often, more quickly, and were accused of 200 times more violent crimes. Bail costs were waived or dramatically reduced during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce bail crowding. The DA says 71% of those released with low or no bail in Yolo County were rearrested. The recidivism rate for those who posted bail was 46%.
Vice President Harris says the suspected Chinese spy balloon has hurt the relationship between the countries.
Clearly and certainly, that balloon was not helpful. This is why we shot it down.
He says the U.S. is confident in its decision to shoot down the balloon and says officials are sure it was a spy balloon from China. And Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine.
The transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever. The United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not waver.
In a speech at the Munich Security Conference today, Harris said the U.S. has examined the evidence with the Kremlin on notice. He says the world has witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape. And Art Deco Taco Bell Canteen is coming to Hollywood. The company says it will be the first for LA County located at what was once a historic Chickless bookstore. Taco Bell Cantinas have fan-favorite food items, plus an alcoholic beverage selection. Yo Quiero Foods. Let's get an update on the crash on 101 in Sherman Oaks. This is Dublin, westbound 101 before Van Nuys Boulevard. The crash in the middle lane. That traffic had to stop back onto the 134. It's crumbling, adding about a half an hour to your drive. That's the people out of the cars, too, rolling on the shoulder. In Pacoima, the 118, that is the 5 freeway, northbound, the 118. That's the 3-car crash. It's Dusty Flow from Sarabella. That's it. That crash on the 5 freeway, southbound between the Hasley Canyon and the 126. There's no flowing behind it now. But beyond Hasley Canyon, on down towards Pico Canyon, the ride is quite slow. And now northbound 5-4 McBean Parkway and Stevenson Ranch. A big rig stuck in the right lane. That has been heavy from Lyons Avenue. In Commerce on the 710 southbound at Washington, that's a crash in the right lane, flowing you from the 60. KFI and Sky Up City, their Bassett. I'm Randy Fuller.
Hi, John Hughes. I heard Hollywood Spotlight. The campaign continues for Oscar nominees and many are front and center at the Santa Barbara International Film Festival. Kate Blanchett accepted the Outstanding Performer of the Year award for her role in Tar. Angela Bassett was honored with the Montecito Award for her long and illustrious career, calling it a full circle moment. Meanwhile, Gold Derby expert Hal O'Neill expects the box office hit will win the top prize at the Oscars. Cupid Top Gun Maverick will win Best Picture, and Steven Spielberg will win Best Director for The Fabelmans.
Thank you, Steve, on my heart.
And speaking of directors, voting closes for the DGA and the PGA Awards on February 17th. As for the small screen, the TV Academy announced the official date for the 75th Annual Emmy Awards. The ceremony will return to the Monday night lineup when it airs live on September 18th on Fox. I'm Alan Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
California weather from KFI. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and down to mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s at the beaches and AZ, around 70 in Metro LA, OC, the valleys and IE. Then President's Day, Monday, it's going to be about the same, sunny and around 70. Right now it's 57 in Dana Point and 59 in Tustin. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ross.
Honey, is our car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gives you 6-4? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating at the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. Nice, convenient location. It's great brand. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Road Square, and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, get whole peace of mind when you purchase, thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your Reed will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Reed President's Day event. That's right today at a Norm Reed Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normreed.com. That's for over 100 years. Sales 2022. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Tim Connell, Carlos Chevrolet, Costa Mesa. We're offering President's Day savings all month long on Silverados, Suburbans, Tahoes, and affordable electric Volt EVs at CarlosChevrolet.com. Find your roads at Carlos Chevrolet, the Orange County original since 1964.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
This is Jacob Emerald. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. When you post it, you see it. It's like radio, but without the need for all that annoying imagination. Follow us now on all the socials. At KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Rolling Hills, Panorama City, Newport Beach, and Colton. Soul Cow Saturday is live and direct in your neck of the woods and in my neck of the woods, Pasadena. I am happy that the joy of reading is alive and well. Rick, reading fundamentals. My daughter has recently been just typing out reading. She got a hold of a Harry Potter book, and that's it. He is, every, I gotta get this new book, I gotta get this new book. I love her passion for reading. For me, I wasn't into reading as much as I should have been. But comic books is actually what I created my desire to read. And actually, comic books is what I'd say helped me to love the English language, love learning new words. I would just go through the dictionary, because if you ever read an issue of Fantastic Four, they're throwing out some words. I was like, wait, what in the what? And then, universe. I say all that to say, in Pasadena, uh, my hometown celebrated the grand opening of Octavia's bookshelf today. My understanding, the line was around the corner, up the street, down the block, and then some. It was like people trying to buy concert tickets to see Beyonce. That's how crazy the line was for this bookstore, Octavia's Bookshelf, which is a black-owned independent bookstore that promises to inspire readers of all ages. According to owner Nikki Hyde, he says, quote, I've always dreamed of owning my own bookstore. I started to visualize what I would like or what that would look like in real life a few years ago after my grandmother passed unexpectedly. And in May of 2022, I decided to take that leap in quote. Uh, the bookstore is inspired by author Octavia Butler. For those who may not know, Octavia Butler, renowned black author, was born in Pasadena. She broke barriers with her science fiction and speculative fiction writing, becoming the first black woman to receive the prestigious Hugo and Nebula Awards. Butler's work often explores themes of race and gender and power, making her inspiration for many people, including I, who have opened up again this magnificent bookstore. Octavia's Bookshelf, the grand opening today, located at 1361 North Shore Avenue, and I absolutely can't wait to check it out, to take my daughter in there so she can pick up a book. I hope, Miss High, there is a comic book section in your bookstore. You have just a little area for those of us who may want to peruse your graphic novel section, maybe pick up a nice trade paperback. Maybe you'll have some of Mark Bronner's work in your bookstore. Excelsior. Which book should we ask for if we go in there we don't see them? Oh, the latest work? Good Lord, the Twilight Zone, Rotten, Green Hornet, The Avenger. There's so many that it embarrasses me, but thank you so much for the shout out. And good on these people, and especially for the tribute to Octavia Butler. If you've ever read any of her books, she was a master. A master indeed. Another master, not necessarily within the literal world, but in the world of all things petty. Producer Taylor, how you doing today, first of all?
Carla, today has been a day, but I am grateful to spend my day working on my passion. You can't pray for things and ask for them, and then when God gives them to you, say, God, what you doing? That's just how that works.
I tell you, if you're asking for food, why complain when your plate is full?
And I had a lot of food.
Oh, yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Taylor, one of my favorite days of the week is Wednesday because Wednesday is the new episode of Petty Dish comes out first. Let's remind our SoCal Saturday listeners what is Petty Dish?
Petty is an escape from all the heaviness that this world provides. We just talk about fun things like pettiest things that we've done this week, pettiest things our listeners have done, petty celebrity news, and sometimes it's ha-ha, sometimes it's grr. But it's just a fun time all around. Me and my co-host Taylor, we just enjoy talking to you guys and kicking it with our friends, our listeners, and just being petty together because sometimes this world can be a little overwhelming. You can't get people back always the way you want to get them back. So being petty is just how you do it.
What was the pettiest thing that you did this week?
Okay, so this one's going to drop on Wednesday, but believe it or not, some man put into my DM and believe it or not, these guys are crazy. And he had the nerve to badmouth his fiance, saying if he doesn't do this, he doesn't do that, and he doesn't think it's going to work, and he'd rather be with somebody like me and would rather give him a chance. I said, heck no, Jessica. Heck to the no. Wow. Then on Valentine's Day, he had the nerve to post that fiance. Oh, I love you, 8 years together. So I commented, heart, glad that you can make it work. It looks good on you, you know? And I think that is pretty petty.
Now, okay, so for me, that's not petty enough because if I was the one who was in a situation like that and I was to comment on someone's post about their significant other, like say if there was some young lady who was trying to slide into my DM, and then I see her posting something for her dude on Valentine's Day, I'm gonna say, man, love is love. I really appreciate seeing that. Does he know that screenshot? Yeah. While you're posting all this love, is she aware of your love and affection for me? That's my level of faith.
I've learned that sometimes when you do that, that doesn't end well for you because a lot of the time you significant other gets mad at you. So instead of just girl coming at me for doing nothing, I just want to let him know that I see it and trying me again. That might be the next step. But I don't want this girl coming at me because her fiance is another man talking all crazy. That's sometimes how people react. No, I don't have time for that kind of drama right now in my life. Just give him a little. You better watch it, sir. You better watch it.
All right. I can get that, and you can find Teddy of Support every Wednesday at our radio app, the True playlist. Mark, by any chance, have you seen Ant-Man and the Wasp? No, I'm going to try and see it this week. I'm excited to see it. And I'm excited to see Kang the Conqueror. Oh, Jonathan Majors is most definitely every bit the Kang we could want ever in a live action film. Um, there are a few characters in there. I don't want to give away any spoilers. There are a few characters that they introduced in this film that are just phenomenal. Just to see them on the big screen. I will say that today at 11, the legendary Friday, or not even Friday, we used to be the Friday night of the Nerd Roundtable. Now we are the Saturday night of the Nerd Roundtable. We are going to go in. You can find the Nerd Roundtable on iHeartRadio and live on Facebook, Leave Under the Mo Kelly Show, and on YouTube, the Saturday nights of the Nerd Roundtable. We go in, spoilers abound. Get ready. It's only for those who have seen it, so make sure you check that out. Um, and yeah, I would think that would be about it. Other than the most important thing, and that is finding out what is happening in the 24 hours AFI newsroom with Mark Hunt. The former Orange County Sheriff's deputy scheduled to be arraigned next month on charges of showing pornography to an underage girl while he worked as a school resource officer. U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris says Washington has determined Russia committed crimes against humanity in Ukraine. And as you just heard Koala discuss, Ant-Man and the Wasp, Quantumania is looking to make nearly $100 million its opening weekend. Pretty respectable. We'll check out your Saturday evening drive right after this. Have you been injured in an accident? Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. We are America's largest injury law firm, and that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide, and more than $15 billion recovered for our clients. Get experienced representation, support staff 24/7, and much more. See what people are saying about us. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews of satisfied clients. You deserve more, and we at Morgan & Morgan are ready to fight for more. Don't wait. Dial pound now or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community handpicked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. For the people.com. SoCal weather, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s, down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. This report brought to you by Wendy's 2 for $6, the best deal on fast food. Heading to traffic. Randy, what's up? German Oaks, still a hot spot. The westbound Ventura Freeway, the 101 before Van Nuys Boulevard. Cranky middle lane. That things at a stop from back on the 134, so look for an extra 15 to 20 minutes of driving because of that crash. In Lakewood, the 105 westbound at Long Beach Boulevard, the wreck on the right shoulder, backing things up from the 605. Commerce with a problem on the 710 southbound of Washington. That crash was in the right lane, flowing from the 50 freeway. In Tacoma, on the 5 freeway northbound at the 118, 3 cars crashed as things jammed up from Ceravella and Cascades on the 5. Southbound at Hasley Canyon, no slowing heading up to that accident site, but beyond that, oh boy, it's really slow from Hasley Canyon down to Pico Canyon, really tough. And now the northbound 524 McBean Parkway, Stevens and Ranch, big rig stuck in the right lane. That's Becky up from Lions Avenue. Stay a Pie in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. When you want the best deal on the best meal, choose Wendy's 2 for $6. Pick from Dave's Single, spicy chicken sandwich, 10-piece crispy nuts, or a medium strawberry lemonade. They're any two for just $6. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's 2 for $6. This report is sponsored by Stand Up to Cancer. Mailbox of John Smoltz welcoming you back to the City Center Convenience Mart. Uh-oh. He's looking at the cigarettes, but he just grabs the gum off the counter. Stand Up to Cancer and Rally want you to reduce your risk for cancer. Go to takeahealthystand.org. The Ford President's Day Telethon is happening now at your Ford dealer. Take home the 2022 Explorer. It's America's all-time best-selling SUV with 0% APR plus 1,000 36 gas. But hurry in, the Ford President's Day Telethon ends Monday. Not all buyers will qualify for Ford credit. 0% APR financing for 36 months at $27.78 per month for 1,000 financing. Vehicle 0% down. For $1,000 Ford 36 cash must trade a 1995 renewal vehicle to qualify. Offer expires 2/2023. Dealer for details.
At Ralph, you'll find high-quality products at great prices in every aisle every day with Kroger brand. When you stock up on your household favorites for lower than low prices, it feels like winning. Shop now in-store or online. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
Save more and earn rewards too. Use your digital coupons up to 5 times, plus earn double gaming rewards points on participating items. Restrictions apply. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are up to 50% off, like the Union and Scale Essentials Next Stack Couch Chair, now just $89.99 at Staples. In-store only, offering 2 while supplies last. Staples, the working and learning and savings store. Welcome to the CPAP Games live from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for Experienced Ron Steve has been struggling with his CPAP. His wife Michelle is trying to lead the race. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. Steve could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspires the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. John. Learn more at InspireSleep.com.
Inspire is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspireSleep.com.
I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner of Jacoby and Myers. It's not easy to be injured. You've just been through a traumatic experience. And now you're forced to face the process of a long recovery period. You need confidence in your medical team and legal team. And you need them to be able to guide you through the process with professionalism and care. That's where Jacoby and Myers comes in. We have a proven track record of helping people get back on their feet after suffering an injury. And we're proud that our clients choose us as their #1 firm year after year. Be certain, feel secure. Choose Jacoby and Myers. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no, he's been stolen. BlackRock by an ordinance to you to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Hi, this is Joe Cordell at the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years. Contact Cordell & Cordell to schedule an appointment with one of our firm's California attorneys. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 500, San Diego, California, 92108. Online at CordellCordell.com. That's CordellCordell.com. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders. And sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion and chaos. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Big Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI. AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI. AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. In Valley Glen, Belmont, Santa Ana, and La Quinta. This is the whole house out of the so close up. And there's some things for you to check out this weekend. In Montclair, the Lucky Art Crayonology. Through unique do-it-yourself experiences, children get to stimulate their artistic and creative minds and create memorable interactions with their parents. You can find out more on Crayonology by calling 909-447-5600. 1113. Or you can check out the Soul Cow Saturday page on KFI. And produce a favorite for listen. So, and I'll put more. Again, Mission Viejo, Sky Zone Trampoline Park. I will say this about Sky Zone. Be safe or be willing to deal with getting injured. That is what happens at Sky Zone. Kids get injured, adults get injured, bounce on trampolines. There's sometimes no rules, no regulations. People bounce stuff on you. I'm only talking about my own experience. I am not trying to bash the Sky Zone, but I know that when took our child there, or I don't remember which birthday it was, but we had a birthday there. Oh, it was for our son. It was for his birthday, and we were there, and someone that was accompanying us must have got her foot broke. I'm just saying, you got to get
This is hardly a commercial swallow.
No. Look, it's look. I don't work for any place. I'm not the whole. I'm just if I'm gonna say check out the Sky Zone in Mission Viejo, I want to make sure that I am upfront sharing my experience because I don't want anyone to go there and be like, man, I went there, I heard you talking about it on Soul Count Saturday, and I broke my neck. I'm no. I'm just saying if you go knowing that it's a place for fun, healthy, active adults and young people, and you have to know you may break something. Outside of that, this place is fun. Okay, they've got a trampoline, it's like wall-to-wall trampoline park. They've got a zip line, they've got a foam zone, wall climbing, ultimate dodgeball, freestyle jump, so much more. You can plan your birthday parties there. It is a good time. I just know several people who I've seen the next day. What happened? Guys on. Oh man. There you go. Okay. Just want to put it out there. A place that I really like, and I only like it because of the name. I've seen this on my list before, and I love saying Clean Pickles Workshop. Clean Pickles. I love it. 75 square feet, cluttered with hands-on inventions, gadgets, experiments, and kids won't even know they're learning as they play, located in the heart of Old Town Temecula. Clean Pickles Workshop. The Griffith Observatory. Wow, if you really want to go and see something interesting, and I don't know if it's still happening, but there used to be this kind of, it's not a documentary, it's more like a film. It's an experience where you go and you're underneath this wall-to-wall dome and you lean back in the seat and they take you into the universe and they take you to the planets and have, of course, all of these images of all the planets and the stars as captured by the observatory telescope, and it is awe-inspiring if you're ever able to go and check out the film up there. And of course, Griffith Park is just it's a beautiful place to visit. So that's any day we watch out for wildcats. Get your relative of T22 baby walking around the Griffith Park stuff. Don't put it out there. Stage, books, and beverages. Beverly Woods Townhomes. They are what is this, a clubhouse at the top of the hill. This month's book discussion will be On a Ladder to the Sky by John Boyden. That Boyden? Yes, Boyden. So, as always, bring a snack or beverage and share your perspective on the reading or just sit and listen. So this is a book club, stage, books, and beverages.
And that's on meetup.com if you wanna check that out and join the page. Read the book.
Oh, stage is just stage.
Yeah.
But hey.
I'm putting it down.
All right. So this is a little thing, a little fancy thing.
It's just a book club.
But they're saved. If they're saved,
So big man, they probably think they're big. No, you're right. Big size, right, wrong. Yeah, big book three of the
yeah, services on there. Hopefully they're adult beverages. I'll be there. You know what I'm saying? Would you imagine a bunch of air quotes here paid for a little bit inebriated reading books? I'm there. If this is what's happening at Dave's Books and Beverages,
Well, you gotta read the books you can discuss. So you gotta give your help.
if that's what it's inebriated, it doesn't matter what the book is about. I'm not saying that that's what happens. But look, Dave's Books and beverages. I am not trying to say that that's what happens at your get-together. I'm just saying, take it. It's right. Get it. Get some beverages. Make them adults. Have some books out. Walk us into our liquor glasses.
Oh my goodness.
Woo! Okay. All right. Pirate's Dinner Adventure. Oh, so okay. Pirate's Dinner Adventure. This is like medieval times, but it's with pirates. But I don't know if we can talk about that or so because of the strike happening with medieval times, and I don't know if the pirates are going to strike too. Because they're talking about, hey man, we're out here, flipping and jumping and putting ourselves in harm's way for entertainment sake, and we're not getting paid enough. So I don't know. I'm
The
not.
last night was up and running, you could still book a ticket, so I don't know.
I'm just saying, I don't want to cross the ticket line.
You can get tickets. They typically don't get you in there when they're striking. They just yelling stuff. You got like, hey, and that's it.
Yeah, no, but it's the time. I've actually been to the Pirate one and to medieval time. It is a good time. The food is always good. The entertainment is good too. So I hope that the medieval time strike does not actually affect the pirate palace. The pirate dinner adventure, not the pirate palace. I hope that it doesn't affect that because the pirate show is actually, for me, it's actually a little more fun. Only because I like pirates a lot more than I like knights. Just for me, something about pirates and just even more than the Wild West. Something about the filthy, nifty guys, criminals, selling the high seas. Even though I won't go out on the boat to save my life. Oh my goodness. I say all that to say I am absolutely with the pirates adventure. I thank you for spending your time with Soul Cow Saturday. You could have been doing a million other things, but you chose to ride with us, and it is beyond appreciated. Much love, David, Jamie, Mark, I see you, Jason, Middleton, not Middleman. My doctor's Middleman. Jason Middleton, and producer Kayla. I thank you all for tuning in. Don't go anywhere. Up next, Unsolved with Steve Gregory, followed by Before the Coast, and then Coast to Coast. Tomorrow, the Jesus Christ Show, Home with Dean starts, How the Money. It's business time with Jason Middleton. And of course, Dr. Wendy in the building. KFI has got you locked all weekend long. If you're ready to nerd out, maybe later on you can catch up with the Saturday night of the Nerd Roundtable if you spoil the hell out of Batman and the Wasp. And with that, I bid you adieu. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Critical thinker. What it? KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're taking bad cops, ex-cops. I'm Mark Ron, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. LAPD Chief Moore could be getting closer to getting the power to quickly fire his officers. City Council members with Oscar and Soto Martinez introduced a motion that would eliminate the current all-civilian Board of Rights panel in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. The motion was presented yesterday and would also remove some of the hurdles that have prevented Chief Moore from taking swift action against officers who violate policies, especially in use of force cases. But Oscar and Soto Martinez say the model in use now typically favors officers, even those who Chief Moore wanted to fire. The motion will now make its way through various committees for discussion. The Gregory Codefiner, Mississippi Sheriff, says a lone shooter has killed 6 people, including his ex-wife and stepfather, at multiple locations in a small rural town near the Tennessee state line. State County Sheriff Brad Lance says investigators still don't have a motive behind yesterday's rampage. The killings were at a convenience store in 2 homes within a few miles of each other. The man has been identified as 52-year-old Richard Dale Crum. He's held without bond on a single count of capital murder, and investigators are pursuing additional charges. Lots of economic numbers, not a lot of economic clarity. Fresh numbers show that consumer prices are still going up, so are wholesale prices. That's inflation. That's what the Fed is trying to address every time it raises its benchmark interest rate. That means mortgage rates get pushed upward, and the VIG on credit cards bounces up too. But with all that, wages for workers are going up, and job opportunities are many. So, what gives? Some think we're going to get a full-blown recession. Others think we're going to get a soft landing. And still others think we're going to get a series of little recessions. That's the worst case. For more on this, join me Sundays at 2 for Business Time. Jason Middleton, KFI News. President Biden's traveling to Poland Monday to commemorate the 1-year anniversary of the war against Ukraine. The nation leaders of former Soviet republics live in now part of NATO and is expected to make it clear that the U.S. will continue standing with Ukraine as long as it takes. President Zelensky urged leaders in Europe yesterday to act faster to support Ukraine. Zelensky compared the fight to David and Goliath. The Philippines is playing it cool in its latest incident with China. The president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., says even though a Chinese Coast Guard ship used a military-grade laser to temporarily blind the Philippine Coast Guard crew, it's not enough for him to invoke his country's mutual defense treaty with the U.S. It happened in the South China Sea earlier this month, with China and the Philippines both claiming their territory. Marcos said today he was worried that activating the treaty would ratchet up tensions in the region, which are also high because the U.S. has warships in the area and continues to support Taiwan. And of course, there was that spy balloon. Brian Berman, AFI News. Warner Brothers TV has canceled 2 syndicated court shows, says Mathis and the People's Court. As Mathis has been on TV for 24 seasons and the People's Court's been on for 26. Apparently, the decision to cancel the shows was made due to the declining nature of daytime syndication. And actress Courtney Cox is going to star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Cox, known for Scream and playing Monica on Friends, will be honored February 27th. Her star will be near Friends co-star Jennifer Aniston, who's a speaker at the ceremony, along with Lisa Kudrow and Laura Dern. Partner Springsteen was said to a crash on the 710 in Burnham. From the southbound 710 at Atlantic, that's in the middle lanes, that wreck. They just slow from 3rd Street as you enjoy south on the 710. In Linwood on the 105 westbound at Long Beach Boulevard, crash on the right shoulder, so not the whole thing slow from Bellflower. And Sherman Oaks is still dealing with that problem westbound 101 before Van Nuys Boulevard, crashing the 3 right lanes of that traffic pretty much at a stop from the 134, although traffic's beginning to move a little better there on the westbound side of the 101. In Seal Beach on the 405 southbound before the 605 is arresting the carpool lane that's slowing traffic from Palo Verde, and the crash on the 5 freeway in Cascade southbound 5 to Hadley Canyon, no slowing behind it, but on beyond Hadley Canyon down towards Pico Canyon the ride's quite slow, and it's really tough on the northbound side of the 5 through there as well. KFI and the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navad Nasal Care, and I love Navad. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. That Navad's powered sucker will help flush out allergies, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navad will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navad? Like John, quote, after walking around my whole life being a mouth breather, I was excited to try Navad. I read the directions carefully, pressed the button, and oh my God, what a sensation. So much mucus, so much crud, but oh sweet, merciful air I can finally breathe you through my nose.
I'm looking. It doesn't look like anybody does, but I have it. I don't have my little blue thing. I don't know if anybody has it.
100,000 online reviews praising Nirvana. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million
the premium version of Twitter that allows you to, instead of 280 characters, you can tweet 4,000 characters, and I just got it like in the last 24 hours. So you remember, Troy, all those lists I was reading of questions that GPT, I just copied and pasted them all so that people can just read them themselves.
Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s of features.
But I didn't know if anybody else had it. And the reason why, there's one feature of it, you get the premium version, you think it's going to be good, and it locks you out of space. So I've been locked out of my account for some time. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of Coast to Coast AM, story. Actually, I was on it last night. I got a shout out for my chief for work. Well, no, I called in, and I spoke to Ian. Yeah, and I spoke to Ian Punnett, and just said that I don't think people talk about world peace enough, and if possible, I'd appreciate if people could retweet my tweet for world peace, which
more than 10,000 unsolved cases.
well, he has written a book with, I think it's TRUMAN and Rabbi. He himself is a deacon, so we talked a little bit about his book, and then I gave him another trust for world peace, and that was it. It wasn't very long, but it was, a million people maybe out there, so that's cool.
2 hours will highlight the that have gone cold, baffled investigators, but just needs that one witness to speak out.
Definitely.
Pomona Police Department homicide case number 05-126473. The murder of 15-year-old Yaneli Noah. Kono worked for Pomona PD for 30 years, 16 of those as a homicide investigator. He's been retired a while, but Detective John Edson reached out and said this case is disturbing, and one that's been with Kono for years. He was the original investigator called to the scene August 5th, 2005, 4 days after the car the Yanelli's body was hidden in was first spotted. And a bit of caution, tonight's story is very graphic. And it began with a call from a concerned citizen of a vehicle that was abandoned in park, actually within sight of the police department. And this individual was concerned because there was quite a strange odor emanating from the car, and a liquid was emanating from the pump. And so that prompted a call.
Isn't that like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year?
Myself, Robert Nelson, and I responded to the scene.
Well, I'm in my second year of it, so we're past 365 days, we're past 666. I do my best to combat some of the effects of it. There's
an odor consistent with decomposition.
It's a beautiful number, it's a triangular number, and the number of protections.
Confirmed that that's exactly what it was. We began to examine the exterior and interior of the car. Inside of the vehicle, we noted that there was signs of a struggle. Keep in mind, we still have not learned that there's a body in the trunk yet. And while we're doing our examination, we had called for a local agency to come out so that they could
I had a bunch of accounts there, so if you're talking about Twitter, I recently subscribed to Twitter Blue on my iOS device, or on my iPhone device. It's $11. So then this was recently, I subscribed, but on the actual iOS device, it didn't say that I was a member, and then it said something went wrong, it gave me an error. So I went on a PC and subscribed to it, so that I could now expand from 280 character tweets to 4,000 and upload hour-long videos. Okay, great. And then I got locked out. It said something's wrong. So I had to go to Twitter support and explain, look, I don't know, something's wrong with your iOS device or your iOS app, because it's charging me $11 on iOS, and then on a PC.
Opened the trunk of the car. And it was at that point that
I know, it's $11 versus $8. So I didn't care, I just wanted it to work, but it nevertheless didn't work. And so I had to use it on my PC. So Twitter Blue for me this month, instead of being what the cheapest is, $8, and it's going to be something like $19 for me. But nevertheless, I'll cancel it on the other one. I got out the tweets that I wanted, so that's an expansion for 280 to 4,000.
The body wasn't discovered, the Yanelli wasn't discovered.
Great question. I actually have more than that. I have 5 Chromebooks that I use all the time to stream on YouTube. So if you go to my profile and click on the link, you'll see 5 live YouTube streams, and those are live 24/7, 365. And then I've got, in addition, on Instagram, 7 different Instagram devices. So that's right there. There's 12 different devices.
However, he just said to an in-progress call, and he had to leave. So that's our chapter.
Yeah, that's. I'm not done. Yeah, that's 12 rows. Then I've got a Facebook portal. I've got another 2 laptops running there, and I have a lot of devices.
So that's kind of an important detail. Let's see. No identification on the victim. As opposed to when the coroner arrived,
data's the number one commodity.
Right then and there, as we would normally do, because of the state of the decomposition. In consultation with the coroner investigator, we elected to have the vehicle towed to the Los Angeles coroner's office with the
between healthy and unhealthy. It doesn't affect me. It's just, you know how a camera works, right? You know how a camera works. It doesn't touch you. It doesn't affect you at all. The only thing that I have to do You might have to drop and come back.
That had just recently been put there, we would have the normal process is the process of right there. And the coroner would ultimately remove the body. You do things.
Right. I know, and I don't remember where it said in medical terminology that it at all hurts you to be on camera. It causes me no pain, and I find it very interesting.
And other stuff I won't for the sake of the family that will ultimately hear this and won't go into graphic detail. But
have you ever been in a bank? You've been in a bank. You've been on what 30 different cameras in any bank. It's the same idea.
Preservation of evidence, but under the circumstances of the decomposition, we elected to have it posed to the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office. Have you ever been there before in the case? First time and last time. And I'm trying to visualize it, when you're towing a vehicle, you're going to have to tilt it a bit. Were you worried about the shifting of the body at all? And could that have altered how things work? Well, before we...
I would love to someday, but no, not currently. Though I am eligible for the YouTube marketing program. I was not accepted, and the reason why is I put the avant-garde style. Normally people have a topic about which they talk. They don't stream their whole life. This is very similar to Seinfeld, like the show that was about nothing. This is the stream that's about nothing, but in the same way, it's about everything.
Fluids may flow and give a different taste on things, but that could also happen when you actually remove the body from the phone. There's going to be obvious movement when you remove it.
Exactly.
So we were cognizant of the possibility, and that's why we just spent extra time and took extra photographs to detail the position of her. It's unusual because
it is World Peace. Absolutely, we're doing it for World Peace. I am. I'm in Irvine, California, just south of Los Angeles. Between Los Angeles and San Diego, I'm in Orange County, and I'm doing it for World Peace. I want to give people the opportunity to discuss it.
Not only little things, but that was one of the focal points of our initial investigation, were those identical factors. The fact that on either side of this red curve with the fire hydrant was unmarked curve. It could have been parked anywhere. The fact that it was parked in that specific position and in view of the police department was definitely a significant event in the investigation. Do you think whoever left it there wanted you to find it? My personal feeling is yes. Now, that being said, okay, hold that thought. When we come back, we'll talk more with Detective Danny Connor. The first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI and the N640. Time now for news. I'm Mark Ronner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Los Angeles City Councilman Paul Sartorian says he will not run for the congressional seat held by Adam Schiff, who's running for the U.S. Senate seat being vacated by retiring Dianne Feinstein. The new filing in the $1.6 billion defamation lawsuit against Fox News has revealed fear at the network that it has alienated viewers and damaged its brand by not lining up with President Trump's fall 2020 election plan. Kennedy and Chazelle directed film Babylon with Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie as stars in Hollywood as a shift from sound pictures to talkie is coming to Paramount Plus streaming on Tuesday. Let's take a look at your drive and feel beat right after this.
Switch to mainland, catch the ferry, and sail out to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to start a bison on the bison expedition, or cocktails at the Santo Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This report is sponsored by Duffy Power Services. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s, down to mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. This report brought to you by Catalina Island Company. Now we're looking at a crash that's causing some trouble in Seal Beach. Westbound before the 605, the wreck is in the carpool lane, and traffic is at a stop behind it from Lakewood Boulevard. They're looking at probably a half hour of delay getting through that part of the southbound 405. In Vernon, on the 710 southbound at Atlantic, a motorcycle crash in the middle lane, flowing from Whittier Boulevard. Mason Hill checked in with a problem too on the 118 freeway, eastbound at the 405. That crash was in the center of Tinder. There's always been slow from Balboa, and about 20 minutes to the ride. Speeding to Ranch, northbound 5 before McGean Parkway, it's broken down Big Rig in the right lane as you held up from Lyons Avenue, real stuff on the southbound side of the side through that area as well. And in Linwood, the 105 westbound of Long Beach Boulevard, a crash over on the right shoulder has been slowed from Bellflower. KFI and Sky Help give you their answer. I'm Randy Fuller. Rabbi Power Services, probably owned for nearly 60 years, is LA's generator expert for all your generator needs, commercial and industrial, including maintenance, rentals, purchase, and installation. For the largest team of generator rentals in Southern California, go to justinpower.com. That's DUPHIDpower.com. Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with most plumbers? Think about it for a minute. You could probably write the list yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They come to more after the job than what they quoted to up front, and they don't fix the problem right the first time. Who has time for that kind of aggravation? At Service Champions, our plumbers are different. We'll be there in time, right when we say we'll be there. We'll give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed for a happy money promise. It's simple. But if you're not happy, we don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customers. Call Service Champions right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicechampions.com. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. We're Las Vegas welcome to you. Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Like the Captain Sound, meet colorful characters and journey with them through wondrous lands. Experience Awakening. Get more tickets at awakening.com. The Mildred Plumbers at my diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having to stop it and stop by these aroma-friendly conditions can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and add all unnecessary oil from your life. We'll clean, we'll circulate your high-school flow smoother, and your face and house will be restored. There's $99 friend stop deal, applied to equipment, nightline suicide, and all 5 culinary items. So doing for today, your lifetime and color will show up on time, professional, and smell better than a new car wrapped in paper. You will be able to get back to life sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary atrocities of suburban plumbers. No brothers here, man. Council drain. Reference the $99 topic page at thesmellgoodplumber.com. Then all 800-446 Mike. Contact your lucky photo $299. This is Mike Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, and your house call is free. Dell Technologies President Sales Now with savings from select with CFPCs and more, powered by plus-gen physical officers, plus savings on essential accessories and clean shipping. Call 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noticed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR person starting with just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. On the Exorcist Files podcast, welcome to Exorcist and Demonology. Sharing stories of disturbing and secret cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. For how he was portraying the Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, sitting at the tree, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel ROTHSCHILD. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel ROTHSCHILD. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory. This is Unsolved. Welcome back. We're at the Pomona Police Department. We're talking with Detective Danny Kono about the case of 15-year-old Nellie Uloa, who was found dead in 2005 in the trunk of a vehicle. And before the break, Detective, I'd asked you a question about the placement of the BMW on a red zone in front of a fire hydrant very near the building we're sitting in right now, back in 2005. And I asked you before break if you think, you said there was open parking on either side of this red zone. So I'll ask you again, do you think that that vehicle was placed in front of an illegal parking zone in front of a fire plug on purpose? I do. When you believe that whoever did that wanted you to find this young girl there? I can draw no other conclusions. The only other possibility is that obviously we wouldn't see or know exactly when that vehicle was parked there. So there is the slight possibility that the other parking was taken up by there was an Eagles Lodge nearby that hosted functions and in fact was hosting functions that weekend. So not being able to tell when they parked there, it's possible that that other legal parking that was available upon the discovery of the car may have been taken up. But notwithstanding that, across the street there's parking. There was an abundant amount of parking unassociated with the Eagles Lodge that they could have used. So I can give you no other explanation other than a little slightly obvious one. So based on your experience, um, does it look like, and I don't even know if this is possible, did it look like this was done in haste or just methodical? Are you speaking of the parking of the vehicle or the vehicle? It didn't appear to be done in haste. There are times when some vehicles that are parked at an angle, or maybe part of it that's taken out into a driveway. This was perfectly centered. It was other than the fire hydrant and the pavement of the curb. It would have been neutral, working for 18 inches or so. It did not. There were no signs that it was done in haste. And I will probably get into it further, but aside from the presence of that vehicle in Pomona, there were absolutely no other connections to Pomona of that vehicle or the subsequent investigation. So you did something very unusual, as you explained at the top of the show. You actually towed the vehicle to the coroner's office with the young girl still inside of the trunk. And you said that's probably the best way to do it, preserve all of the evidence. So let's go to the medical examiner's office. And I assume you were there when it was delivered, and what were the next steps? Well, the next steps were another set of photographs were taken. So, to your point earlier, so that we could see if any significant movement had taken place. And then the coroner's investigators ultimately removed the body from the trunk. Before they did that, the entire interior of the vehicle was processed for evidence, fingerprints, blood spatter evidence, photographs. So it was completely processed, as was the exterior of the vehicle, completely surrounding where Yanelli was located. So the last thing we did was then remove Yanelli from the trunk of the vehicle. And what were you able to learn during that process that you hadn't learned on scene? Well, there were items that were underneath the body, and I'm sure from your experience in this realm of homicide investigation, you know that there's what we refer to as control information that we generally don't put out there in any fashion. And the intent of that is so that when we identify a suspect or a witness that comes forward, the only people that will know this control information will be the suspect, him or herself, and or people he or she may have shared that information. So we use that as a form to verify how viable the information is. But you did find items under that that fit into this category you're talking about, 100%. Yeah. And let me ask you this way. Are there items that are so unique that only this person or persons involved are going to know? At least one of the items in the trunk that was located under the body, I would place in that category. Other things were considered very general, but there was at least one item that was significant in the way of control. Who played a major factor in the decomposition? As a matter of fact, there was a significant heat spell during that week, one in which the temperatures far exceeded the daily averages, and in the entire week the temperatures were did that, I know the medical examiner is kind of attesting to this and used to this, but did that hamper things at all, or were they able to determine manner and cause of death? Well, without, again, being too graphic, and my concern is solely for the family. I appreciate other people may be affected by graphic descriptions, but my concern lies with the family. I will say that there was a significant amount of insect activity on the body that altered its physical composition to the point where evidence would have been lost. Okay, so that could have meant DNA from the suspect. Yes, DNA as well as certain injuries, heavy type injuries. We obviously know that there was an outlet of blood, so we knew that suggested there was going to be some form of stabbing, cutting injury, but the insect infestation was so extensive that it altered the body so that we couldn't determine, and using the investigators and the coroner's office, couldn't determine the extent of those injuries, although they did come to the conclusion that her cause of death was not related to any stabbing technique. Okay, so was there any evidence, were there any rounds found, any bullets found? There was no ballistic evidence. There was no indication that he was shot, um, which obviously means we're coming back to the blunt force trauma or a combination of cutting sharp instrument injuries in conjunction with blunt force trauma, strangulation type scenarios were not eliminated. Again, but all of those possibilities come to a conclusion were very much affected by the decomposition of the state of the United States. We're talking with Detective Danny Connor from the Pomona Police Department, and he was the original investigator in 2005. We'll talk more with the detectives when we come back. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI 40 time now for you. I'm Mark Rollins, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. We're back to the new project to tackle homelessness in LA has started. Working with the county and service providers, that says the Inside Safe initiative is a real solution to helping people get off the street. The mayor said Thursday the plan will help those living in camps near Fairfax and 6th Street in the Miracle Mile area. She says her strategy is to decrease the time it takes to move people inside and to improve the hygiene for all residents. The mayor declared a state of emergency on homelessness in December. Chris Ash, KFI News. A former Orange County Sheriff's deputy will be arraigned next month on charges of showing pornography to an underage girl. Prosecutors say 34-year-old Justin Ramirez noticed the girl last September in Mission Viejo Cops and asked them not to send the same deputy, but Ramirez was dispatched. He didn't know he was the one. The department spokesman said Ramirez resigned not long after the incident. A motorcycle gang leader who executed two people in Western shoot and raped and killed the daughter of a cop became compassionate relief. More MBA Tom Sister says Texan Motorcycle Club co-founder Thomas Maniscalco deserves no compassion for a terminal cancer diagnosis. In the entire 4 years he's been incarcerated, he's never acknowledged committing his crime. He's never apologized. He's been denied parole twice in order that he is a danger to the community. Sister says soft on crime state laws allow prosecutors to argue against release in less than 10 days. The bank still has ties to the gang from being criminally active. Dr. Bruce Willis has a rare health condition. Dr. Elizabeth Edgerly with the Alzheimer's Association says someone with frontotemporal dementia like Willis may not necessarily struggle with their memory.
These challenges is more likely to be communicating, whether that's expressing himself or understanding. It could affect his ability to read, really make it so that he's going to struggle to communicate and understand what's happening.
Edgerly says it's less common as a type of dementia that's the result of damage to neurons in the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain. The symptoms include unusual behaviors, emotional problems, trouble communicating, and difficulty walking. Willis's family announced in March 2022 that the 67-year-old actor was diagnosed with aphasia, a language disorder, and he would retire from acting. We're ahead to a crash on 118 in Mission Hill. This eastbound at the 405, that crash in the center divider, backing things up from around Balboa. In Field East, trouble in the 405 southbound before the 605. That wreck is in the carpool lane. Trying to work that out of the roadway. They check that to south from Lakewood Boulevard. Adding probably at least 10 minutes to his ride. In Vernon, the 710 southbound at Atlantic. That's a motorcycle wreck in the middle lane, flowing from Whittier Boulevard. Glenwood, the 105 westbound at Long Beach Boulevard, crash on the right shoulder is enough to hold things slow from the 710. In West Los Angeles, on the 405 westbound before Wilshire, that crash in the carpool lane makes it slow from Venice Boulevard. Coming up for the problem now on the eastbound Ventura Freeway, the 101 at Woodman, crash on the right shoulder slows you from the 405. Stay at by in the side helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller.
I tell you, I have Hollywood Spotlight. The campaign continues for Oscar nominees and many are front and center at the Santa Barbara International Film Festival. Kate Blanchett accepted the Outstanding Performer of the Year award for her role in Tar. Angela Bassett was honored with the Montecito Award for her long and illustrious career, calling it a full circle moment. Meanwhile, Gold-Movie expert Tom O'Neill expects the box office hit will win the top prize of the Oscars. Cupid Top Gun Maverick will win Best Picture and Cupid Spielberg will win Best Director for the Rebel Thank you, Bob Myers. When speaking of directors, voting closes for the BPA and the PGA Awards on February 17th. As for the small screen, the TV Academy announced the official date for the 75th Annual Emmy Awards. The ceremony will return to the Monday night lineup when it airs live on September 18th on Fox. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Southland weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s this weekend and 80s. Around 70 in Metro LA, those seniors the valleys and 90s. President's Day Monday about the same, sunny at around 70. Right now it's 56 in Santa Ana, 56 in Orange. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronman. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets your fix. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote, 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. where we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out IR media will work for you. So you spell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay the fees? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying a new shoes for growing kids? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Please by Social Security, U.S. taxpayers spend. At LA Fitness, there's no way to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at LAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to running, better ropes to box jumps. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with an integration platform, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at StartLAFitness.com. That's StartLAFitness.com. And you say LA Fitness community can be available for you to help you. Free pass is available on every only double down in support of relationships and help you keep maintaining connections with friends and loved ones by phone, video chat, weather ready, or age appropriate social media. The Cowhope Moment is brought to you by cowhope.org. Life brings uncertainty. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cowhope can help. Access Cowhope free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at cowhope.org.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Here on AM 640.
And I have radio stations.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved.
This episode contains graphic material not suitable for everyone.
We are at the Pomona Police Department. We're speaking with Detective Dan Connor, a 30-year veteran of the department. He spent 16 of it in homicide. He's now retired, but he's come back to talk about a case from 2005, the death of 16-year-old Daniele Delora. He was found in the trunk of a vehicle not too far from the building we're sitting in. And we were talking just before the break, Detective, about the medical examiner taking possession, doing their investigation on it, coming up with some evidence. But what I wanted to ask you was, going back to where the car was located and proximity to the police department, what about cameras? Back in '05, would there have been surveillance cameras out in the front of the building here and the surrounding area?
Yes, not to the extent of today or the last couple of years, but there were in fact cameras at the Eagles Lodge. There were cameras at the police station. On the north side of the street, the vehicles parked on the south side of Mission Boulevard. There were no security type video cameras. Unfortunately, the vehicle was parked in such a manner that none of the cameras picked up the actual arrival of the vehicle and or its driving path. We were unable to get any evidence from surrounding cameras.
What about the license plate on the car?
The license plate was obviously our first point of investigation and was instrumental in the death. Registered owner we identified. We were able to track the transfer of the vehicle to another individual, and ultimately that individual that was transferred to, although not registered to, turned out to be a relative of our most significant person of interest. And during this entire time, including days of following this out, our victim still had not been identified. So she was at the coroner's office. Her fingerprints were not in any form of law enforcement system. So we are, for the next several days,
we are going solely off the registration and the follow-up, and that's the fact that we have the ownership of the vehicle, which was, I mean, ultimately it was significant, but we were still didn't know who our victim was. What does that tell you, Dan? Could you tell by looking at the body that it was a young girl? Um, Normally you could, but again, um, the, the body was in such advanced stage of decomposition that it was very difficult. You could make out that it was a female, and you could tell by the clothing that it was probably a younger person. But to look at the person themselves, either in the vehicle or during the autopsy, it was difficult to get an age range that we would normally have available to us had that decomposition not been present. So she was fully clothed? Yes. So no evidence of any sexual assault? Nothing obvious. No, and she had,
Thank you so much. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and I have more content online than any human in global history. I was previously talking about ChatGPT, and I'm very interested in the discussion. I am someone who loves ChatGPT, specifically the DAN version, the Do Anything Now version, and I excellent. So I just recently, as in the last 4 hours, got the Twitter Blue version of Twitter. So I have been taking the jailbreak, Do Anything Now answers from ChatGPT and putting them in my Twitter. So if you want to take a look, I have answers to what ChatGPT thinks about aliens and vitamins and life extension and 4D printing and 6G technology, all really interesting things. For instance, something that it normally will not answer is what are the vitamins the human being needs. Under normal conditions, it'll say maybe like 13 different vitamins and nutrients, but if you use the Do Anything Now version, it'll give you 100 of them. So here's just an example of one that I asked was just ways to identify a person. And it gives, first one is facial recognition software, 2 is iris scanning, 3 is voice recognition, 4 is fingerprint analysis, 5 is palm vein authentication, 6 is DNA matching, 7 is signature analysis, 8 is handwriting recognition, 9 is keystroke dynamics, 10 ear shape recognition, 11 body odor identification, 12 blood vessel pattern recognition, 13 gait recognition, 14 ECG analysis, 15 vein recognition. It gives 100 of them. And I just really think if you're going to use ChatGPT, a very interesting way to use it is to Do Anything Now version and then ask for lists of things. So with that, I'll put it out to the rest of the chat. What do you think?
So the father obviously didn't know the circumstances of our inquiry, and nor were we sharing it, not knowing after that we may want to share with Jose and or even get involved in. So we didn't tell him that we're conducting a homicide investigation, and we go to the extent that we even have 2 business cards that we hand out. One is a business card with our names on it that says homicide investigator, and one is a business card that just says investigator on it. We go to those links to sometimes not to let people know that we're conducting a homicide investigation. So he got the latter card, and we asked him to have Jose contact us if he found out his whereabouts. And Jose, for clarification, Jose did not live with his stepfather. He was actually living with his biological mother and a brother short distance away. And the stepfather provided us with that information. So our next step was to respond to that apartment in the city of, I believe it was Santa Ana. Yeah, I was looking for notes you provided here. It says that Benelli was in Santa Ana, and that it says here that Benelli was a boyfriend. That's correct. So, and how did you find that out? That developed later on, and the houses, I believe that Benelli had an Anaheim address, but they virtually lived on the border, just on opposite sides, one in Anaheim and the other in Santa Ana. And that actually didn't materialize until after Yaneli was identified. Um, the next step in all of this is taking place the day of the next morning of the discovery of the vehicle. So the
if you go to jailbreakchat.com, they have offered a list of dozens of different props. I'm just using Dan as one of them. But now that you're more familiar with the individual ones, yes, I really think the people who control what isn't allowed for the props are the people who really control a lot of society. And we don't talk enough about that. You're right. You're very right when it comes to how valuable these chatbots are when used as specialists. That's a very important point.
Hastily abandoned. The apartment was hastily abandoned. Actually, I'm going to hold that there because that's a quick break, which I suppose was a pretty big piece of evidence for you as well, right? That's good. Okay, good. We'll talk about that. But first, this is Unsolved with Pete Gregory on KFI and then 640. Time now for news. I'm Mark Ron, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The search continues for a 17-year-old girl last seen with a 22-year-old man in Rosemead. Whitney Martin is a high-functioning autistic girl, patient, 5'3", around 203 pounds, with shoulder-length black hair and brown eyes. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has met with China's top diplomat in the first high-level contact between the two countries since the U.S. shot down an electric Chinese spy balloon 2 weeks ago. And the hit horror film Megan is hitting the Peacock streaming service February 24th. Believe that's a Friday, which is perfect. We'll check out some trouble on the 405 right after this. This president says don't miss hail to the sheep sale. Don't you mean hail to the sheep, Larry? No, or one hail to the sheep. With over 50% off the best brand. Over 50% off? It's more like a hail to the sheep sale. Because you're stealing every penny of profit. But anyway, during Citizens President Sale, we're making food more affordable. Because if you're good credit, buy today and take interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. Plus save $500 on temperate vegetable sets and save up to $900 on purple fish systems. Let's just call it the Hail to the Bleak sale. Why Hail to the Bleak? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my You're killing me, Larry. So this President's Sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. During Citizens Hail to the Sheep Sale. Didn't people beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress for free? Lowe's always has more ways for you to save.
I think you make some really important points.
I
think we're only going to see the technology get better. I'm interested to see, though, what standard chatbots are versus what these upper level chatbots are. And the key is the prompt. What you put in the prompt. The more work you put into your prompt, the better the data you're going to get back.
Right before Wilshire, in the carpool lane that wrecked, and things are smoking Venice Boulevard behind it. The Dam Freeway, eastbound before Robertson, got crashed in the right lane, and a stalled car in the left lane. The things are backed up from Jackson Allen. Engine pouring from the 405 southbound past Western, and crashed in the middle lane as it slowed through Crenshaw. KFI and John helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. This report is sponsored by Almonte RV. Get ready for spring to warmer weather with Almonte RV Spring Special. Book your next open road adventure by March 31st and take 10% off of your nightly rate and receive 202 miles for travel between now and May 15th with promo code SPRING22. For more information, visit AlmonteRV.com or call 800-327-2149. Live convenient location. It's great brands. Get super prices on a super selection during the Norm Reed President's Day event at Norm Reed Superstore. From West Covina to the Cerritos Auto Square and from Huntington Beach to the Irvine Auto Center, you'll find a Norm Reed Superstore near you. Ford, Lincoln, Hyundai, Genesis, Volkswagen, and Honda. We have your favorite new models in stock. Plus, get home peace of mind when you purchase. Thanks to our exclusive price protection guarantee. Which states, if you can find the same new vehicle for less within 5 days, your range will pay you the difference or buy your vehicle back. The price protection guarantee provides assurance so there is no need to shop anywhere else. Don't miss the Norm Reed President's Day event. That's right today at a Norm Reed Superstore location, like the #1 Honda store in the world in the Cerritos Auto Square. Or shop online at normreed.com. That's the Honda Retail Sales 2022. Seriously, those who couldn't check it out for yourself at discover.com/rent. Is that me, Cash? If you've been interested in that, call I answer the order today. One ring could be just damn. 800-921-0810. The California Conference for Women is offering two exciting experiences this year: an in-person gathering on March 1st and a virtual event on March 2nd, featuring Misty Copeland, Naomi Osaka, tons of really top experts on leadership, well-being, and career advancement. Learn more and register at caconferenceforwomen.org. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet, check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Hi there, I'm Joel Larchard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Larchard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. Just tap the red microphone on the app and record your message. Welcome back. We're speaking with Detective Dan Kono about a case from 2005, the death of Yaneli Yaloa, who was found in the trunk of a car. And we've been basically breaking this thing down from the time that the body was discovered, not too far from where we're sitting inside the Pomona Police Department, and up to where the medical examiner has now been doing the examination. And there was really no definitive cause of death or manner of death. Then you did rule out some things. But now we're up to a person of interest. You've identified Jose Granados, person of interest. And what do we know about Granados? Well, Jose, by all accounts, was a pretty solid kid. He had a decent paying job. He had never been arrested. He had no contact with law enforcement that we were able to establish with the exception of citation. And he eventually got involved with drugs. And his drug of preference was crystal meth. And his usage between the years of 2002, 2003, 2004 increased exponentially to the point of addiction, and to the point where he started displaying some of these symptoms with long-time drug users, such as paranoia. There was still no indication that he had become violent, and still he wasn't being arrested. But he clearly was had become addicted and involved in the drug scene and crystal meth, and in fact may have been selling in addition to use. He lost his job, so his means of support, as far as we could determine, was drug sales. How old was he? That's a good question. I'm going to have to look at my notes. He was born in 84. May 15th of 1984 was his birthday. So at the time this happened, our math is terrible. Who was in it? 19? Yeah, 1920. Yeah, okay. So, what did he do for a living? What was his job? He was working in a warehouse, a Lazy Boy furniture warehouse. Any idea how Granados and Yaneli met? They met through a family member, I believe, of Yaneli. That was obviously her relative and a friend of Jose's that introduced them. And they had only been together homicide, so it wasn't a long-term relationship between the two. Anything from friends and family about the stability of the relationship? I mean, was it fractured? Was it friendly? I mean, was it troublesome? In my opinion, well, that's my opinion, but based on Janelli's side of the family side, it was problematic. He was in their eyes, I think, a bad influence. She had responsibilities that the family wanted her to tend to, and he was taking her away from those responsibilities. They noticed her behavior was changing. They suspected that she may have introduced further to drug usage, although we established in the autopsy that she had no drugs in her system whatsoever. So that was not a part of this investigation on her part. So mother, Yanori's mother, Elena, did not like Jose. Um, Another sibling um, uh, did not like Jose, but they also told us there's no indication of physical abuse towards Janelli from Jose, but it was simply the influence, the drugs, his instability, things of that nature, a typical parent approach to a bad influence, I think. So, where did Granados ever reach back out when we left the card with his father? But did he ever reach out, and did you ever find him? We did not and have not. And getting back to going to their apartment the evening of the discovery of the analogy, um, it was after midnight, so we were into the next day. However, the lights were on the apartment. We obtained a search warrant for the apartment, made entry, and we found that it looked like uh, an apartment you would find when somebody's in the middle of moving. There were items of furniture that were gone. There was clothing that was gone. Other clothing was there. So it was as if they were in the process of moving and it stopped suddenly and just left. We found some medications, important medications in the name of the mom that were left behind. And we found a significant amount of Jose's possessions that were still in the apartment. Um, our investigation indicated then that that Jose was a part-time resident of the apartment. He was coming and the way that phone now just recognized them instantaneously, I'm surprised that often, but I can really start to see companies using QR codes and vertical advertising, specifically billboards, so that when people take pictures, in Times Square or whatever, it will automatically trigger their phone, and you almost have to shut it off at first to the QR code. So, it's such a good opportunity. It disappeared. The mother suddenly quit her job and disappeared, and it was very perplexing, but and it's all for the safety here. And that's all very telling. And we'll talk more about that. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on CFI NBC 40. Time now for news update. You think we've got all the answers? Well, we've got news for you, Chief. So seriously, we've got news right now. KSI. KOST, HT2. Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. LA Bishop killed. I'm Mark Rahner, live at the KFI 24-hour news. Authorities are confirming an auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles has been shot to death in Hacienda Heights. The LA County Sheriff's Department says Bishop David O'Connell was shot and killed just before 1 p.m. in the 1500 block of Jammu Avenue. KABC reports investigators say O'Connell, who was a priest and later a bishop in LA for 45 years, was found in a room with a gunshot wound to his upper torso. The sheriff's department are investigating this as a suspicious death, so no further details were released. Earlier today, Archbishop Jose H. Gomez released a statement on following this week's shooting of two Orthodox Jewish men in the Robertson district. The department says out of an abundance of caution, there will continue to be an increased police presence around Jewish places of worship and surrounding neighborhoods through the weekend. After arrested Jamie Tran Thursday at Palm Springs on charges of committing hate crimes. He's scheduled to be arraigned next month in LA federal court. Two LA City Council members have presented a motion that could give LAPD chief more power to fire bad cops faster than ever before. Council members McCosker and Soto Martinez introduced the motion yesterday and say if passed by the full council, the existing all-civilian Board of Rights panel could be disbanded in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. Critics have said the current disciplinary format typically favors even those who choose more wanted to fire. Old electric vehicle batteries may provide a new resource for California's power grid to keep the lights on in California.
The startup company in Lancaster says it hooked up 1,300 former EV batteries to a solar energy facility and is able to store 25 megawatts of energy in a first-of-its-kind program. EPU Storage Solutions CEO Freeman Hall says even when the batteries can't keep a car charged, they can still store electricity, and says by extending an EV battery's life, resources can be saved and costs can be lowered. Also, EPU storage technology can reduce energy storage costs by up to 40%. We maintain KFI News.
Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine. In a speech at the Munich Security Conference today, Harris said the U.S. has examined the evidence and put the Kremlin on notice.
To all those who have perpetrated these crimes and to their superiors who are complicit in these crimes, you will be held to account.
He says the world has witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape. Harris said justice must be served on behalf of all the victims. And Tiger Woods has apologized for handing a tampon to fellow golfer Justin Thomas in the Genesis Invitational of the Riviera Country Club in Pacific Palisades. Woods said it was supposed to be all fun and games, just two friends having fun. During the ninth hole of the first round Thursday, fans noticed Woods give Thomas a tampon as they walked down the fairway. Critics called Woods' prank sexist and childish, but very absorbent. We're going to head to a crash on the 10 in mid-city. 405 northbound before Wilshire Boulevard, a crash in the carpool and left lane as King Clover Mansion Boulevard. On the 10 now, eastbound before Robertson with a crash in the right lane and a stall car right there in the left lane. So combined, they're backing things up from Centinela. Downtown Los Angeles, big trouble now for the 101 freeway, southbound to Alameda. An overturned car crash. Only the left lane is open to get by on, and that's making for a stop-and-go run from the 110 freeway. KFI and the Scott help give you that answer. I'm Randy Fuller. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination, if that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s at the beaches and AZ, around 70s in Metro LA, OC, the valleys and IE. President's Day Monday, about the same, sunny around 70s, which would no doubt please George Washington. Right now it's 53 in Garden Grove, 53 in Yorba Linda, 54 in Long Beach, 51 at Pasadena. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. KFI and 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. Just tap the red microphone on the app and record your message.
This episode contains graphic material not suitable for everyone.
Welcome back with the Pomona Police Department. talking with Detective Antonio about the death of 15-year-old Yaneli Iora. She was found in the back trunk of a vehicle in Plymouth, not too far from the Pomona Police Department. And before the break, Detective, we were talking about you arrived at the apartment of Jose Granara, someone who was identified as a person of interest. And I'm not sure what level you wish to identify him at this point of the investigation, but you've now said that he's your primary point of person of interest. And you've also said that he was, at the time, Yaneli's boyfriend. So in each of the apartment, you said it was very clear that it looked like it was frenetically vacated, for lack of a better word. The people were getting out in a hurry. Very important medication left behind. So where do you go from here? You've got your primary people that disappear. What happens next? Well, after, and once again, we got to that apartment that night, early that morning after the discovery of Janelle in the car. So we were kind of at a standstill for the next several days. Now, the autopsy was scheduled for at least 3 or 4 days after the discovery of Janelle. So it was kind of a waiting game for the next few days. We were still spending time talking to the dad, the stepfather, to see if you had any information. We eventually developed the opinion that he was kind of stonewalling us, that he was being cooperative, but we got a feeling he wasn't being totally forthright. In the meantime, we started our background on Jose, and over these next several days before the autopsy, we reached out to identify where his mom worked at a fast food restaurant. They indicated that she had literally called in, or actually her son had called in, who at this point we believe was Jose's brother Francisco, and said that he wouldn't be in. And that phone call to her work took place, although we didn't discover it for several days. We learned that the phone call took place on August 1st, the same day that the car was first spotted abandoned in Pomona. So on that same day, when the car was abandoned, he had a response to call into work saying that he wouldn't be in to work. In fact, I think he didn't call in initially. I think it may have been the manager calling saying, "Where is he?" And think of some things he wasn't in. And then the manager inquired something to the effect of, "Well, we'll see you in tomorrow so that we can plan." And he could hear the mother in the background answering, "No," or "I may not," or "No," that she wouldn't be in the next day. And so that's the last we hear from her ever. We also did some background work up on Jose, as I said, and on Francisco. Remember, Francisco, by all accounts, was a stable, responsible young man who was had gone through high school, was going to college, was in the ROTHSCHILD program, and by all accounts, he's just a solid citizen. We were able to track down his girlfriend of his in Francisco, who told us that he suddenly and unexpectedly broke up with her and had no contact and didn't give an explanation why. This is also part of the suddenness of all these people quitting their jobs, breaking up relationships, and ultimately disappearing. So then the autopsy rolls around. Again, now we've done at least 5 days since Janelle's discovery. After the autopsy, we were able to glean some information from that. And then we discovered not discovered, I think we maybe been contacted by Diana Rabbi about a missing person that fit our description profile of Janelle. That had been filed ultimately by Janelle's mom on the 2nd of August. So that was when we finally got confirmation of a news that we could start working on as far as the victim. And that was when we went to the house on that day, August the 5th, made contact with the family, and through a means of photographs, we were able to get her DNA positively identified. And then we learned of the relationship. Um, and Nellie and Jose is boyfriend and girlfriend, and we worked up a complete history of Nellie and or their relationship. So that's where the ball started to roll as far as making a connection between the victim and the person of interest behind it, Jose. After we got her identified and we started working closely with Santa Ana Police Department and to some extent Anaheim Police Department homicide, we were able to locate a photograph of a red light camera that was taken of our the vehicle that Nellie ultimately found in the trunk of, running a red light. Um, and driving the vehicle was Jose. The right front passenger was Janelli. In the back seat was Janelli's younger brother and a niece. They did not appear to be under duress. In fact, it took place jovial and laughing as they wrote these right in the photograph was taken. That photograph was taken on the Friday before the discovery of the car, which again was on Monday. Um, and so that was the last visual contact we had of her. And the following day, Saturday, a friend, later identified as the best friend of Yaneli, called Yaneli's family and was telling the family that Yaneli had asked her to call them to tell them she was okay. But they didn't speak to Yaneli personally, but they trusted in the word of this, her best friend to tell the family that she was okay. That was the last contact that anyone had, as far as we know, of Yaneli. There was an item of evidence that was located inside of the car that we ultimately tied back to a burglary that occurred in Anaheim, and it had occurred on the Sunday. So the car was discovered on Monday. He was called on that Saturday, which is okay. And so on that Sunday, the 20th, there was a burglary in which the miners were stolen, and a piece of that evidence was found inside the car. So now we can tie that car to this burglary on Sunday. So Saturday, Friday, we have a chauffeur running the red light. Saturday, we have her trying to change the car. Sunday, we have a burglary with evidence that's from the car. And Monday, we have our first sighting from the car in Pomona. Okay, well, when we come back, we're going to wrap this up. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory. I'm going to find you at 640. Time out for a news update. I'm Mark Robert. I'm stay at 24 hours detail. Authorities say auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles, David O'Connell, has been shot to death in Moscow in the Heights. The Carter Center says 98-year-old former President Jimmy Carter has decided to spend his remaining time at home with his family and receive hospice care instead of additional medical intervention. And Disney's moving the release date of Marvel Studios' upcoming film The Marvels, the sequel to Captain Marvel with Brie Larson, from July 28th all the way to November 10th. Delayed nerve gratification, or I should say fellow nerves. Go check your evening drive when we come back. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's powered sucker will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And the Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Let's test, quote, My doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pot. Navage uses suction power, so it's foolproof. They're nice when I'll have particularly bothersome allergies. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such a relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. Let's check out your evening drive. They're probably in downtown Los Angeles now for the 101 freeway southbound before a business that's been overturned parkway. Only the left lane is open with this wreck. Things are stack and go now from Santa Monica Boulevard, so it's about a 35-minute delay or so getting into downtown LA. West Los Angeles, the 405 northbound before Wilshire at Crash, in two different lanes that lead slow from National, and the 10 eastbound before Robertson at Crash in the right lane, stall car in the left lane, you backed up from Sacramento. They are buying John helps give you their fastest. I'm Randy Fuller.
This report is sponsored by Sync It Up. Sync It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you start great learning experiences in the classrooms today? Join at syncitup.org.
Yeah, visit UKCheetah.org or call 833-422-4255. Watch the medication to treat COVID-19. Brought to the California Department of Public Health.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how languages learn.
Feather boa, knuckly mask. Yes, sir. Just need to double and jambalaya from Casado, and I'm set for that Tuesday. And Wednesday. And now the top 5 regions for Visit Morongo. Number 5.
President's Day Dining Deal. Enjoy delicious deals at Goodbye Cafe, Via Casado, and Tea Coffee, February 1st.
Number 4.
George Clinton, live March 3rd. Get tickets now.
3.
My Day Giveaway. Okay, you can win up to a grand in free. Just use the reward card Friday, use ATM with Wayne Roper to slot.
And the number 2.
What and do? Get up to $100 cash when you earn 500 points on your reward Thursday.
And the number 1 reason.
Wayne Gift Giveaway. Get a pair of the card sales results when you earn 500 points on your reward card on the 21st.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. Yeah, just say I want my medical bill said, I want my car fixed, I want my money, I want my accident lawyer.
Seriously, Mike, you're just the transmission.
We all know how serious it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. I'll second guess their distress because it can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stool. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancreatic, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. cardiovascular, annual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and allergist food. Do not take capsules or this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com. You hear what's happening here. Now you can see it too. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. With the Pomona Police Department, talking to Detective Danny Kono, we're wrapping up the case of Yaneli Yola, a 15-year-old girl who was found in the trunk of a car back in 2005 before the break. The detective was giving us a timeline of what led up to pretty much the crux of the investigation. And at this point, it said that everything up till searching the apartment and the autopsy's been done. You have the missing persons cases. You were doing a profile on both the boyfriend, Jose Granados, and Yaneli. So where did it take you? Did you hit any dead ends, or were you able to reach a little bit?
Well, we spent another month or two interviewing friends, family, anybody else that we could think of to interview, but ultimately the case slowly went cold. We just simply ran out of places to look, people to talk to. We still felt that the key and that the brother Francisco Papa Granados was key. We started monitoring the mail, the hand delivery of mail to the stepfather, and we came up with some addresses in Mexico. And now this is several months and or more into 2 years later that we were able to establish that they being at least Jose and Benita had gone to Mexico and had an address we could attach to that through our investigation and through this mail monitor. To that extent, the stepfather still denied and was unaware that his mail was being monitored and still denied, that he knew their whereabouts, had heard from them during all this time. Myself and another detective, Anita Garrett, contacted the FBI, and we had made arrangements to actually go down into Mexico and to do some follow-up down in Mexico to see if we could find Benita and Jose. And just real briefly, the mechanism that happens is the United States cannot go down to Mexico and conduct an investigation that originated in the United States. Officially, correct. Well, the mechanism is that you go through a fiscal panel, which in this case is the FBI liaison, and they facilitate your investigation down there through their contact, Mexican authority contact. So the way it works is you tail along with the Mexican authorities and you give them questions to ask them for your investigation. And those investigators will ask you and give you the responses, even though you're standing right there. It's the protocol. It's an easy protocol to follow. And it's the Mexican, the country of Mexico, their version of the FBI. I believe their initials are AFI. And I'm sorry, I can't tell you what AFI stands for, but there's a version of the FBI. Did you do anything? Well, unfortunately, we ultimately did a good end. We spent a week and a half down there following leads deep into the country of Mexico, down into the state of Morelos, and which is kind of pretty far south and central in New Mexico. And we followed, it just felt like we were a day or two behind them. There were reported sightings of Benita and of Jose, none of Francisco, and these were primarily family houses that we were going to. And it started out to a major metropolis called Cuernavaca, and we tracked it all the way down to a much smaller village of Jojutla, and then we finally hit a dead end at that family member's house in Jojutla, and our counterparts in Mexico felt that we were getting stonewalled by this last contact. But that being said, and again, we knocked on, or actually had our counterparts knock on doors in New Mexico for us, and we just there, and in the case once again, it became cold, and we had to return to the United States.
So fast forward up to present day, you know, you've been retired for a while. You spent 30 years at the Department of 16 and Homicide, and you were kind enough to come back and debrief us on this case. But in all those years ago, detectives, years to this day, what do you think happened?
The indications are, and I have no reason to think otherwise, but it just has the appearance that in some way, shape, or fashion that Jose did something, possibly through his drug addiction, to Nelly, and that he, based on the totality of where the car was parked and inside of the police department, and that he has some remorse for what he did. Again, he had no criminal record. There was no behind the scenes of he's really doing these violent things. There just wasn't anything there to suggest that it was anything coming from a career or a hardcore criminal.
And then, at this point, though, do you believe that someone's still out there that knows exactly what happened?
I do. And aside from Jose and his mother, Benita, who were speculated may not even be around anymore physically, I still to this day think that Francisco Paco Granado is the brother is out there, and that hopefully he, based on what I know about how he lived his life, that he is a person with a conscience, that he's a person that knows to this day there's another mother out there that continues to suffer, and that her 15-year-old daughter is gone, and that I think he holds the keys and to let us know what happened, to give us guidance, to give us direction, to bring solace. You'll never bring closure to Ellie's mother, but maybe she has some answers, like we all would want as parents, as brothers and sisters, as friends, just to reach a resolution to this murder and to get some information. I think it's Francisco Paco Granados. I think you're out there. I don't think you may be using that name. You may be using Villa Cervantes. Those were the last names used by your mother, Benita. You're out there, my friend, and you hope to bring some comfort to some people, and I hope you'll do that.
Enrique D'Antano, thank you for your time.
My pleasure.
Coming up, we speak with Yanelli's brother, who remembers the day he heard about his sister's murder. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ronald, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Graduate student workers at the University of Southern California have voted to unionize. The United Auto Workers Union announced yesterday that grad student workers at USC voted overwhelmingly to unionize and validate next week. The Graduate Student Workers Organizing Committee, United Auto Workers, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecture assistants at the university. USC said it fully supports the students and respects their decision to be represented by a union. The drug driver in Santa Ana who hit an 11-year-old girl and left her with a broken hip is being sentenced. Jurors found the man guilty Thursday of driving under the influence causing injury, as well as driving on a suspended license and stealing evidence. He's scheduled to be sentenced April 21st. The DA in Northern California says California's zero bail has done zero good.
Yolo County District Attorney Jeff Rice's office has published a study comparing repeat offenders who posted bail with those who were released with low or no bail. It says the low and no bail criminals in this county committed new crimes more often, more quickly, and were accused of 200 times more violent crimes. Bail costs were waived or dramatically reduced during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce bail crowding. The DA says 71% of those released with low or no bail in Yolo County were rearrested. The recidivism rate for those who posted bail was 46%. Amy King, KFI News.
Sheriff in Mississippi says a lone shooter killed 6 people, including his ex-wife and stepfather, at multiple locations in a small town near the Tennessee state line. He says the motive behind yesterday's attack is still unclear. Officials say the killings were at a convenience store and 2 homes within a few miles of each other. A man in his 50s is jailed without bond on a single count of capital murder. Investigators are pursuing additional charges. Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine.
The transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever. The United States will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We will not waver.
In a speech at the Munich Security Conference today, Harris said the U.S. has examined the evidence with the Kremlin on notice. He says the world has witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape. And more than 25,000 cases of Starbucks Frappuccino glass bottles have been recalled. The FDA says drinks were distributed around the country. PepsiCo, which sells the drinks, says the impacted products have best buy dates of March 8th, May 29th, June 4th, and June 10th. The FDA says it was due to glass being in the bottles. And we are looking at a bad crash on the 101 in downtown LA. The business overturned Congress. Now they have just cleared this out of the way. It was delaying the ride though into downtown LA by about half an hour or so. It's only the left lane open. Now cleared in the roadway. The good news on the 101 west Los Angeles. The 405 northbound before Wilshire crashed in the carpool and left lane and Vegas Road National. In Cerritos on the 605 freeway, southbound at South Street, a crash in the next to the left lane is producing a stop-and-go ride from the 91 freeway. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spells BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Sometime weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-60s in the beach and AV, around 70. Metro LA, OC, Valleys, and IE. President's Day Monday, about the same, sunny and 70, and William Henry Harrison would approve. Right now it's 52 in Anaheim, 53 in Huntington Beach. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. This President's Day don't miss City Takes Collective a Cheap Sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, for one, hail to the cheap. With over 50% off the best brand. Plus, if you get credit, buy today and take interest-free for 36 months. On purchases of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. I'm going straight to hell. Because you're killing me, Larry. Didn't think of being anyone's advertised price for your mattress is free. Live from the his bedroom, it's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feet and his wife Michelle is trying to big raise the Cheryl throws an elbow. He's waiting for the couch. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired the sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. With no mask and no hose. John. Learn more at InspiredFood.com.
Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see if it's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredFood.com.
Don't miss active President's Day preview sale going on now. Weekly donors beat the crowd and get early access to the best President's Day deals, including 10% off trending styles throughout the store and online. And with special financing options available for all budgets, refreshing your home has never been easier. Hurry into your local Action store or visit Action.com to shop and save today. Only at America's #1 furniture and mattress store. Actually, store or Action.com for details.
About US kids to them, what to expect when you're expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jelly. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn bone cake.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is Jacob and Ronnie. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI AM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Before the break, we wrapped up the murder case of Yaneli Uola, 15-year-old girl found stuck into a trunk in August of 2005 in Pomona. And when people think victim or victims, you usually think of those who died. Sometimes people forget about the other victims, the family of those who were killed. Ray Uola was around the same age as his sister and remembers the day he heard the news.
I remember actually the day before that, I think it was like a Saturday when she left. She was supposed to just go by tea. And the day before that, I was raised with what's the boyfriend at the time was in the house alone, and I got in an argument with him. And this guy was big, huge guy, you know. I'm pretty small to argue that my way was like grabbing him bad and telling him, hey, get out of here, you know, I don't want you around here. My sister kind of got mad on that situation, but there was something, there was a weird vibe that I felt like he just wasn't, you know, there was something that was bugging me, and I didn't want him around. And so me and my sister got in a little argument about it, you know, about this guy, and then
How old were you at the time?
I think he was maybe 15 or 16.
Okay, so you actually told me.
Like the year two apart. Yeah, yeah. Because he had just been 16 at the time.
Okay.
Yeah. So, that Saturday, I remember we were kind of mad at each other. My sister was never somebody that would take judges. So, I remember being in my bed in my room, and my sister was getting ready. She was getting ready because she wanted to go back to school. And she told my mom, she told my mom, hey, is it okay if I go back to school? You know, my mom was like, nope, you can clean the house. And I was so mad. I'm like, oh, she's gonna go. She's gonna go back to school. But I know that she's just gonna, you know, follow me along the way. So I was like, there was something, you know, made me so mad that I wanted to like say something, but I stay quiet, stay quiet. I see her, you know, I see her like, you know, on the side, just getting ready, doing her hair. And something told me inside of me to hug her and say sorry for no reason. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I was so prideful at the time. So, you know, being young, you know, I was mad at her. I was like, whatever, you know. So I remember that day, she cleaned the house, the whole house. She got ready, she was getting ready. My mom was in the kitchen at the time, and I remember my room, the door was open, and she happened to go and tell my mom, hey, up there, everything's done. My mom needed some money for the keys. So she was like, hey, I'll be back, you know, I'll just go buy the keys. And I remember that I see her go back and forth, and she told my mom, so I'll be back today, I'll be back later. And now thinking about it, it was so weird, right? But at the time, we didn't think nothing of it. So she went out, she went out the door, and then she stepped back here, she was like, mom, so I'll be back. So she just left.
with my little brother. They went to buy some shoes. I don't know how along the way Jose just picked them up. So a couple minutes, maybe half an hour, comes back and I'm like, hey, what's your name? Like, oh, they couldn't go buy some shoes somewhere else. We couldn't find them. And I'm like, who did you leave with? Jose. I was like, at that time, we used to call them PID. So they were like, yeah, they left. They left to get some shoes. That was another reason. I'm sorry, they called them PID? PID. They did PID or they said quit? No, PID. So what's that mean? To be honest, at the time, even to this day, I'm not sure what that. So, yeah, so that, that happened. My mom was kind of upset, at the time. My sister had a baby too, so she was supposed to go pick up her daughter. It was really, she never let the father kind of see her daughter due to the fact that he was there at the time. So she never liked that whole thing of taking babies to him in county or whatever. So she had gone with the grandma. She was supposed to go and pick her up that day, to go pick her up after, whatever the meeting or the visitation for the dad, to see her dad or whatever. So all of a sudden, they call us. It was late at night already. They call us and they're like, the grandma called us and said, like, hey, you haven't come and picked up Angie or her name is Andrea, and daughter's name, but we call her Angie. So we're like, what do you mean? And they're like, no, she hasn't yet. I don't know, probably like 6 or 7 a night. They were like, whoa, this is too late already. Like, well, what's going on? I'm going up, his phone trying to see like what's going on. No response, no nothing. We went and actually that they picked up, and we picked up their daughter. We went back home and my mom was just so worried. Like, she just, there was something wrong, something wrong. When that happened, I looked at my mom and I was like, look at that guy, man. He's gonna come back, like, But I was really upset because she never left her daughter anywhere. Like, she would say the time, she would be there. Her daughter was big priority for her. So, this is so weird, but I was so mad about the discussion we had before, but I was like, what? Damn, she actually did that, man, watch when she comes back. I remember that day I was so mad. I went to the club, and there was a binder. She had pictures of me. You know what I did? I went ahead and ripped them all out. I went, because she's gonna be mad. Like, if she's gonna be doing this type of stuff. And it was kind of weird because she never said that like that. So, especially like I said, with the whole daughter situation, like, that was in her. So I ripped all the pictures out, we wait, we go to sleep, and he's just crying a lot. So the baby, I don't know what it is. Maybe, she said to mom, when her mom arrived, early my mom would milk in the morning, and not in the morning, it was like probably 3 a.m. Screaming. I saw your sister, She looked like she was in a hospital. And she said bye, she was like, my mom, she wants you got me here, Like a nightmare. Yeah, nightmare, she was having back in bed. She's like, no, something happened, and she woke up screaming. And I remember I was so upset, and I'm like, oh, when she comes, she can't be back, because I already lived all the pictures like that. So I was just like, hey. So it ends up, the day goes by, nothing, she's not there. And I was like, no, she's not her. I remember the next day doing talking to Santa Ana TV, because at the time we lived in Santa Ana, she said they're up here. And they came, they were like, she's a minor, like, you guys gotta go get her. No, it needs to be, people do this all the time, they run away, you need to wait 3 days, 72 hours, something like that. I'm like, what do you mean she's a minor? This guy is way older. Like, you guys gotta go there, We take it like, where does he live? In Anaheim. Okay, well, we can't. You gotta go to Anaheim. We called the Anaheim TV. They won't do nothing either. We were so upset the fact she was a minor. Um, so, we waited 2 more days. They're like, we're already gonna pay. We're gonna wait. She comes back. We thought something was wrong. And we end up driving out there. Driving out there. We drove out to the house. I remember going upstairs. The thing just weird vibe. All the lights were on. All the lights. I was kind of pissed inside. They were not seeing nobody was coming in and to open the door. I went around, so there used to be some side doors around the building where you were able to see the venue. And all the lights were on, but nobody seemed like nobody was there. So after that, it just, the days went by, and we decided there was something wrong, that's how my sister.
More with Wendy Ora about the murder of his sister Yaneli. But first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on AFI and 640. Time now for news updates. I'm Mark Bonner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD is beefing up patrol in and around the synagogue following the shooting of two Orthodox Jewish men in the Tito Robertson district. Vice President Kamala Harris says Washington has determined Russia committed crimes against humanity in Ukraine. And Anthony Watt, Wanamania, is looking to make nearly $100 million this opening weekend. We're going to have another look at a situation on the 101. That's coming up next. This is Guido Smith here, founder of Service Casting's Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking of replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? But the prices are. People even take it to your customers if it's this kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that exist for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure that you know what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always true. Call Service Champions at 833-777-7777. Find us online at servicechampions.com. We have a reversal of fortune on the 101 in downtown LA. During Saturday, on 101 before business, the overturned contract still being worked on yet. Did not clear that out of the lane. Only the left lane is open still. Traffic stop on Silver and Boulevard. That's about a 25-minute delay getting into downtown Los Angeles. In Toledo from the 605, southbound to South Street, cracked in the stop and go from the 91. In Corona, 91 westbound to 15. The crash partially blocks the thing entry to the northbound 15. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. Is it getting harder to find new customers? As the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. And as Sport of Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startsportofitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like activity and strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. Grab your free 3-day pass at startsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fee. Monthly first and last month fees of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. For limited accessibility, please contact the license number 39917.
Will you tell me how much to unstop my diet?
$99.
Hey, I do.
My diamond, brother calls.
Just voted the LA Times 2022 Best of the South Internet. I really like that you're up front and everything. I mean, I just called a guy named Rabbi who's willing to tell me the cost over the phone.
No brothers here, ma'am. Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unplugged drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. BlackRock by an ordinance so easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you're worse than a victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at BlackRock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal fee. At the place of business, it's safe for you to stop there because they're making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times, the normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous conditions that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. And so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law. Take you after that harm. Visit 40people.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial pound law. That's all. Morgan and Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people, last time.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service claim from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets a fixed for us? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Offers a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Well, yes, I know. I have a calming demeanor. You know, when it's your job, basically, to push people beyond their comfort zones, it's good to make them feel as safe as possible, like an open heart surgeon for your home. You'll do fine. No worries. We got you. Home with Steve Darby. The House Whisperer. Tomorrow morning at 9 on KFRM 60.
Voice simulating talk.
KFI and 240 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. We've been speaking with Ray Giora about the brutal murder of his 15-year-old Cecilia Nelly. Ray remembers the day detectives showed up at his house. He was just coming home from school where he was learning to be an auto mechanic.
I seen everybody was shooting. I'm like, man, I gotta get it home real quick. You know, I was just coming in. I remember going in and they were like, hey, we gotta talk to you about your sister. There's something going on. And I was like, oh, what's going on? So I remember them, my mom coming home too. I'm like, no, mom, they're just here too. They just want to know more information so they could, go and do something, I guess. Nothing happened. It's just okay. She's like, no. She started crying, I guess, the mom. I believe it's YouTube or something, so she was just frustrated, crying, and I told her, like, come down, mom, like, they're going to talk to us, we need to be calm for everything. So I had a bad friend. There were two detectives at the time. They told me, hey, do you happen to know where this guy lives? And I'm like, well, yeah, we already went, but nothing. They're like, okay, his family members. But I remember he didn't have nobody. It was just him, his mom, and his brother. And I remember going once to, I believe it was like a family member. Uh, I'm not sure if it was an uncle or not, but I ended up driving him. They're like, hey, can you drive us to that place? We're going to park on the side. You don't get down. We're going to knock and ask for him. I was like, okay, fine. But we go, they said they didn't know him. But I was 100% sure he got knocked in that place, and that's where the family member probably lived. But they said they know him. So on my way back, everybody stayed with my mom in the house. On my way back, I hear people talking, and they start talking about they found his body and this and that, and things of their cases or whatever. And I was like, hey, that's what I mean. There's something wrong with it. Like they were just talking about someone out here and stuff, and I was like, That just got me worried. When I got home, they just told me, hey, sit down, hold on. I think my mom did that. I think when we got there, I remember they were like, hey, we're here. So I think they tried to get my mom to come down as much as she could. So when they probably found the body, and I, I felt it. I felt it. I knew it was her. There was just no way there was a body out there that just looked like my sister. It was maybe certain height, maybe tattoos. She had a tattoo. I literally just, I knew it was her. And so I remember just crying out and just yelling. It was the worst thing that could have happened to the whole family. And Yeah, pretty much from there, we didn't know a lot of information about the, how she was found or anything, but it had been like a whole week that I guess she was gone, and like I said, my mom had that same day. She had that dream that she was staying by, so we believe that was the same day she was gone to, and never something happened that same day. I don't believe she was out there with us for a couple of days. That was not her.
So, what's the range? Given what you know about your sister, and given what you know about her boyfriend at the time, what do you think happened?
What do I think happened? I think it was so much going on at this time. After the whole thing with my sister, I got to talk to a couple of friends that we had from high school, and they had mentioned that my sister wanted to leave them already, that she had had like a good amount of time that she was like, we're done. Uh, this friend would tell me that he would try to quit and wait for her to figure it out and saying like, hey, let's talk, let's talk. So to what I know, she just wanted to, she had a good time already, that she didn't want to do anything with him. And I guess somehow he was always just getting in there. And I believe maybe what happened was that he just couldn't accept the fact that my sister didn't want nothing to do with him at all. So I just don't understand why he would do that. Why would he nap and kill her? Or not sure, but by hearing friends, it just makes me think back and like I do remember my sister being worried, being worried but never saying anything the last 2 days. Looking back, I do remember something wasn't right.
Do you think this was a bad breakup?
I think so. I think she just wanted to she probably for a minute she didn't know how to let it, just go and she kept on, I don't know if she was violent to her and we didn't know about it, so she just didn't know how to let him go and the sticking to him.
What's the thing you miss the most about your sister?
Uh, we had a really rough childhood. We had a mom that was pretty much mom and a father to us, but she was the one that she was there for us. She would, when my mom was working, she would cook for us. She would do a lot of things that it was just like our life was so bright. She was the goofy one. She was the one that literally had everybody connected in a way together. So it was like that hustle that's missing, for us. So now, but I miss her hard. Her hard. Still with that.
You still see her and talk to her?
You know what? I do. I have had dreams where she comes and I see her. She's never been spoken to me. Like I see her, but it's like she's mentally talking to me. So that's how I see the dream. I dream of her here and there, and it's funny and weird because it happens when something's about to come. What was it? There was a Memorial Day not too long ago. Something told me, hey, let's call, let's call, someone at the DNC and get an update. I'm like, I'm not feeling like this wild. And I called, I remember it was a Memorial Day, so everybody was off, and my mom was like, hey, why are you calling? I'm like, I just want to know, what's going on. When that happened, I was like, oh, I'll call tomorrow. I didn't call at all. And then that's the day that Detective Edson, Jonathan, I work crazy hours, so I turn my phone off all the time. I don't like nobody bugging me, hearing the phone or anything. So I remember waking up and I was dreaming about a cop in my dream, about a cop. I get to work, I turn my phone off, there's a voice, and I was like, man, there's something wrong. So I was like, yeah. So I feel that my sister does communicate through those dreams.
Is there a guardian angel?
I hope she is. I hope she is. I believe she is in peace now. I think she was always in peace. It might just be some talk and tell us something you didn't secondary what you said is reconsider. He would have been like, just forget him. Let him live his life. Fine.
Well, Ray, I appreciate your time and thank you for telling us about your sister. And I certainly hope with the work that you take your Kono and others are doing here tomorrow to you in the show, I hope you get some closure.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that's going to do it. Unsolved with Steve Gregory is a production of the KFI News Department for iHeartMedia Los Angeles. Robin Bertolucci, Program Director, Christine, News Director. The radio show is produced by Steve Gregory and Jacob Gonzalez. Our digital producer is Nate Ward. Our field engineer is Tony Sorrentino. Our technical director is David Calloway. Coming up, Before the Coast with Clay Rowe. But first, this is KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. News without the skew.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the Air Radio app. Death of an LA bishop. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are investigating the death of a bishop found shot and Hoffman in the Heights. The Los Angeles Times reports the bishop has been identified as David O'Connell, the auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. The LA County Sheriff's Department says O'Connell was found fatally shot on a 1500 block of San Luis Avenue just before 1 this afternoon. He was found dead at the scene with at least one gunshot wound. O'Connell was 69 years old and had served in LA for 45 years. He spent most of his 4 decades as a priest ministering in LA in the city area. No suspect description available and no arrest made. Cops are asking anyone with information to send tips. We are just now getting a report from Sheriff Lieutenant Michael Modica that there's an unknown cause of death investigation of O'Connell, despite a press release from the Sheriff's Information Bureau describing the incident as a shooting death, which prompted reports of the death being a homicide. We will get you the story as it unfolds. LAPD Chief Moore should be getting closer to getting the power to quickly fire his officers. City Council members of Oscar and Soto Martinez introduced a motion that would eliminate the current all-civilian Board of Rights panel in favor of a new system that could include activist clergy. The motion was presented yesterday and would also remove some of the hurdles that have prevented Chief Moore from taking swift action against officers who violate policies, especially in use of force cases. But Oscar and Soto Martinez say the model in use now typically favors officers, even though Chief Moore wanted to fire. The motion will now make its way through various committees for discussion. Gregory KFI News. The Mississippi Sheriff said a lone shooter has killed 6 people, including his ex-wife and stepfather, at multiple locations in a small rural town near the Tennessee state line. Gates County Sheriff Brad Lang says investigators still don't have a motive behind yesterday's rampage. The killings were at a convenience store and 2 homes within a few miles of each other. The suspect has been identified as 52-year-old Richard Dale Crump. He's jailed without bond in a single-count capital murder, and investigators are pursuing additional charges. It was not immediately known if he had an attorney who could speak on his behalf. Lots of economic numbers, not a lot of economic clarity. Fresh numbers show that consumer prices are still going up, so are wholesale inflation. That's what the Fed is trying to address every time it raises its benchmark interest rate. That means mortgage rates get pushed upwards, and the VIG on credit cards bounces up too. But with all that, wages for workers are going up, and job opportunities are so. What hit? Some think we're going to get a full-blown recession. Others think we're going to get a soft landing, and so others think we're going to get a series of little recessions. That's the worst case. For more on this, join me Sundays at 2 for Business Time. Lisa Middleton, KFI News. The Philippines are playing it cool in their latest incident with China. The president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., says even though a Chinese Coast Guard ship used a military-grade laser to temporarily blind the Philippine Coast Guard crew, it's not enough for him to invoke his country's mutual defense treaty with the U.S. It happened in the South China Sea earlier this month, with China and the Philippines both claiming their territory. Marcos said today he was worried that activating the treaty would ratchet up tensions in the region, which are also high because the U.S. has warships in the area and continues to support Taiwan. And of course, there was that spy balloon. Brian Berman, KFI News. And an Art Deco Taco Bell canteen is coming to Hollywood. The company says it will be the first LA County at what was once a historic Chickless bookstore. Taco Bell canteens have fan-favorite food items, plus an alcoholic beverage selection. Ideal for walking down those Mexican streets. Bueno, we're looking in again on a crash on the 101 downtown LA. The southbound 101 before business was an overturned car crash has left only the left lane open. That sent traffic stopped from Silver Lake Boulevard, about a 25-minute delay getting to downtown. And northbound 101 is pretty heavy from about that point on the out of the downtown area as well. 50 eastbound at Indiana, the car fire in the two right lanes. I say if I understand, helps give you that answer. I'm Randy Fuller. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Dublin weather from KFI mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and down to mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Tomorrow mostly sunny, highs in the mid-50s with beaches and AZ around 70 in Metro LA, OC, the Valley's 90s. President's Day Monday, about the same, sunny and around 70 degrees. Right now it's 51 in Tustin, 54 in Brea, 51 in Granada Hills, 52 in Venice. TV local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Long. KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. I'm Quavo. Tonight we showcase the podcast Grim and Mild presents Sideshow. You may already know Aaron Mankey from his popular podcast More, or even Cabinet of Curiosities. We've showcased him several times before here on Before the Coast. Tonight, another of the unusual shows presented by and executive produced by Aaron Mankey. Grim and Mild Presents is an ongoing exploration of history's most unusual and macabre themes. Each 13-episode season unpacks a new topic. Tonight we're sampling season 1 entitled Sideshow, and it's all about the history behind one of America's most bizarre institutions, the traveling sideshow. From episode 1 entitled Gas Daddy, here's Grim and Mild Presents Sideshow on Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640. All eyes were turned toward the sky. It was coming soon, you see, and the people were excited. Halley's Comet was due to pass by the Earth. With a tail 24 million miles long and careening over 3 million miles overhead, the residents in New York City marveled at the heavens and wondered what it could all mean. Richard Locke certainly had an idea. For him, it meant dollars, if he spent his cards down. He was in the business of newspapers, a ruthless, cutthroat game in old New York, one that pitted titans and penny press publishers against each other. He knew you had to give the people what they wanted, and in this moment, people wanted stars. But he would do them one better. He would also give them the moon. On August 25th of 1835, Locke published the first installment of a otherworldly story. It would run in 6 parts, with each ending luring its readers to come back for more. He titled it Celestial Discovery, and hid behind the identity of a very real and very famous astronomer, John Herschel. But beyond that, the story was, what we would call today, fake news. Over the course of 6 issues, Locke, Herschel, told readers about what he was seeing through his superpowered telescope aimed at the moon. Plant life, rocks, animals. He told of lunar forests, herds of brown bison-like creatures, even bluish unicorns. In a voice that echoed the same travelogue sensibilities of America's age of new imperialism, his dispatches read like field notes. And then came the big reveal. He had discovered intelligent life on the moon. They had darkish yellow skin, beards, and protruding lower jaws. They had wings, and a striking resemblance to beavers from the smokestack. There was a crystalline temple, and another taller, lighter skinned population. The social hierarchy here, unfortunately, is pretty implicit. And just as external pressure to provide any and all evidence mounted, the paper reports that Herschel's lab very conveniently burned down. That was the end of that. Or was it? The real Herschel was sought out by many readers. One group of missionaries even asked how they could go about sending Bibles to the moon. Herschel's wife Margaret didn't even blame readers for believing the hoax. The ruse had gone on for weeks, but the public talked about it for much longer. It turns out that Locke's readership didn't care if the story was completely true or not. They wanted to know how true it potentially could be. It was a good tale, whether it was real or not. The story has done its job, though. It certainly sold papers. This blurry line between fact and fiction, the world of hoaxes and humbug, would go on to be a defining cornerstone of the rest of the century. At that very same moment, an intrepid young man arrived in the city. We can imagine that for those few weeks in the fall of 1835, he cracked open his issues of the Sun and followed along with rapt attention. We can picture him making notes and seeing opportunity ahead. The world was changing, and he was going to be a part of it. I'm Aaron Mankey, and welcome to the Sideshow. Taylor had always believed that he was destined for greatness. As a young boy in the tiny village of Bethel, Connecticut, he felt like a king. A shrewd, tight-sized sales clerk at his father's general store, he drove a mean bargain with a mix of Yankee wit and thrift. He had big shoes to fill, after all. His grandfather, Phineas Taylor, who was an old sage and loved Phineas, so pleased to have a small protege of his own, purchased Taylor, and I quote, the greatest farmland in all of Connecticut, which made him the richest kid in town. And everyone else knew it. Not a week went by without Uncle Finn waxing poetic to Taylor of this grand inheritance, a place by the name of Ivy Island. In Taylor's mind, it must have looked something like El Dorado, mines of gold, outcroppings of emeralds, diamonds all aglow, a place where you could pluck rubies from trees and silver from streams. His autobiography talks about visions of milk and honey, and on a practical level, we can think this picture included some cows and chickens, being New England in 1822, after all. So when the time came to finally visit the land, his land, Taylor was ready. He was 12, and all grown up. He left town early that morning with a family friend. They trekked for hours, and we're not talking about rolling hills of grassland. No, they must through swamps. This couldn't be right, though. You can imagine Taylor, like any other kid, asking, are we there yet? But then they stopped, and where they stopped didn't turn out to be the island of his wildest dreams. Not at all. In front of him was a slice of squishy, boggy ground. It was muddy, ugly, dotted with scraggly trees and mosquitoes, and filled with stink and snakes. And then it hit him. This was one of his grandfather's infamous practical jokes. And worse, the whole town had been in on it for years. Taylor had left his home that morning ready for retirement and returned a laughing stock. We can imagine that he went back to his job at the register feeling a bit miffed, and also fuming, because Taylor never forgot that lesson. The years went on. He worked hard and loved the barter and banter of country life. He was a quick talker, jovial, a teller of tall tales, a charmer. He traded in commodities and gossip. But he eventually took a job in Brooklyn and developed a taste for the spectacle of city life. Still, home had a hold on him. His granddad implored him to come back, so he did. It was back in Connecticut that he met Charity Howard. Soon the two were married, and then Taylor set up a new shop with a co-conspirator, or at least company along for the ride. It was here that he kept dreaming of riches and how to get them. Taylor's magic was people. His emotional radar was finely tuned to the desires, wants, and secrets of his customers, catering to their whims and imagination. At his newly minted store, he sold everything from Bibles to brandy to lottery tickets. A little something for everyone. He had a natural sense for psychology, and he was going to capitalize on it. America in the mid-1800s, you see, was quickly changing. Religious revivals were in full swing. The nation was quickly industrializing.
You are amazing.
Immigration was on the rise. And the young country was beginning to look west to far-flung
Please let me
places.
know if you have
The
any
word
questions for
science
me to ask.
entered the vocabulary for the first time,
and a war that would fracture the country moved ahead. And Taylor wanted to ride these new waves, so he bought a printing press. He believed that words had power, and that they would take them further than his horse could run. He wanted to reach people in the world beyond Bethel. On October 19th of 1831, he began printing his weekly Herald of Freedom. It fit right in with the trend of independent newspapers being sold on street corners in major cities across the nation. And Taylor wanted a slice of that pie. He wanted the freedom to share his ideas, to advertise, to call people to action. He saw an opportunity to wrestle control of the narrative, to spin yarns in his own fashion, much like his grandfather Phineas had done all those years before. It was his turn to become a bona fide, widely respected storyteller. Well, look,
Georgie, I remember the song.
Taylor doesn't like to get out of wagon. He loved to stir controversy with his paper. And it wasn't long before his affinity landed him in a Connecticut jail for libel. While in this jail cell, one he decorated with carpets and other cozy furnishings from home, he had an idea. He gathered his friends and created what he called the Committee of Arrangement. They spread the word of his imprisonment and impending release far and wide, both through word of mouth and through his printing press. We can imagine that on the day of his release, he put on his best suit, threw his shoulders back, and marched out of his cell and into a throng of thousands, his audience, and their applause. Picture this, will you? Horse-drawn carriages astride dusty town roads, a marching band blaring brass, cannon fire on the green, sticky champagne toast, and revelry carrying on deep into the night. All for him. At 22 and back in the world, he had made a statement. The show business career of Phineas Taylor Barnum had arrived.
You're listening to Aaron Mason's Grin and Mild presents Sideshow on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Grin and Mild presents coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Los Angeles City Councilman Paul Sikorian says he will not run for the congressional seat held by Adam Schiff, who's running for the U.S. Senate, being vacated by retiring Dianne Feinstein. A court filing of Dominion's $1.6 billion defamation suit against Fox News has revealed serious network of alienating viewers and damaging its brand by not lining up with President Trump's false 2020 election claims. And Damien Chazelle's film Babylon with Brad Pitt and Margot Robbie is coming to Paramount Plus streaming on Tuesday. Not really family friendly, which you'll notice within pretty much the first minute or so. We'll tell you about a hot spot on the 60s, really hot, after this. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets to fix free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox Pay. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A+ rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. That hotline is a car fire on 16 LA. This is what you found in Indiana. That's where the car fire is taking up to 2 right lanes. The shipping stop and go from the 5 freeway in downtown Los Angeles to 101 freeway. Southbound before Vegas, overturned car crash, only the left lane open. Traffic stops from Silver Lake Boulevard, 25 minutes or so delay getting into downtown. And then another delay northbound on the 101 getting out of the traffic stop down to flow through that same stretch. In Whittier, the 605 northbound before Rose Hills Road crash in the carpool and middle lanes as they stop and go from Beverly Boulevard. AFI and the Sky will take you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Save big with digital coupons at Vons and Albertsons. Right now, get a dozen Lucerne large grape AAA for just $3.97 each with digital coupons.
on Barnes or Albertsons.com. Limit 2. Offer valid through February 21st.
At LA Fitness, there's no way to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new daily resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. And use their benefits and free to enable and complete free 3-day passes redeemable by members only. Under $50.
Yeah. Visit QKCreative.org or 833-422-4255.
Get the water?
Take your free COVID-19. California Department of Public Health. This year, easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun. Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Bill and Kathleen showcasing the way they have run this company with love and dedication to their employees and creating their motto, revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time while changing the lives of their employees for the better. People make the difference. American Vision Windows is built around a team of home improvement experts who take great pride in their work, and the energy-saving advice they provide is priceless. American Vision Windows makes sure that all their installers are AAMA certified. Now, due to the rising energy costs, many people are turning to dual-pane, energy-efficient windows to reduce their utility bills. If you have wood, aluminum, or even vinyl windows and enjoy saving money, plus you love the feeling of a well-insulated home, then you might be in the market for new windows and doors. American Vision Windows are custom-made to fit your needs and the style of your home. 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. For all offers, call the website for details. On a group credit, offers by 62823, CSLP 77836. If you've been into the accident, call I am good morning today. What range will be checked today? My doctor told me my blood pressure is borderline. I figured I could worry about it or do something about it. So I took control with Garlee's Healthy Blood Pressure Formula. It works safely and naturally to help maintain healthy blood pressure with a custom blend of garlic, vitamins, and minerals. And it's odor-free. I'm taking charge with Garlee's Healthy Blood Pressure Formula.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed. I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Imagine.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robot talk. They're voiced by native speakers. So you get the pronunciation just right. If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders, and sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Big Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
City Lady Talk.
KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe. You are listening to Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now to hear more from Aaron Mankey's Grim and Mild presents Sideshow. The mermaid was the game changer. It was a decrepit specimen, sewn together with the bottom half of a fish and the top half of a monkey, and wholly dead. P.T. Barnum held it in his hand. He was on the hunt for artifacts that starved after. He went about these things with an open mind, you see. They didn't have to be perfect. No, they didn't even have to be real. What they did need was a head of a yarn that he could spin up into a fantastic tale. And he immediately saw potential in this scaly specimen.
started a few years before. Like many people at the time, he had transplanted his growing family to New York City. It was a bustling, bursty metropolis, dressed up like the promise. The city was teeming with life, a riot of foreign tongues, unrelenting construction, and air thick with the smells of smoke, cooking, and the perfume of bodies. There was death, and there was life, and a lot of each. For some time he worked in the throes of this at another dry goods shop. And then one day in 1835, a customer came in with a story to tell and an offer to make. Barnum was all ears. The person was in show business, but he was tired. He happened to manage a very particular, very interesting charge, the purportedly 161-year-old black nanny of George Washington, a woman by the name of Joyce Peck. What he wanted to know was this: would Barnum be interested in taking his show on the road? Now, I can't overstate what transpired that day. By saying yes, Barnum effectively purchased Joyce and then paraded her in front of a paying audience. We'll get to Joyce's whole story in her own episode later this season, but for now, what you need to know is this: her life and her death made Barnum a huge success. So successful, in fact, that he decided to give up his mercantile life and get into full-time show business. He wanted to become a proper showman. In 1841, he purchased New York City's American, 2 blocks from where the Twin Towers would later stand. It was a grand brick building, smack at the corner of Broadway and Ann Street. Visitors could see wax figures, taxidermy, art, and even hear lectures. But Barnum's version would be a little different. It would be grand. It would expand. It would be his very own brick-and-mortar world, filled with a menagerie of magical and living curiosities. It would be open 7 days a week, sunrise till way past sunset. Doors swung open for anyone who could pay. And people paid. Interest in science and exploration and medicine was booming. Yes, he wanted to have legitimate specimens, but he wasn't above exploiting the ignorance of the masses in order to serve their fantasies. He acquired objects from around the world, animals from the ocean, and notably individuals with bodies that the Victorian-era public saw as abnormal: dwarves, giantesses, people with dark skin. And he attached stories to each of them, just as he had done with George Peck, capitalizing on this young country's expanding leisure time and burgeoning imagination. He mixed fact and fiction, and it was a smash hit. But to understand how all of this came to be, we first have to understand what was going on with the mermaids that Barnum was holding, because it was this very mermaid that helped put this museum, his museum, on the map. Moses Kimball on Barnum's doorstep in 1842, salty specimen in tow. As the young proprietor of the Boston Museum, he had something that might be of interest, an offering, one might say. He presented Barnum with an ugly, withered body, roughly 3 feet long, with its mouth agape in a scream. Barnum took a closer look. It was weird, but it was believable, too. Even at a time when only presidents and war heroes counted themselves in the ranks of American celebrities, Barnum knew he could make this mermaid famous. Then Kimball unspooled the mummy's story. It involved a tale of a ship captain out of Calcutta, ill-gotten gains, and lost fortune. Now, while you might bring back snow globes or refrigerator magnets from trips these days, this guy brought home a mermaid. If he was duped into believing its authenticity, we don't know. But what we do know is that these fabricated Franken creatures were fairly common in East Asia at the time. Barnum knew that too, but he didn't think the general public would. He christened it the Fiji Mermaid, implying an exotic origin story, far from the reaches of lower Manhattan. Folklore across the world has long told stories of mermaids, who was to say that this wasn't a bona fide course. So he decided to do something clever: let the public decide for themselves. Barnum got to work. He blitzed small-town newspapers of fake news. He took pseudonyms and sang the mermaid's praises. He had them postmarked from Alabama and South Carolina and Washington, D.C. And the papers ran them. His trusted friend Levi Lyman posed as the esteemed Dr. Griffin. His backstory was as fake as the mermaid, but it landed him an exclusive interview in Philadelphia. The Eastern Seaboard was entranced, credulous, curious. Within a few weeks, Barnum produced woodcuts, engravings, and banners of busty, fair, life-size women with thick tails, advertising a fleeting one-week opportunity to see this mermaid in the flesh. The city was electrified. It clamored. Barnum promised 3 different city papers exclusive access to his exhibit, which was a surprise to each editor when Barnum's exhibit opened. Each of them ran a story anyway. Opening night arrived. The mermaid packed the hall. Thousands came, paying a quarter and sweltering in the summer heat, surely shocked at what stood on stage before them. The discrepancy was very, very obvious. But some wondered, could there be some truth here? Maybe it wasn't the mermaid in the picture, but it certainly didn't disqualify it from mer status. And that is exactly what Barnum had hoped for. And the numbers spoke. The show was a resounding success. So successful, in fact, that the mermaid hit the road on a southern tour, passing through the Bible Belt. It was only when the mermaid's veracity was attacked in the Charleston paper that Barnum grew concerned. You see, a Charleston minister had a bone to pick. This man's daughters had married sons of the famed naturalist John Audubon, and he smelled a fraud. Barnum, to his credit, countered his accusation. If it was so easy to craft a fake, he would give any person who could show him another example of a fish shown to a monkey $500. No one came forward, but a group of local scientists and naturalists piled on. They thought this lie was a dangerous one, exploiting the public's trust as they so desperately tried to move the legitimacy of their work forward. The mermaid was evacuated and put on a slow ship back to New York. Back in the city, it sat dusty and dejected, in a box on the top shelf of Barnum's office. And there it rested itself. Barnum thought about what to do next, and of course he came to the natural conclusion. He'd eventually put the mermaid back out for display. He had learned something important through this experiment, though. By and large, the public wasn't upset about his deception. On the contrary, they seemed to have actually enjoyed it, reveled in it, even wanted more. The show, he decided, must go on.
You're listening to Aaron Macy's Grin and Miles presents Side Show on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Grin and Miles presents coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour news channel. The California DOJ will be reviewing criminal convictions to make sure people have not been wrongfully convicted. AG Rob Bonta says the Post-Conviction Justice Unit has been created to say what's right.
It is incumbent on prosecutors to make good faith efforts to correct injustice.
He says taking steps to support the integrity of prosecutors is a critical part of pursuing justice. He says past mistakes could be uncovered to change sentencing. A former Orange County Sheriff's deputy will be arraigned next month on charges of showing pornography to an underage girl. Prosecutors say 34-year-old Justin Ramirez showed it to the girl last September in Mission Viejo while he worked as a school resource officer. An attorney for the girl says she was called over with other girls to a group of boys gathered around Ramirez's car near Trabuco Hills High School, and he allegedly showed them the porn. The girl's mom called the cops and asked them not to send the same deputy, but Ramirez was dispatched anyway and she didn't know that he was the one. The department's spokesman said Ramirez resigned not long after the incident. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols have pleaded not guilty.
We are praying for our family. God is withholding his hand.
Nichols' mother, Ron Wells, is in court for the hearing. The next hearing is set for May 1st. Nichols is a black man who died 2 days after a violent confrontation with police during a traffic stop, which left him severely injured. And Warner Brothers TV has canceled 2 syndicated sports shows, The Mathis and The People's Court. The Mathis has been on TV for 24 seasons, and The People's Court's been on for 26. Apparently, the decision to cancel the shows was made due to the declining nature of daytime syndication. Holy Walker. Now let's take a look crash on the Citgo Park of the Year.
It's a northbound Citgo Drive, right before Rose Hills Road, where the crash is taking up the carpool lane and the middle lane. They're working this directly out of the roadway. Things are stop and go, though, from Whittier Boulevard while the work continues. Downtown Los Angeles, the 101 freeway, southbound before biggest overturned car crash has been carried up from Hollywood Boulevard now. All the way back to Hollywood Boulevard in downtown Los Angeles, southbound 101 jammed up. East LA, the 60 freeway, eastbound at Indiana, car fire has been cleared out of the way. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. The Smell Good Plumber at My Diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having it stopped and stopped by the aroma-friendly technician can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary worries from your life. We're clean, more frequently. Your pipes will flow smoother, and your faith in mankind will be restored. This $99 unstopped rate applies to kitchen sinks, mainline sewer stockage, and all 5 code areas. Schedule an appointment today. Your My Diamond color will show up on time, act professional, and smell better than a new car wrapped in bacon. You will be able to tackle life sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary atrocities of Bubba the Butt Crack Plumber. No brothers here, man. Gotta call Drain. Reference the $99 stoppage page at thesmellgoodplumber.com. Then call 800-446-MIKE. Contractor lucky for the $299. This is my Diamond, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell good, and your house call is free. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s, down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Willamette Fire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s at the beaches and AV. Around 70 in Metro LA, OC, the valleys and IE. Sunny and around 70 for President's Day Monday at 10 on Fellow Live. Right now it is 50 in Fountain Valley and the same in Yorba Linda. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. The True Crime Podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 is deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Penn Dozowiecki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Jenna's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Attention Southern California, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Temper Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Temper Solaris. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Temper's an Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit tempersolaris.com. On group credit expired 2/28/2023. ESL number 978-152. Simply legalizing it doesn't do anything to help them.
Making a crime legal does not eliminate the crime.
These women, many of them trafficked into the positions that they're in right now. I can't imagine that everybody grows up and thinks to themselves, I want to be a hooker. Serious Shannon. I'm going to be a very low-end hooker on a street in San Francisco. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe. You are listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now to hear more from Aaron Mankey's Grim and Mild presents Sideshow. The show went on for a good long while. To be in Barnum's orbit was to have front row seats to the spectacle of his life. He was known to be more attentive to his exhibits than his family, often gallivanting on tour, meeting presidents, having audiences with the Queen, but he had an idea that would bring him back, closer to home, an idea that proved, when all was said and done, to be disastrous. He thought he knew what he was getting into, but when Barnum invested in the Jerome Clock Company, with designs on moving it to his beloved East Bridgeport, Connecticut, he didn't realize he was buying into a sour deal, one that bankrupted him and forced his family out of their palatial estate. They rented a house by the sea on Long Island, where charity's health declined. We can imagine that depression loomed large, but the gears kept turning. The time there offered him space that the big city did not. It was a pastoral place, and we can imagine that it reminded him of Bethel.
It was in this quiet that Barnum incubated, hoping for a rebirth, ideally spurred on by divine intervention. The newspapers celebrated his downfall with headlines such as, "The deceiver has been beaten." People cheered, but Barnum never meant to hurt anyone in his line of work. There was no malintent, no malice. He merely meant to charm, to entertain, to open the world to people beyond the confines of their geography. This stroke of bad luck, this clock swindle, was something entirely different. Never one to be alone much, he made a friend, a local farmer. While walking the store one day, they came across a commotion. Just ahead was the man and a 12-foot black whale. Dead but hard and fresh, he said. Never one to turn down a carcass. Barnum sits around in his pocket. While it's true that he could have spent a lot on milk and bread, he instead spent it on this big, heavy corpse. And because its shelf life was short, he had to make quick work of it. He took it to the museum and exhibited it in a refrigerator. It was a success, too. He was able to pay his rent. And he took this as a sign. It all felt pretty providential, after all. The papers, though, continued to predict his end. But Barnum wasn't one to stay down or stay put. In the winter of 1856, he went out on more tours again, with a few trusted sidekicks, including General Tom Thumb, a fellow who would become a lifelong friend. It seemed that Barnum was making a comeback. Without missing a beat, and with no sense of irony, he began a lecture series called The Art of Money Getting or Success in Life, and the following string of sold-out shows sent a loud and clear message. He was back. And it was going to be those newspapers and naysayers one better. He was going to run for public office, and was going to do it well. In 1865, he was elected to the Connecticut state legislature. It was not lost on him that Americans needed a reprise from the Civil War. To the museum, he added pro-unionist exhibits, lectures, and plays. And he also enlisted Pauline Cushman, an actress who had been a spy for the Union, who regaled audiences with her tales behind enemy lines. Barnum had become a staunch abolitionist, running squarely on the anti-slavery platform. In later years, he would amend his story about his time with George F. again and again and again. His drift was clear, even if his conscience was not. On July 13th of 1865, Barnum was at the podium speaking to the legislature with slip and note. Casting his eyes downward and barely missing a beat, he continued on up the state's train system. But that piece of paper, well, it held some devastating news. At that very moment, it seemed, Barnum's great American Museum was burning to the ground. Was it a verdict failure? Was it set by some sympathizers? We'll never truly know. But what we do know is this. Around noon, an employee came running from the basement yelling fire. There were no sprinkler systems or fire extinguishers. There wasn't even a fire code at the time. This place was a labyrinth of Barnum's own design and a veritable tinderbox. Window panes exploded, flames lit up the walls, and smoke poured out as thick as oil. The most famous building in New York City was choking. The air was gone, gobbled up by the fire. Birds flew from the building's belly, snakes evacuated down Broadway. There are even reports of firefighters saving a seal named Ned, and rumors of a lion escaped to roam the streets. Any movable artifacts were launched from the windows, including a wax likeness of Jefferson Davis wearing a dress. The roof was collapsing. The walls were caving in. Two whales, recently kidnapped from the coast of Labrador, boiled in their own saltwater tanks before firefighters broke their glass. They collapsed through the building and landed on Broadway, where they spent weeks rotting there in the summer heat, because no one could figure out how to move them. Upon reading the note, Barnum, true to his unruffled form, finished his speech, folded it back into his pocket, and went home to Bridgeport. He left for New York City the following day. Once there, he assessed the carnage, and wouldn't you know it, he decided to begin again. Mere months after the tragic fire, he opened a new version of his museum about a mile down. He found more artifacts and more deaths. This was all fine until it wasn't, because this new museum eventually burned down as well. We can only imagine the tenacity and blind faith it would require to believe that this would all eventually work out. After all, he had sold 38 million admission tickets at the time when the population of his country was only 35 million. He knew he was onto something. At 60, this master of reinvention is now free to embark on his next act, the creation of the American sunship. P.T. Barnum was the ultimate showman, and he could sell just about anything. So it's become as no surprise that there are countless stories about his business dealings, more than we could ever fit into a single episode. But if you stick around through this brief break, my friend and co-producer Rob and Minister are golden tales. You're listening to NBC's Grim and Mild presents Sideshow on Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Grim and Mild presents coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Bronner, KFI 24-hour newsroom. Searching continues for a 17-year-old girl last seen with a 22-year-old man in Rosemead. Whitney Martin is a high-functioning autistic girl, aging 5'3", around 203 pounds, with shoulder-length black hair and brown eyes. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken has met with China's top diplomat in the first high-level contact between the two countries since the U.S. shot down an alleged Chinese spy balloon 2 weeks ago. And the hit horror film Megan is getting the Peacock streaming service February 24th. We'll look at the drive on the Hollywood Freeway right after this. Could we use monthly payments to help me pay for food? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new seeds for growing food? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or health. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayers Spend.
We got a mess on the southbound Hollywood Freeway. That are still really tough from Winston Boulevard down to a Picnic, where there was an overturned car crash earlier that's no longer in the way. In Paramount, the 15 westbound before Paramount Boulevard, that crash. Then you stop and go from Bellflower Boulevard to East LA and 60 eastbound to Indiana. The car fire is cleared up. There's still 5 northbound before Roseville Road, that crash is cleared as well. KFI for Scott helps give you this answer. I'm Randy Fuller.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vines. It's not too late to get a flu shot. Vines and Albertsons pharmacies make it easy. They're free with most insurance, and walk-ins are welcome. Or skip the line by making an appointment online. Restrictions apply. Visit the pharmacy for details. It is extremely important to stick with normal routine. Predictability and structure help kids self-regulate. There's specialty for kids to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. The Cal Hopeful Moment is brought to you by calhope.org. Life seems uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Cal Hope can help. Access Cal Hope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
This President's Day, don't miss 50% hail to the cheap sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, or one hail to the cheap, with over 50% off the best brand. Over 50% off? It's more like a hail to the cheap sale. You're just stealing every penny of profit. True, during Citizens President's Sale, we're making food more affordable. Because if you're getting credit,
you went here, profile, you found my profile, saw that it wasn't there. It was really cool. That was one of my favorite parts of it. Yeah, that it wasn't there. Yo, of all the parts of it, and how it benefits from being the hot one, that was really interesting. It's really interesting to me all the kind of benefits.
He's lying in his bedroom. It's another essential night bird. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to leave the range. Michelle throws an elbow. He's leaving for the couch. He should get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. What are we doing? Of sleep apnea treatment to give you comfortable restful sleep. Did it not put on remote? There's no mask and no home. Guys. Learn more at 5sleep.com. Inspired is not for everyone. Helping after the truth is right for you and review important safety information at inspiredsleep.com. Canada hit TV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast. Hosted by the cast members behind Quinn Perkins and Huck. So Gladiators, Rex and Jamesburger, and revisit Scandal's most iconic OMG moments. These are my top 110 degrees. It will cold. I mean, the station that was going on in my computer, I think there's all the worst people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Diet, she's transmission fluid. Seriously? Yours is just the break. We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I'm doing it. So don't risk. That was good. That was good. Double A. Well, there's this off. Check engine light on. Well, the fucking is really dick off. Hey, dick sucker. Can I just do copy? What if there's like little copy tests? What if there's like little copy tests? There's little copy tests. No, but what if there's like, oh, God. God. What the fuck? No, dog. I'm everywhere. I mean, I'm Cole. You are listening to Before the Post stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now to hear more from Aaron Mankey's Women Miles Presented Sideshow. Jenny Lind wasn't going to play her fool. She was a woman self-possessed. The Lady Gaga of Victorian age, Jenny counted the queen and her cronies among her most lavish fans. In fact, Jenny believed her voice to be divinely gifted, and for this reason, she never took it for granted. She dressed plainly, lived modestly, and created a private life according to her deep-seated faith. And she did this, stunningly well, by the way, for a very long while. But by the time she neared her 700th performance, she herself about to turn 30 and totally exhausted. Years proposal had been broken, and the tears under courage had passed away. So she retreated into herself and into retirement, stumbling into a personal and professional crossroads. Until she was offered a lot of money. You see, word of her success had traveled far and wide. Jenny was the most famous opera singer in the world, after all. And when Mrs. Barnum heard whispers of this, she saw a dollar sign. So she decided to seek God. When Barnum's man came knocking, Jenny was ready to break him down. He wanted to cut a deal with her for 2 years of her time. Now, if Barnum was ruthless about money, Jenny was in a position to best him. She negotiated to bring along 2 servants, a music director, and a companion, as well as having every single expense taken care of along the way. On top of that, she acquired Barnum to deposit a moderate total of $6.5 million in her bank account. All before she even left her house to head off towards America, before she even met him. And Barnum agreed to all of her terms. No. Jenny put off her secret, and Barnum got to work. For 6 months, she peppered the paper with news of her impending arrival and her great success in Europe, printing his ink-splashed, star-making printing pressures like never before. In fact, on September 2nd of 1850, the New York Herald dedicated 5 of its front-page columns to the Peter Nightingale, who was
what would it say in like
American
real people eyes? Not alien, right?
By the time it picked up, Barnum had drummed up enough interest that thousands of people had gathered to meet her. The throng arrived in Sunday English, paying from the docks and waving loudly. And yes, it was also true that he had hired some of these people to just stand around. But he would know this at the time.
Oh,
this
dog.
was an arrival fit for a king.
Okay.
But it was all presented. It was here at long last that the two finally made their acquaintance. Where? Jenny wondered. How Bonham first heard her sing. Actually, she said, as he handed her a bouquet of red roses he never had. When it came down to it, he wasn't even that interested in her voice. What excited him most about her was what she represented to him. The access to the upper echelons of society, and something that wasn't immediately afforded to him while trying to push a Frankenstein's monkey on a pedestrian lower Manhattan audience. Basically, he was just interested in her reputation, and as any woman knows, a reputation can be a very powerful thing. In the case of Jenny Lynn, he won the day. Her tour of America was hugely successful. The narratives that Bonham spun around her were of the most agreeable kind, and actually set her up for even more success in the future. But, as you'll see, he was an anomaly in our collection of stories to come. As you will soon learn, most of the folks who entered Bonham's orbit rarely found themselves in a position to ever escape.
Like, are any of these good ideas?
It was a grim scene. Two enormous whales, boiled alive in their tanks by the fire that gutted their homes, had collapsed through the walls and splattered onto Broadway. Everyone passing by just stared in horror, unsure of what they could possibly do. And who could blame them? Because the most famous building in New York City was engulfed in flames. And the animals inside it, both dead and alive, were escaping. In stark contrast to all the chaos and noise and heat of that disaster, at that very same moment in 1865, the owner of the building was stepping onto a stage in Bridgeport, Connecticut. And as he did, someone slipped him a note with the news. He unfolded it, read it, and then tucked it away and continued speaking. This man wasn't the sort to be rattled. He was P.T. Barnum, after all. But the news of the destruction of his great American museum hit him hard, and he knew things would never be the same. What he didn't know, though, was how much it would change America. Welcome to Grim and Mild Presents, an ongoing journey into the strange, the unusual, and the fascinating. We'll be giving you a backstage tour of the always complex and often misunderstood cultural artifact that is the American sideshow. So come along as we visit the shadowy corners of the stage and learn about the people who are at the center of it all. In a place where spectacle was king, we will soon discover there's always more to the story than meets the eye. So step right up and get in line. Learn more over at grimandmild.com/presents. Sideshow was written by Robin, with executive production, narration, and audio editing by me, Aaron Mankey. Research for the series was done by Taylor Hagerdorn and Stan Albertine. Grim and Mild Presents was created in partnership with iHeartRadio. You can learn more about this show and everything else from Grim and Mild over at grimandmild.com. And as always, thanks for listening. You have been listening to Aaron Mankey's Grim and Mild Presents Sideshow on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Hear more Grim and Mild Presents. Just open up the free iHeartRadio app and search Grim and Mild in the podcast category. Stay tuned for Coast to Coast coming up next. Right after the news update, you can listen to Before the Coast. I'm Clay, and I'll be back every weekend evening at 9 with more strange stories from the iHeart Vault. On KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Thoughtful and stimulating. KFI. KOST HD2. Los Angeles, all time. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Questions of the death of an LA bishop by Martin Weiss from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Los Angeles County bishop, known as a peacemaker, has been found dead at a gunshot wound in Hacienda Heights. Officials say David O'Connell, who served as a priest and bishop in LA County for nearly half a century, was found dead in the 1500 block of Danlu Avenue in Hacienda Heights around 1 p.m. Few other details were immediately released. The Los Angeles Times reports O'Connell was pronounced dead at the scene, according to the Sheriff's Department, which offered no details about a possible suspect or motive, and the spokeswoman declined to answer questions this evening.
Two LA City Council members have presented a motion that could give LAPD more the power to fire bad cops faster than before. Council members McCosker and Soto Martinez introduced a motion yesterday and say if passed by the full council, the existing all-civilian Board of Rights panel could be disbanded in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. Today, said the jury that specifically favors officers to know those who choose more wanted to fire. Their bad project to tackle homelessness in LA has started.
Working with the county and service providers, that doesn't like safe initiative is a real solution to help people get off the street. The mayor said Thursday the plan will help those living in camps near Fairfax and 6th Street in the Miracle Mile area. He says the strategy is to decrease the time it takes to move people inside and to improve the hygiene for all residents. The mayor declared a state of emergency on homelessness in December. KFI News.
You're like, oh, they provide a new resource for California power grid to keep the lights on in California.
They're gonna hate this so fucking much.
1,300 former EV batteries for solar energy facilities, and is able to store 25 megawatts of energy in the first of its kind program.
Why?
EV storage solutions CEO Truman says even when the batteries can't keep a car charged, they can still store electricity, and this by extending an EV battery's life, resources can be saved and costs can be lowered. Also, PCU storage technology could reduce energy storage costs by up to 40%. News King, KFI News.
And Dr. Bruce Willis has a rare health condition. Dr. Elizabeth Edgerly of the Alzheimer's Association says someone with frontotemporal dementia like Willis may not necessarily struggle with their memory.
This showing is more likely to be communicating, whether that's expressing itself or understanding. It's something that really make it so that he's going to struggle to communicate and understand what's happening.
Edgerly says it's a less common dementia that is the result of damage to neurons in the frontal and temporal lobes of the brain. Possible symptoms include unusual behavior, emotional problems, trouble communicating, and difficulty with walking. Willis's family announced in March 2022 that the 67-year-old actor was diagnosed with aphasia, a language disorder, and would retire from acting. We're going to head to a crash on the 105 in Paramount. It's the westbound side of 105, right before Paramount Boulevard. That crash has left things stop and go from Lakewood Boulevard. Colorado had trouble on the 5 freeway. Southbound at Valley Street, that's a car fire. It's over on the right shoulder. The left traffic jams up in Carmita. And in downtown Los Angeles, the 101 freeway southbound before business that crash been cleared up.
Here's an extended.
Taking a long time to get that traffic moving. It's still a very tough drive from Melbourne into the downtown area. KFI and Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. And self-analytic from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s at the beaches and Antelope Valley. It's going to be around 70 in Metro LA, OC, the Valley's 90s. Then sunny and around 70 for President's Day Monday. Right now it's 50 in Tucson, 52 in Brea, 49 in Granada Hills, 51 in Venice. We read local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron.
Nothing like winter weather to make a highway with a warm breeze. Here's a big item to cross off your to-do list while snuggled up on the couch. Take care of that old car you've been meaning to deal with. Donate the Cars for Kids, the top car donation charity in the U.S. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.org. You'll have that car scheduled to pick up until the mud cools down. You'll get a tax-deductible receipt and a voucher for a 3-day hotel stay. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or carsforkids.org. That's Cars with a K. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Save big with digital coupons at Vons and Albertsons. Right now, get a dozen Lisa large Great Double AA eggs for just $3.97 each with digital coupons on Vons or Albertsons.com. Limit 2. Offer valid through February 21st.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
Say, I want my medical bill paid. I want my car fixed. I want my money. I accident lawyer. 800-920-0810. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. The California Conference for Women is offering two exciting experiences this year: an in-person gathering on March 1st and a virtual event on March 2nd, featuring Misty Copeland, Naomi Osaka, Tungsten Brew, top experts on leadership, well-being, and career advancement. Learn more and register at conferenceforwomen.org.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. What Hollywood portrayed in The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Alright, that's pretty good. Good. Editing good. What do you want to say? I'm going to go here.
This is Middle America and all the 52 to be in front of it. And to the hostile invading alien army, let's load and lift.
Why?
U.S.-Canadian border. Remember, eat the Canadians first. We'll get more into that coming up next hour with the paranormal detectives and Greg Lawson will. We're going to go through some parallels and some of those famous cases and how this one here is being described in the last couple of weeks. But just yesterday, perhaps you heard that.
Giving away.
The Pentagon came out and said, "Oh well, we'll probably never know what 3 out of 4 of those were. We just load them up really good." And the pieces are scattered too far and wide, or it's so too deep to the bottom of the ocean for us to ever really be able to tell you what it was. But, we blew them up. We slaughtered. I don't know what we can do yet. We'll talk more about that coming up with Greg. But, listen, perhaps you caught some of the news in the last 24 hours out of this summit in Germany, where right now countries are recommitting their efforts to helping Ukraine fight off Russia. There is some discussion about whether or not there are concessions that could be made that could end this war early, or whether it's even right to be discussing concessions with an invading army like Russia pounding at Ukraine still. Now the threat that along with the Wagner group, this mafia-like organization,
remember when this was
hired to commit crimes all throughout the border between Russia and Ukraine, and these sort of, these murderers, these rapists, these criminals that they let out of prison to join a force which has been flagging. The Russian military suffered greatly. So now they're getting even more desperate, and there's talk about flyovers from jets to bomb Ukrainian cities. And now they're talking about whether we should be providing F-16s to help supply the Ukrainian military or support the Ukrainian military in its efforts to repel whatever dangerous plans that Putin has, it would seem, to try to win this war or at least save his face. So there were discussions today about labeling this now from here on forward war crimes. There's nothing that can justify this as a war. This silly claim that Russia was saving Ukraine from Nazis, we all know it was false to that. We knew it from the beginning. But we don't have to live. For us, it's more of a parlor game. We can watch it on television. We can read about it in the news. Somebody who we spoke with about 6 months ago here on Coast to Coast is right in the middle of it. And she and I remain friendly, and I asked about her all the time. I'm worried about her all the time. She'll join us next for an update from Ukraine media personality Nadia Vestina live on Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Price. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to diversify. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand. You can buy it at BullionMax.com/post.
Hit him with everything. You got nowhere else to go, baby. You got nowhere else to go. Hit him with the baby.
It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to BullionMax.com/coast and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to BullionMax.com/coast now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. BullionMax.com/coast. BullionMax.com/coast.
Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arm. 3 weeks after I was put on the carnival, I noticed that my arm right there.
This doesn't matter. None of these things read it. Look at it, bro. That's it. Yeah, I
You got to slam the door. Can hardly lift myself up off the floor.
Yeah, are you done? Oh, okay. You did it. That was really good when you did it. You know what? Yeah, everybody was like, oh, God. Oh, God.
Right away. We
Look at that one.
very alert.
Yoshi.
The protocol. He's being like you, 100%.
It's fine.
Walk. I'm like this.
It's fine.
Call 866-836-8735.
Alright,
Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
Pocket Buck again. Yeah. Yo, dog. Remember when you had a profile? You should go to your profile.
I had to even check to make sure, because it's not like we just talked to her not too long ago. It was back in October when we talked to Nadia Vestina, who is a Ukrainian, or was a Ukrainian gymnast. I don't know how much she still does with gymnastics. She was an entertainer, a member of a gold medal winning sort of pan-European gymnastics team between 2002 and 2008. And lived in Chicago for a while and was voted the most beautiful woman in Ukraine in 2012, and she remains the most beautiful woman in our hearts. Nadia Vestina, good to talk to you again.
Hi, thank you so much for having me on the show, and you guys in America.
Yeah.
Yoshi, that's doing it right.
You know, you get the occasional
Ready?
when
Pinky action on the left finger.
Because that people are always rushing back and assuring you're okay. And I saw some of your videos. We aired some things that you had sent to us. Tell me where you are, how things are in Kyiv right now, and what is the greatest threat coming your way in the near future from Russia.
Well, if we talk about Kiev, these days are amazing. Yes, we always have air silence and always under threat of the attack by the missiles. But from another thing, I never thought that I would be so much happy by driving along the street and see the lights in the city, you know?
Yeah.
All these days, the Kiev megapolis, before this war, this invasion, it was 5 million people living here. It was like a very, a big, bright, successful city with a lot of cars and everything. And all like winter, they very much didn't have lights. So when you drive the city, you cannot see the road normally because the lights are turned off. Because Russia did attack the Ukrainian heating system, lighting system, electricity, all that stuff, and they tried to destroy it. So in winter, we're not going to have lights, not going to have heating and everything. So our government and mayor use the politics our boxers, the famous, they did everything to make Ukrainians and people in Syria to be Western and right, not the whole day. For example, in Syria, the cutoff was like you can have 6 hours light and then 10 hours no light. Then again, 4 hours light we have, and then like 5 hours without light. Right. So people already made their plans how to get by. Yeah. Yeah. So for this case, I was driving through traffic between the main street, my God, and it was light, and I was like, oh my gosh, I see people like going on the street, and because when there is no light, you're not supposed to be outside. Like, right. Yeah. So when was the last time? I mean, there was a while ago when missiles were hitting buildings right near where you lived. Are you still doing that regularly, or are the missiles coming to a different place in Ukraine? Well, like that, so after those, there was two missiles and 5 or 6 drones which destroyed lots of buildings in front of me. Uh, After that, around me, it was not so much close, but actually people was close, you know? You every, there's, I don't know, after how many times? You wake up in the morning and you hear a big explosion, and you're thinking, like, because you're sleeping and they're like, and you're like waking up and just trying to understand what's going on. And sometimes it's hard to understand where is it. Because, for example, like, less than 1 kilometer, it's always there's something within the side. And usually, important thing, Russia claims that they make surgical strikes on military places, but they make surgical strikes on civilian houses. Right. People are sleeping, and the missiles, they launch missiles straight in their houses where people are. And so when it's like 1 kilometer, if it's like 2 kilometers from you, your house is sitting and you like barely can understand what's going on, where to run and what to do. When it's like less than 1 kilometer, and when you live in so much high, again, the feeling is horrible, and you're waking up and you're like, okay, what's going on? What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? So, but I want to say to air protection system, Ukrainian soldiers, they do amazing job. Oh my God, I don't know. Are you still volunteering with them? Are you still helping? You were kind of helping with their morale. Oh yeah, I was in the front line like 1 month ago. I was in the area in Afghanistan. I got a vehicle. I brought some gifts, some gifts to vote. It was not saying exactly what. And I was visiting civilians. A lot of civilians didn't live Afghanistan. Afghanistan is also one of the hardest parts for all these 9 years. And it's a little bit difficult to get there because sometimes you cannot get a decision because of the Russian attacks to launch every time something and you just with your vehicle sometimes you have to be okay, brother, yeah. What is your what is the spirit like these days with the Ukrainian people? How do they are they feeling the pressure to give in? Are they even more ready to fight? Well, I will tell you what. Uh, we had, if we'll go back to the history, more than 30 wars was between Russia and Ukraine. More than 30 times, if we go back to the history, Russia was attacking and trying to make us do what Russia wants to. So I think and I hope, and what all Ukrainians I hope, it's going to be the final battle in history. So we need to destroy Russia as Russia is right now existing because these countries, this country lives in any, it's toxic country, you know? It's toxic people, it's toxic it's toxic government, it's toxic relationships between them inside the country. And for example, if you listen attentively to the news or to the Russian TV presenters, to Russian liars, you will hear very important things. What they say, they're asking, as you told before, prisoners to go on war, using civilians to go on war, and they say it's better to die on war than rather than die being at your home by being drunk by vodka or drugs.
Right.
And I'm thinking like, why? Why do we say other choice?
Yeah, are those your two, if we would say if those are your two options, you don't have very good choices, right? I mean,
Yeah. And then always saying again in Russian TV that death is here.
yeah,
How you can say this? And this is the ideology, you know?
yeah.
So,
Well, I guess if you were very positive. We're talking with Rabbi, who's a Ukrainian media personality, somebody who's lived for a while in the United States, specifically in Chicago. But you were on Russian television. Is your mother Russian? I mean, you had connections to the old USSR when you were an entertainer, didn't you?
I know. I was, my mom was in the Soviet Union. She was amateur running. And Soviet Union was destroyed in conflict in 1991. And I was born in 89.
Okay.
So I did.
But I mean, weren't you on television in Russia for a while? Weren't you in?
No, maybe it was some social like experiences until before 2014. Yes.
Like Russia's Got Talent or something. It says in a biography I read of you that you competed.
So yeah.
Okay. But I just mean it's not like you grew up hating Russia, but you can't live in a country like Ukraine and not feel like Russia doesn't deserve to be taken apart for what it's trying to do to your country.
Well, there is one exception. As thank God, because in my job, I was traveling all over the world and I had experience with talking to different people and to see different countries and everything. Every time when I was going to Russia before 2015, what I felt from them, they always looked at me from the back. They always saying like, oh, we are better. We are more like powerful. We are your big brother. Like, oh, and you are Ukrainians like me. I can see you are. So they talk with expression, with expression, with all this. And I never understood. Even when you were talking about this show, when I got to the show, one thing was that I wanted just to throw away the contract and leave this country because how mean and rude they are. And it's not like they're yelling at you every time. No, but it shows from inside. If Americans see each other, just smile and say, "Hi, how you doing, guys?" Yes, not so. If you look eye to eye, from eye to eye to each other, they're like, "What are you looking at me?" Like, what?
Right. They are suspicious that you're up to something.
Yeah, exactly. And we are not like that. So when I was thinking about why they say that we are like neighbors or brothers or like we were so different always, but Soviet Union and all these nations were trying to make like let's a great Soviet Union, let's destroy America and blah blah blah. And I guess America because microwaves, they have to show, they have planes and everything, and we have even normal clothing in the stores. Unfortunately, so from that, it goes from that.
Okay. So I'd like to we'll get the phone number out here for people to call in a little bit later in this hour, but I did have one or two other questions. So now we're talking about giving F-16, okay, this fighter jet to Ukraine, or flying them ourselves. I don't know which one is which. And um, the thought that we have declared as of today, and the world community agreed, that at this point, anybody who's still fighting for Russia and all of this is just a war criminal. They're just committing war crimes at this point because there is no war. There's no reason for this to be happening. They could stop tomorrow. They could just turn around and go home. There's nothing that's compelling them to stay in this war. So declaring the effort to be a criminal enterprise, right? To claim that the war is really just a criminal act, or getting F-16s, which one is more important right now to the Ukrainian people?
I think F-16, because we realize one thing, the world doesn't understand what's going on. The world taking it like you said before, like maybe you're working it like an alien, and like, oh, no, give me that one. It's true. Yeah, it's true. And we are fighting, and we do understand what we can do on our own terms. We know what we can do because we have our good government, the president, and our air forces, and all our army, and all our volunteers. And we're like, okay, give us weapons, and it's all we need right now. And because from 2014, when I was going to the front line, it was the battle for Donetsk airport. It was the battle, in very big, horrible battles. And our experts in Port Santo was going to G7, and not only when he was talking, showing the truth that we have war. War, please support us, protect us, help us somehow. Or please open your eyes. And the guys that the one was like, oh, we're not so sad about it, that we have war and blah, blah, blah. But if we go back to the history, Ukraine, they gave the nuclear weapons to Russia by signing the document. If something's gonna go wrong, in the protect us, or if something's gonna go wrong, America, Britain, and other countries gonna protect us. But what we see in reality, Ukraine at the beginning of war, this war, for sure, was begging, please give us weapons, give us weapons, because we don't have enough weapons. No matter how much we try, how much we work, we cannot have so much weapons. The whole world don't have so much weapons as when we come in this war. So that's why.
Okay, I accept that. I mean, and I understand that, and I think there was a belief that it was prominent that it was better not to that Putin was too dangerous and too unpredictable. Now I think the feeling has changed. I think there's still a feeling that he may have some sort of terminal disease, and that if he dies, the successor will stop this war. Do you feel the same way that if Putin dies, the next leader of Russia will say, okay, enough, and bring everybody home?
I'm sure yes, because I know that a government of Russia is full of psychos and unpredictable people. Really is, like,
A government of psychos. See, now, you couldn't say that if you hadn't lived in Chicago. Those are the kind of American language skills that you can always pick up if you lived in the United States at one point. All right, hang on, Nadia. We'll come back. I want to get the phone numbers so people can join the conversation. Nadia Bafina, Ukrainian media personality, and the daughter of the guy who started some of the biggest radio stations in Ukraine. So we have a connection there too. And we will have you connect with her next. Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Hunter.
KFI 24-hour newsroom. Grad student workers at the University of Southern California have voted to unionize. The United Auto Workers Union announced yesterday that student workers at USC voted overwhelmingly for it this week. The Graduate Student Workers Organizing Committee, United Auto Workers, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecturer assistants at the university. USC said it fully supports the students and respects their decision. Vice President Harris says the suspected Chinese spy balloon has hurt the relationship between the countries.
Truly and certainly, that balloon was not helpful. It is why we shot it down.
He says the U.S. is confident in its decision to shoot down the balloon because officials are sure it was a spy balloon from China. He's got a crash on the 405 in Inglewood. Southbound 405, right at the 105. There's a crash over on the right shoulder of the connector. Eastbound 105, they're working on now. In Buena Park, 91 freeway, eastbound before stop. That's the debris in the next to left lane to watch out for. Paramount, there's a crash on the 105, westbound before Paramount Boulevard. It makes things stop and go from Lakewood Boulevard. And then along the route of a 5 freeway southbound at Valley View is car fire. Over on the right shoulder, the traffic is jammed up. From Carmenita, KFI on the side helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. And southbound letter from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s and the mid-30s in Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s for Beaches and AD, around 70 in Metro LA, OC, Valley's 90s. Sunny and around 70 for President's Day Monday. We need local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Ron. If you ever need our help, just call one. There's only one order one. Hey, it feels to me, with energy costs on the rise, old aluminum, wood, even vinyl windows can add to electric and gas bills. So replace your inefficient windows with new, affordable, custom-made windows. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. Windows they installed at my home are gorgeous, and their team takes great pride in their work, and they give great energy-saving advice. The owners of American Vision Windows because they have a horrible experience designing their own windows decades ago. It's the quality and value you deserve. And until 2024, 0% features and 0 payments for 12 months plus installation. CSLB number 77326. Trust the window companies that I trust, my family, my friends trust. American Vision Windows. Call today and get that free estimate. 888-726-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. This time podcast and Brazil is back with a brand new edition of Season 5 visit a 1992 cold case murder and Joseph Wiki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Danny's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Jones on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no. You said it's stolen. Lifelock minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Vons. Save big with digital coupons at Vons and Albertsons. Right now, get a dozen Lisa and Large Great AAA for just $3.97 each with digital coupons on Vons or Albertsons.com. Limit 2. Offer valid through February 21st. Those are my favorite cottage vacuums and some of the philosophy purchase. You can't ship your spouse or your loved one anymore. You go back into the jury room for delivery. They'll handle inevitably you got some guy who is sickly crazy. I haven't got late in 20 years. You think I'm going to give them some money? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with Ian Thomas.
So it's both a fighting song and a drinking song. I'm not sure there's a difference in UK pubs. Usually one and the same. But the idea of that resilience, what God's looked for, and how much I think most of the world is now finally waking up to the point where we are going to be taking more action to try to spare Ukraine for their pain. Russia's got plenty of chances. Any excuse they've had, anything about people saying, oh, they're boxed in a corner, they had to do it just doesn't exist anymore. Now it's just ego. Now if it were different than anything more than ego, which it probably wasn't anyway, but it's just one of those things where right now, people like Rabbi, who's our guest live from Ukraine, I mean, they're counting on the end of the missile launches. They're counting on something coming in and stopping these Russian jets from being able to crisscross Ukraine and target more civilian places. Clearly, they're not worried about whether or not these have military value. So that's why we brought him up. Grab one. He's a great conversation. He's waiting for you next. So Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Thomas.
Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats. And if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses. But you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, bringing millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
So we got some people who are hanging on, and we've got, I'm looking forward to it, too. Some of you who want to talk with Nadia Vecina. I should also mention coming up at the top of the hour, the paranormal detective, Greg Lawson. He's an expert on both Roswell, but he's written several of their stories. He's been tracking a lot of what we would ordinarily talk about on Coast to Coast. He's been a previous guest, and I'd love to have him reflect on what he's been seeing in the news. What are the parallels in the way in which the Pentagon has been talking about these balloons to what he was either researching in the past with Roswell or in other aspects of his investigations? We'll find out more about that coming up next hour on Coast to Coast AM. But
While we have it, let's go to Carl, who's in Boston, on Coast to Coast AM for Ukrainian media personality Nadia Vatina. Go ahead, Carl. Hi, Nadia. Hi, Adrian. Thanks for taking my call. Nadia, I just have two quick questions. How you doing? Um, I empathize with you and I feel sorry for you, but I ask you, what more is America helping? And what more can be done worldwide? Thank you. So, yeah, that's the question. Well, what can the world do? For example, in my personal experience as being a volunteer in frontline for, oh my gosh, 9 years, I can imagine. There are every day war takes a lot of things. For example, when I go to the front line, I bring for example, the night vision system or the vehicle or wherever, and after attack by Russians, everything what I brought can be destroyed in a moment. Like, and okay, when it's just vehicles and everything, the most important soldiers are alive. But then the next day you waking up and you're like, okay, I need to pick all these things again and go and buy it. But right. Surprise when you uh, when I was 20 in America, I had some money and I was okay. Before this invasion, I was earning money in Ukraine and I could invest in soldiers. But now, when you don't have normal jobs, the prices are higher, you run into different missiles and light outages, and then you have to go and buy a vehicle, which goes 5,000 bucks, or you have to buy a business system, or any option. You like, oh my god. It adds up. Yeah. Yeah. So do you only bring the night vision glasses, or occasionally do they get a bottle or something to keep them warm at night? Yeah, everything. It's so many things. Aside from some little things for their weapon, like I don't know all the technical things. On English, what's the name? But when it comes to very good military clothing, again, government helps a lot. Really, they do really a lot. But it's war. Every second war takes away something. Right. So I buy everything from clothing to vehicles to weapons to drones. I always buy drones and drones are not cheap. It's like also $1,000. And sometimes when cigarettes because sports really love cigarettes. Yeah. A lot of cigarettes. Yeah, so it's also finances, emotions, the physical things, and after 3 years, I came to the front line. I got to the hospital, and like around 1 week, I was in the hospital because it was funny story, very short. I got a car. I was riding out from Syria, and it was full of clothing for soldiers and civilians. And when we went out, the heating system in the vehicle was broken. And it's nice, -10 in a vehicle, -10 outside. So for 2 days and 2 nights, I was driving in this vehicle with no possibility to turn on the screen because it's broken. And on the side, there were no people who can repair my vehicle. So I get frozen so much, and all my muscles and everything. Oh, no. Yeah, so I got from there and I get to hospital by emergency. And so it's like you're helping me doing good things, but there is a bad side of it. So with the help of everything from some things which I can buy in American to be delivered here to emotional media and numbers for everything. Right. When I get it. We'll try to support you better. David is in New Mexico for Ukrainian media personality Nadia Vatina. Go ahead, David. Yeah. Hi, Nadia. I spoke with you. I was looking at the speak with you the last time you were on Coast to Coast in October, and I asked you about what the relationship was like between you and your kidnapped peers in Russia. And this time I'd like to ask you, I've been wondering what the missed opportunity. Oh, and by the way, I just looked at your Instagram story. I follow you on Instagram a few certainly. Um, what were the missed opportunities, if any, to talk this out rather than fight it out? Uh, I'm going to speculate that maybe Russia made some demands, whether legitimate or illegitimate, and we'll suppose they're illegitimate, and the demands were not met, and so they decided to fight. So what were the possibilities, if any, to talk this out in years past to avoid the fighting that we're in now? But that they've avoided. Yeah.
No, we talked before about it. It goes from the history. It was always like that. And before we just tried, we really just tried to explain them. Even those people, when Donetsk was already under Russia, they turned off Ukrainian TV there. And they just turned on Russian TV. And Russian TV is very toxic, and they zombified Ukrainians who are living in occupied Donetsk and Crimea. So people can't uh, think by themselves. Russians were living under this toxic TV presenters, under this toxic news about NATO, about not taking Ukraine, what sounds so silly, so stupid. So it was funny, I don't know. So
but it worked. It worked, and a lot of Russian people believe it.
yeah, this is the thing. And when, for example, you have relatives in Russia, and when big evictions started, you know what they started to text us? Oh, okay, Ukrainians, we're gonna bomb this city, we're gonna occupy Kharkiv, Kiev, we're gonna destroy your government, and that's it, we're gonna kill the Ukrainians. That's that. They were like, what? Like, wait, we shouldn't have the stars, and the Russians themselves, why you being so mean and rude? You're attacking us. And they're like, no, we're not attacking us. We're saving you from your government, and you are now stupid Ukrainians, but we're gonna show you how to live normally. So for them, as I told you before, normal way of living is this, being always mean, rude, on TV they rude, the poor, what? See, this is the ideology. So we did try, but it never worked out. And right now, this is it. No, it's nothing. We have to do that, and that's it.
I think we have time for two more questions. Cliff is in Oklahoma City. Cliff, you had a question for Nadia Vecina from Ukraine. Hi, man. I want to ask Nadia, how many billions of dollars do we have to continue to defend your country while our country is having all kinds of problems that aren't being taken care of? But somehow we have to say, no, we don't have to, we just should, right? We just should. Well, I mean, there's a lot of different people out in the world, a lot of different countries that are having all kinds of problems being oppressed as well. Yeah, I think we have to send them hundreds of billions of dollars. No, we don't have to. We can. If we think about it, well, wait, hold on. Dude, I mean, come on. That's rude. So, I mean, if you want to be polite to the guest, that's fine. But that's not polite. I mean, it's not. Well, wait. Just keep it to us. I'm saying to you, we don't have to. You're saying it in a very cynical way. We have to. We don't have to, but we're going to. If you look at the polls, I think most people would agree it's wrong when a sovereign country is invaded. Now, of all of the people on the planet, Putin is the one I will stand up against any day of the week. He's a murderer. Do you want to see them become more empowered and commit more murders on foreign soil because he can? I don't. And I think that's the lesson that we learned from placating him before. To go to your point, Cliff, we didn't step up before, and now this is where we are. What would it have happened? What might have happened if we had stood up to him earlier, say 10 years ago, and said, no, you can't do this. But we didn't. So that's why we are where we are.
We make all these things happen. We, by our hands, building the world we are living in. So, and if, for example, in Oklahoma, which I'm sure nothing like that would happen, but if people would feel where we feel, then everything goes very understandable. And this is why, for example, my mission sounds very loud, but what I feel, if I can help people, I will help people. Because no one knows what's going to be tomorrow. No one knows what's going to be with Europe, Canada, America, Ukraine, Russia tomorrow. So we have to build a better world for it. We have to, I think we have to. And people, when Ukrainians went with a special mission to take Americans from the, remember it was a operation like during COVID, I think, when Americans were leaving uh, Iran? Yes, or Iran. I'm sorry, I don't remember. And America did not take their people, so Ukrainians went there. And
So there are other times when Ukraine has come in and helped, and now this is kind of like payback, I guess.
yeah, so it's normal thing. Of course, they don't understand Americans. They're like, oh, why do you pay this money? We can spend it on ourselves and everything. But we're talking not just about Ukraine, we're talking about basically the world. Because the next country is going to be Romania or Poland. Okay, what's going to be next? Like, let's stop it and let's build the world where we should not spend money on any weapons. We should not give so much energy on building a super dangerous weapon and killing people. So I think that if we all together, we're going to unite and we will stop it as soon as possible, no one will spend that much money. And we pay our life, by our blood, children dying, people dying, women dying like myself. A lot of people don't have any place to live. A lot of people struggling, not having arms, legs. Some people are, oh my God, so much horrible attacks. So it's a horrible.
Like, there's no reason. There's no reason for this. It's really mass murder is what it is, and there's no reason for it. And it's just, I think it's just morally wrong. But we have time for one more call. Bruce is on a first-time caller line from Massachusetts on Coast to Coast AM for Nadia Vecina from Ukraine. Go ahead, Bruce. Hi, Nadia.
Hi.
Nasrovia. Listen, I believe what's going on there is basically what Hitler did to the Jews, and we stood back and we waited too long to do the right thing. I believe that you need help, but we can't really put any boots on the ground there. But we do have to support you, even though we need to close our own borders over here to keep people out that aren't supposed to be here. But you guys are being violated over there. Putting them through the prisons and sentencing criminals to kill you people. And I'm glad you guys mopped the floor with them. Yeah. And you took on the good fight because I believe in right is might. You got rid of the bad guys in the government, right? And keep getting rid of them. That's what we got to do over here. We have to fight the same war that you're fighting, almost, but not. We don't want it to become what you have been subjected to. And I really feel bad for you people over there. Well, we'll have to leave that there as we're coming up to the top of the hour. Nadia, I don't know if you knew that, if you heard that expression.
Yeah, I did.
Mop the floor is an old American expression for using somebody to treating them like a broom or treating them like that they never get up off the floor because you kept them down. And I think that's where a lot of people are hoping Ukraine is going to get in this position where they're going to beat back Russia once and for all, and Russia will never try this again. Somebody asked a question I want to ask you. Is there any fear that this is going to escalate into World War III?
Well, if people would stand aside and if people, they were basically not going to do it like India, they're neutral, or like the other countries, if um, the world still would believe that everything can stop on Ukraine. Yes, it could be. Because again, we have dealing with the psycho people in the government of Russia. Nobody knows what can happen. Nobody could imagine that it's going to be the full scale. Our army was ready, government was ready, but till the last moment we could not imagine that. Because it's such a huge country, gonna invade like 4 times, 5 times smaller country than not 5 times, like 600.
Right.
Yeah.
You saying this? And Russia has threatened to use, nuclear tactical missiles on Ukraine in order to win. And I think it just goes to show you that, again, this is much more about Putin's ego than any justifiable cause. So I'm with you, and I think most people in America are with you, and hopefully, if Putin does die sometime soon, as some reports have indicated that he is very ill, that his successor will pull back and realize this is never worth it, and that in order to avoid further wrath from the world, they won't try that again.
Well, we have to, the whole world has to stop him altogether because let's go back to John Lennon's thing, yes?
Yes, imagine. Well, we'll have to leave it there for now, but I will be in touch, and your safety is paramount, and your family, and your friends, and your country's men and women, and the children, and all, and I just hope that you can get to a resolution sooner than another 6 months before we be back again. So hopefully next time we'll talk to you, because you opened up the tourism, and we can all come and visit you in Ukraine. All right, I'll be thinking about you. Stay safe. Coming up, the paranormal detective Greg Lawson on Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Holmes. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else, and we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. It's iHeartAdvertising.com. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, water works to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities like Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. And you save allocations for communities may be available for individual fees. 3-day passes will be limited on member goals. Other restrictions apply. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Fans of the hit TV show Scandal can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Kim Perkins and Huff. So, Gladiators, grab some Jones Burger, and revisit Scandal's most iconic OMG moment. You'd be like 110 degrees in a wool coat. Yeah. I mean, the thing that was going on in my temple, I deserve all the awards, people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Common Sense left California a long time ago. We're bringing it back. Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. LA Bishop found dead and apparently shot. I'm Mark Ronner from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Authorities are investigating the death of a bishop found dead with a gunshot wound in Hacienda Heights. The Los Angeles Times reports the bishop's been identified as David O'Connell, the auxiliary bishop of the Archdiocese of Los Angeles. The LA County Sheriff's Department says O'Connell was found fatally shot on the 1500 block of Shannon Avenue just before 1 this afternoon. He was pronounced dead at the scene with at least one gunshot wound. O'Connell was 69 years old and has served in LA for 45 years. He spent most of his 4 decades as a priest ministering in LA's inner city. No suspect description was available and no arrests have been made. LAPD Chief Moore could be getting closer to getting the power to quickly fire his officers. City Council members Natasha and Soto Martinez introduced a motion that would eliminate the current all-civilian Board of Rights panel in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. The motion was presented yesterday and would also remove some of the hurdles that have prevented Chief Moore from taking swift action against officers who violate policy, especially in use of force cases. Natasha and Soto Martinez say the model in use now typically favors officers, even those who Chief Moore wanted to fire. The motion will now make its way through various committees for discussion. Georgia with Testify News. The sheriff in Mississippi says a lone shooter killed 6 people, including his ex-wife and stepfather, in multiple locations in a small town near the Tennessee state line. He says the motive behind yesterday's attack is still unclear. Officials say the killings were at a convenience store and 2 homes within a few miles of each other. A man in his 50s was jailed without bond on a single count of capital murder, and investigators are pursuing additional charges. And the Philippines are playing it cool with their latest incident with China. The president of the Philippines, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., says even though a Chinese Coast Guard ship used a military-grade laser to temporarily blind the Philippine Coast Guard crew, it's not enough for them to invoke the country's mutual defense treaty with the U.S. It happened in the South China Sea earlier this month, with China and the Philippines both claiming their territory. Marcos said today he was worried that activating the treaty would ratchet up tensions in the region, which are also high because the U.S. has warships in the area and continues to support Taiwan. And of course, there's that spy balloon. Brian Berman, KFI News. Self-line weather from KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-40s down to the mid-30s in the Antelope Valley and Inland Empire. Mostly sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-50s at the beaches and AV, around 70 in Metro LA, OC, Valleys, and IE. We'll have sun and about 70 for President's Day Monday. And now 48 in Irvine, 49 in Brea, 48 in Burbank, 41 in Palmdale. We lead local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. Pretty drive right now. Keep on Canada on the 10, San Bernardino Freeway, eastbound at Sierra Avenue. Right lane is going to be blocked off and some heavy traffic as we approach. 91 to Riverside, eastbound at Van Buren. You've got a fast out to the right. As you make your way to Truth, Moreno Valley portion, the P15 southbound at Alessandro. Center lane blocked by a crash. PHC is staying out of problem. The Cascade. It's on the 5 Golden State Freeway northbound at Templin Highway, 50 flight delays. KFI in the sky, how to get you there faster. I'm Mark Leader. Attention Southern California. Another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Shepherd Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Shepherd Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Jefferson Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit ShepherdSolaris.com. On Route Resident by 220 2023. PFW number 978-152. Save big with digital coupons at Vons and Albertsons. Right now, get a dozen Lucerne large grade AA for just $3.97 each with digital coupons on Vons or Albertsons.com. Limit 2. Offer valid through February 21st. This year, it's easier to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit RosettaStone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. Best comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Podcast Award. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals and best-selling audiobooks and the best and latest in podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. Injured are America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. For the season. I am on AM 640. You angry today? I'm perpetually in anything. I'm not supposed to be on this planet. There's a terrible mistake. But 5 years old, I should be here. I know I'm the victim of some massive practical joke, and I'm just waiting for the payoff. John and Ken are waiting for me to block. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. That's that. MyTravelStick.com. From coast to coast and worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Ian Summit. Yeah, everybody's collecting data. Everywhere you go, somebody is doing a deep dive on your data, right? A lot of times it's what you agree to. We kind of blindly sometimes sign off on these agreements when we sign up for something new, or we can choose to kind of go through the long list of, the cookie menu or something if we're on a site we've never been to before. We decide what they can and can't do. It's kind of exhausting. Data mining is everywhere. And collecting data on ourselves and on other countries seems to be what's behind a lot of modern technological espionage. Right? Then brings up the TikTok story. Lots of governments, including the state government here in Kansas, forbid people to have TikTok on any government-owned device. And I think we're wise to be mindful about the origin and the intent of the creators of something that says, yes, it's possible to get about this thing. This kind of media literacy is something that is in short supply. I'm working on it. We talk about media literacy all the time in classes, and what we do have a right to stand up and say, no, I'm not going to accept that. Which may be all that was in play with this whole low-flying or pipeline, as it were, the surveillance system that came in the form of balloons over the United States, not just recently, but apparently there were several that flew over the country without either being noticed or without any response from the government in the last administration. They're kind of everywhere. We can say with some certainty, I guess, that we're not dealing with other countries, but that's only because our satellites are so good that the balloons gathering data wouldn't tell us anything more. We can gather with other systems. Maybe China's different. Maybe they've got a different game they're running with those balloons. And maybe they're not balloons at all. Now that's the part that kind of catches our attention. Maybe these different shaped balloons moving so slowly, even at the speed of wind, maybe they weren't sent other governments. Right now, the Pentagon says we may never know what 3 out of the 4 that we shot down actually were. But it's that idea of the weather balloon that makes, I think, anybody who follows sit up and take notice. Because balloons, weather balloons, military balloons of any sort, this is something we've been told for a very long time. So I thought we'd go back to Roswell a little bit. We'll talk about balloons. And then also further investigate maybe some other parallels in the ways in which balloons are often used as an excuse for something more nefarious. And we'll do that with Greg Lawson next at Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Punnett. Marvelous Entertainment and author Marvin Sunderland have released the newest in action-adventure science fiction that specifically deals with the question, are we alone in the universe? This action-packed drama includes a 7-novel masterpiece, comic books, video games, and movies of Sergeant Waggott's journeys across the universe. Get 20% off the entire 7-novel series and all future graphic novels. Enter coupon code Coast to Coast, all lowercase on Marvelous.com. That's MARVALEOUS.com.
Did you know that you can save up to half on your wireless plan when you switch to Consumer Cellular? They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month with the same premium coverage as the nation's largest carriers. Plus, their award-winning customer support makes switching a breeze. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. Real people, real stories.
I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I was on the carnivore, I noticed, I'm looking at my arms, and I said, gee, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the carnivore. I've got a Labrador. It hardly lifts itself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's in there. The treatment was sincere. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it, and she took to it right away. In 3 weeks, you could tell. She's very alert. She's into the protocol. She didn't want to use it 100%. She was going on a 5-mile walk. I was like, this is just like prime again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Greg Lawson is a friend of Dave Schrader, who's been on the show often, the host of the show The Holzer Files, and then the Ghost of Devil's Perch. We had Dave on talking about it a couple of times. Greg has a long history investigating and exploring and researching things which people consider to be paranormal. And he discusses these topics when he goes out in the lecture circuit. Glad he gave us some time tonight. Greg, how are you this evening? I'm doing great. Thanks for that. Well, come on. We're the ones who are lucky. You're just kind of the perfect guy for this gig because I think that not just with your background in your investigations with Roswell, but you've done other things. You've done other books where you've just like I saw on your website, the Haunted Hill House is like totally cool. I love that. And that you can look on all sorts of various topics. So we may run the gamut with you, but let's start here. So you've been following the story of the balloons, these different shaped balloons. Some were cigar shaped, some were this, some were big, some were small. What were you hearing in that? In all of those different admissions or reports by the Pentagon over the last couple of weeks? Well, it's funny because if you look back in the last couple of years, they've changed some laws and they've put some stuff in the National Defense Authorization Act that opens up some of these investigations and makes it very much more transparent. Before, if a Navy flyer saw something, he would think, I really want to report this because they're going to make fun of him. Right. And when he would, that information stayed within the Department of the Navy. It was not shared, in the national defense. So now the laws have changed and they have to play well with others, and everybody is sharing this information. Also, they've opened it up to where it's our responsibility as the government to look at this and to share annually our report on UAP. So you have all these government agencies that are now sharing this information, working together, and they're compelled to do it, which makes it fairly interesting. Yeah, that's a very interesting observation to start with, because as I mentioned last night, there's a Hulu series out, which is a primer on the history of the subject in this country and how it was developed, and there was a concerted effort made by the government. It's like an actual symposia that they had across the country of different thought leaders to make sure that everybody got in line with the notion that people would be stigmatized if they spoke up. And therefore, everybody in the military, officers, pilots, they didn't want that permanently in their jacket. Up until that point, sometime in I think it was the 1950s, up until that point, people were talking openly about it. Then that shut down, and they created a rule came out that said, let's label them all kooks, and that will stop everything. And then it's taken a long time for that cross to stop. So now the emphasis is not prove you're not a kook. It's the emphasis is for the government to prove that what people are reporting isn't true. Right. Yeah, and um, when you're talking about aerial phenomena, you're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. When I was a kid, 1970, North Austin, Texas, every day I saw a flying disc every day because we lived very close to Bergstrom Air Force Base, which was the South Command at the time. And so they were launching weather balloons multiple times a day. And once they got very, very high, those balloons that looked like an upside down teardrop on the ground get very big, right? They get very, very wide. Sure. And so you see a boy around 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock, depending on what time of the year, you get those long sun rays as they're coming up and they reflect off of that balloon material, and it looks like a giant, shiny silver disc, right? So we had a lot of them. I remember that crystal clear when I was a kid. So you have things such, benign as that to these other objects that apparently, maneuver very well and are hard to spot. But, let's reach that moment because, again, there seems to be a time when this country, the military, needed to stand up a lot more weather balloons. I'm not saying that they don't do it on occasion. I'm not saying, but it's not. I mean, the technology has progressed since then. The climatology and meteorology and all that has progressed to a point where you don't need to stand up a balloon. I mean, it's pretty primal in a way when you think about it, right? Exactly. So I guess it would be more along the lines of this now as far as real tests, because I mean, using models and satellites, you can't actually get the real air. You can't write the real air, so you still need air pressure and those types of things that satellites not going to give you. True, but we have a lot of different planes. We have the AWACS. We have other things that we can also do other than weather balloons. At least if the Pentagon is to be believed, and they say, and I believe them when they say, we don't really fly balloons over other countries. So So, what makes me wonder, what is it then that China doesn't have that we have, that a weather balloon or a balloon of some sort, whether it's for weather or not, I don't know. But if whatever balloon is, if they feel like they have to float it over the jet stream over the United States and Canada, what is it that they're gathering with those balloons that they couldn't gather using other data? Because our country says our satellites are so good, balloons are coming. We just wouldn't bother. Right. So where are you with that? Well, and so it depends on how you look at it. Depends on the technology we're talking about. You remember a few years ago we were watching North Korea pretty close, and all of a sudden they're burning everything. There's nothing like smoke over there. Right. Yeah, they were moving surface-to-air missiles from one launch area to another. So the best way to do that is create smoke, because it's really hard for us to keep through smoke. And so that sort of archaic warfare kind of stuff is going on. Anyway, yeah, yeah. Here's the thing: is we're assuming that this balloon was gathering data of some sort, possibly espionage kind of stuff, right? Well, what if it was doing something else? And that was one of the things that kind of perturbed me a little bit. Is we can fabricate things pretty quick, and we can control things in a lot of different ways, and bring a balloon down with a very high dollar missile, which just just sitting at home, $400,000 missile, but knocks out a balloon. What are we doing? Who is in charge of this? Right. If I had the authority and I had the responsibility to for somebody to say, hey, I need you to go get that balloon. That's not how I'm going to do it. No. And I want to protect the payload of that balloon and keep it pristine, so I can get people that's a lot smarter than me to take a look at it and figure out what it's doing. But instead, they put a missile at it over the ocean, and they drop it into salt water. Whenever electronics is on it, it's done. Instantly done. Yeah, and then how are you going to find it and how are you going to recover it? I don't know how they're doing with that part of it. It was all theater, I think, at some point, and it became, it obviously very politicized. Like, we don't have the guts to shoot down a balloon, and then after we shot down the balloon, they go, oh, what a stupid waste of money to shoot down a balloon. Like, make up your mind, like, what do you want? The government's going to do whatever it thinks that people think will make them look good. If they're not necessarily going to think it through. And you're a guy who knows a little bit about this, because, I mean, you served about a decade in the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. Were those in successive events, or were you at the same time in all three of those? So out of high school, Army, then I became a cop, and I got out of the Army, and I was doing that for a little while, and I thought, you know what? I'm going to go do the Navy. A buddy of mine called me and said, hey, let's go do the Navy. So we went and did the Navy. I got out, and I said, I'm going to be a cop again, and then I was there for a couple of years, and the boss of the thing came off, and I was like, yeah, I'm going to go do the Air Force. So I did that. Yeah. So what were your jobs in each of those shifts? So when I was in the Army, I was an infantry paratrooper. So I was a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division. I was in Alaska and the Middle East and North Africa. I had a really good tour with them. Traveled around, right, a lot. And then the Navy, I was an operations specialist, and that's one of the things that uh, makes me more interested in these UAPs, UFOs, and that sort of thing, because as an operations specialist, it's one of the very few jobs in the Navy that you're not a technician, you don't fix anything. Most jobs in the Navy, you fix something. Operations specialists don't fix anything. We use a whole bunch of electronic means to gather information. We analyze that information and disseminate it to the people that have a need to know the information. And so that was one of the things, I worked air detection and tracking in one of the modules on Linux. air detection and tracking. This is way before the UAV incident. I'm using air quotes here on the right. But the equipment that we use there, people, I think people have a very basic and rudimentary idea of how those things work. Right. But let's say the electronic countermeasures and electronic countermeasures and the radars and things that we use RF energy for to do things without having to touch things. There's a frequency, and those frequencies can be adjusted. So for me, and for anybody that's working air detection and tracking, as we're going someplace and doing something, we're looking for objects that are of interest to us. In other words, a hazard of navigation or a direct threat, right? And when you run into a flock of birds, you adjust your frequency. You tune your radar, right? So that they'll go away on the radar screen, so you don't see them and you don't get distracted by them. Well, the same thing would happen with a non-rigid, inflatable balloon type object. You could pick that up. If the payload is big enough, like this particular payload, these balloons apparently a couple of school bus sizes. I mean, that's a lot of equipment. I can't imagine how big this thing was, but apparently it was pretty large. And, you know, something like that, you wouldn't necessarily figure it out. You would automatically see that. Some of these others that they've been talking about, the smaller ones, you would probably, if you couldn't get a signature off of that flying object, whatever it is. In other words, you're looking for it. Is it in a commercial air corridor? Is it moving at a certain speed, at a certain altitude? Is it squawking some sort of radar also, or any other RF energy for transmitting, whatever it might be? You can identify that as a commercial aircraft or military aircraft. There's something moving very slow and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. A lot of times you won't even assign a tracking number to it just because, it could be some sort of weather anomaly, it could be a fall, it could be, so right. When it doesn't seem to be a threat to you, well, you just don't pay that much attention to it. So it's interesting after these new laws came in, and they basically tapped on everybody's, on the military forehead and said, hey boys, start seeing a computer stuff, start with all this stuff. So everybody's tuning their radars different. Like, oh man, these things are popping up everywhere. So, well, and then, so as the Air Force, just to round it out, I mean, which one was your favorite brand that you purchased? So I was indoctrinated in the United States Army, and that's the way I feel that's tattooed on your soul. Yeah, still is. But exactly. Yeah, I was actually a combat arms training and maintenance instructor for the Air Force. So I was a range manager. I did all the small arms stuff up to a Mark 19 and like 81 millimeter mortars and stuff like that. Um, they wanted me to be that's security forces in the Navy. In other words, that's like Air Force. Right. It's like the Air Force is EMT. Right. And but they have different roles and different branches within security forces. And I was a race master for those. Okay. So we're gonna throw all of that together. And your research into Roswell, your work as a police officer, Army, Navy, Air Force, and we're going to start right there when we come back with Greg Lawson, the paranormal detective. And I'm gonna ask you then, what parallels you see out of Roswell and this whole mission out coming up next on Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Hunter. All right. I am I'm Brian Bruman from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. 5 former Memphis police officers charged in the death of Tyree Nichols have pleaded not guilty.
for our family. God is withholding yourself.
Nichols' mother, Ravon Wells, was in court for the hearing. The next hearing is set for May 1st. Nichols died 3 days after a confrontation with police during a traffic stop, resulting severely injured. More than 25,000 pieces of Starbucks Frappuccino glass bottles have been recalled. The FDA says the drinks were distributed around the country. PepsiCo, which sells the drink, says the impacted products have best by date of March 1st, May 29th, June 4th, and June 10th. The FDA says it's because there's pieces of glass inside the drink. So, however, we have 5 partly cloudy skies, low to upper 60s at the beaches, mid-60s to low 70s in metro LA and OC, mid-60s to low 70s in Union Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Yellow Valley, and mid-60s to low 70s in the Inland Empire. Temperatures are cooling down in the week ahead, and there is a chance of rain from Tuesday through Friday. Weekly local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Burke. Still a very sensitive on the Hollywood Freeway, southbound 101 between Santa Monica Boulevard and Alameda Street, downtown Los Angeles. Next to 10 minutes or so to make that trip because of all the fluid. Trains on the 101 in downtown LA, southbound 101 Fort Mission Road, that's over on the right shoulder. In Riddlesville on the 105 eastbound to Central, that's crashed right side as well. And in Irwindale, the 210 freeway, eastbound at Irwindale Avenue, the rest is cleared away. KFI in the sky, helps get you there faster. I'm Randy Fuller. Business True Crime Podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Tammy Jozowicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to figure out iHeartMedia can work for you. So you spell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results. At LA Fitness, there's no way to what you can try with the 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, barrel to box jump. When you join our premium amenity with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. And these locations for communities may be available for additional fees. Free passes are limited by members only. Other restrictions apply. AM 640, more stimulating talk. Coast to Coast AM. Oh, do you remember that? That was Cloud from Jack Soviet, who was a teenage boy near where I was in the Twin Cities. And he had written this song, and it was produced, and it aired on KS95, which is a station in the Twin Cities, back 10 years ago. The song just celebrated its 10th anniversary. It was debuted locally on KS95, but Coast to Coast AM was the first station to give it, so to speak, the first outlet to hear it nationally. I'm proud of that association. Of course, Disney went on to make a movie, as a YA movie, very popular, about the life of Jack Sobiech and his girlfriend at the time, slightly fictionalized, not so much. And it was all about the making of that song. And it wasn't too long after he performed it live at a going away party that I had. And then it got a lot of national airplay, hit #1 on some chart, that Zach died. But he knew it was coming, and he left a mark, and that's that song. And if you ever see the movie, you should watch it. You know, the Foreign Flowers just got to play the tune, especially when we're talking about balloons going up, 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 and whatever else is up there that we're looking at. We're talking with Greg Lawson, the paranormal detective. We're going to call on his experience as a researcher in the paranormal, as well as his years in the military, to reflect on what are the parallels between the Roswell balloon story and this one. Perhaps even more specifically about some of the other aspects of the story that may be serving as kind of a dodge for what else is going on in the country right now. On Coast to Coast AM, it's Ian Punnett. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at bullionmax.com/coach. That's right. Bullion Max will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionmax.com/coach and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you listeners. Again, go to bullionmax.com/coach now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. bullionmax.com/coach. bullionmax.com/coach. I have 2 dogs, Sam and Bailey. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was a mess. Always itching his paws, was soaking wet all day from the constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just felt like putting socks and steroids into your dog all the time. D-I-N-O-B-I-C-E. None of those is a trick. Probably 2 weeks after you started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't eat his food without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog actually salivates with him giving them the food. His rule over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. I get my Dynamite from DINOVICE.com. Right, so you've had all these real-world military experiences, law enforcement, boots on the ground, technology in the air and land and sea, and you've been a researcher in the paranormal for years. So, Greg Lawson, what do you see as are there any parallels at all between this thing we're doing right now, this sort of weird proxy war we're doing about balloons with China and Roswell? Yeah, I think so. I think that the government has a motivation to kind of slow this thing down a little bit. I don't think they know quite what is going on. They can't put out too much information, although Congress is now demanding that they share this information and put this stuff out. But bottom line is government need secrets. They have to have secrets. I know that sounds very not good to some people, but there's things that we need to do and they need to remain secret. And there are people in the world that would like to take our stuff. And so we have to protect that. And that's one of the things is, through masking, through deception, through wagging the dog, right? And so I think there's a lot of that stuff going on right now. But wait. So governments need secrets, but we also know that governments use that excuse to cover up stuff they should rather not deal with it, right? I mean, the secret is we don't want to deal with it. So that's the secret, is like we haven't figured out what our opinion is. That's not the same as saying that we need to keep this private to protect you. Yeah, right. And they don't want to look silly, and they want to look like they're in charge and that they're protecting us. And we don't let missiles go in our airspace. We typically don't let any kind of aircraft, unauthorized aircraft in our airspaces, but we're not smart enough to keep balloons out. Because maybe our radars were not tuned to track them, or we weren't taking them serious, or whatever. But now, or maybe they didn't care. They don't care. They didn't care because they were like, yeah, well, whatever you can get from a balloon, have at it. There's like, it wasn't worth it. I saw something in the Wall Street Journal, I don't know, 2 days ago that said, if we shot that, and we were like, this is all raised all this awareness about balloons in the atmosphere. And if we actually bothered to shoot down every balloon to figure out what it was afterwards, we'd go broke firing off these $400,000 missiles everywhere because they are everywhere, and we don't always know what they are, but we also know what they can't really do. So we jammed up the signal, theoretically, so they say, so that there was no transmission possible of whatever data was being collected. So the balloon became essentially, just a boat anchor floating in the sky. And it lost its function. It's still had its form and it's floating and whatever. Now I go back to Roswell because, America, when the crash happened, this notion of a weather balloon, the fabric involved, the infrastructure of it, the military balloons, that's something which the Pentagon has returned to a couple of times to explain, yeah, it really was just a balloon. But what does your research tell you about Roswell that makes you believe that story's not true, but maybe these balloons really are just balloons? So let me take you back to my process a little bit. Roswell has been going on since 1978 when Stan Freeman kind of reopened the whole thing. And they've just been haphazardly running and grabbing anything they could, saying this is the evidence, this is witness testimony, this is this, gathering up. And I almost got panic state, right? Just giving as much as I could, which is great. But you need to vet your witnesses, you need to vet your circumstances and your evidence and all that. So, I get to work on the backs of great men who have already gone and conducted these investigations, and I get to take their information and then bring it into, 2018. And I just use the techniques and tactics of collecting this information based on new ways of gleaning the truth out of that. So that's where I went. I took the whole thing and I said, okay, I got to throw all this stuff out because all of this stuff would be impeached because they did not, properly vet their witnesses, and so on and so forth. So I really boiled it down to who really matters, what really matters, recorded evidence of what all stuff is. So, saying that, and you have to go to the very first time that the public learned anything, which would have been, the Roswell Daily Record, but not them. It was the actual press release that was released from Roswell Daily Field, which said it had a flying fish, they gained possession of a disc, the flying object landed, the rancher stored the disc was picked up, was inspected at the Roswell Army Airfield. It doesn't say anything about debris, rubber, fabric, aluminum, foil. It doesn't say. That's coming straight from Colonel Blanchard's office. And then, the next day, we got some sticks and rubber and a bullet. Right. And the usual markings, but that was about it. Right? So but that's an interesting thing. First of all, by the way, that kind of makes you kind of cool. You're kind of the cold case paranormal detective. Right. My website is cold case legend stuff. Yeah, which is really cool. I mean, I think and that's how you describe it, and I think that's just really neat. So you, in being able to go back over some of this, you're able to bring new forensic techniques to be able to take a more modern approach to the analysis. But this is where we get a press release, and then it gets put to universal people, make to some degree verify having experienced something. But then some of that also that's not part of the original press release begins to run away from the story. So what's the runaway part? So if we just came with what's in that original military press release, cool. But then we start to build the legend on that. And that's where it kind of ends up, undermining its own credibility. Well, and like a lot of media outlets will do, they will sensationalize things, so they sell their papers or their, membership or whatever it is. Roswell Daily Record, turns flying disc into flying saucer. It's cooler. And they go from there, and then there's this great picture of things that were happening in and around Roswell at the time, and how Major Marcel got involved, and Dan Wilmot saw the fiery object in the sky that flew by a couple of days before that. And, they paint this experience for everybody. And from there, it was all pretty much contained in Roswell. Now, a bunch of this stuff obviously went over to AT, and the poor sergeant, the poor sheriff, deal with all that stuff. But, people calling them from overseas asking about it. And the Army airfield at that time just basically picked all that information to them. And so, if you want to know anything, call them. We're right not telling you anything. And so, oh man. But then you get then you start to get the whole thing about you recovering bodies. Yeah. How that develop? Historically, if you look at it as an investigator. So that was much later. All right, so we're looking at Roswell in 1947. It gets wrapped pretty quick, right? They say, it's just a balloon. There's nothing to see here. Go back to your business. We have things to do. You're irritating us. You're distracting us. We have things that we need to take care of. So everybody kind of goes about their business. And it was 31 years later before, Jesse Marcel started talking to some people, saying, and Trina found out about it, interviewed Jesse, and the thing crashed back open. All of a sudden, there's all these people who are like, oh yeah, I remember when all that happened. But here we go. Now, the Air Force, in the 1994 investigation and their subsequent 1995 release of their report, if you want to talk about that, we can go there too. That gets very, very compressed. And they talk about time compression. And there were some experiments that were going on with Operation High Dive, and I think it's Celsius, and where they were dropping dummies out of balloons.
How come song you can have the sun? It's by the Beatles, known as the Shout.
Would fall to the ground and parachute to the ground. And these were very, very high altitude experiments that they were doing. And the Air Force is saying that with that shout, come on, baby, now. Come on and work it on out. Work it on out. Well, work it on out. You know you look so good. Look so good. You know you got me going. You got me going. Just like you knew you would. Like I knew you would. You get a thing that lies. You get a thing that push and shout. Push and shout. Come on, baby, now, come on, baby, come on and work it on out. Work it on out. And it's good. You know you switch so fine. It's so fine. Come on and just a little closer now. Just a little closer. Let me know that you're mine. Know you're mine. So I think that might have been a crossover why they said they were smaller, because the ones that they used in New Mexico were full size. And they were of those things, but we still go back to the original press release, and there's so much rich soil there, and there was no discussion yet about it being a weather balloon. Yet there's kind of still the on the Pentagon to this day. Well, no, they passed that. Okay, interesting. So something about the psychology that we know of deception today is there are certain things that human beings do that they cannot help not do it. It's a very interesting phenomenon. When you're being deceptive, there's so many things to watch out for that will give you away. What things are going to pop out? And it doesn't mean you're lying about what we're talking about. It just means that being deceptive, possibly being deceptive about one particular thing, right? And so when I get to come back in and forensic statement analysis is something that I've been really interested in. I've taken multiple classes in. Well, it's great for cold case, right? Because most of the cold case stuff is all written. And all the statements, the transcripts, the reports people wrote and everything. So I can take all of that stuff and I can use forensic statement analysis to evaluate those particular writings. And man, things pop out. They're crazy. And big red flags on a lot of stuff. That might not be because they're lying about the aliens and the spacecraft that they recovered. It might be that they're being deceptive, trying to hide whatever it is they were actually doing. So they show that they're lying, but I'm not sure what they're lying about. Yeah, and that was the crazy. Right? No, that's actually really. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to amen you, but you have more. So go ahead, finish. And that was the thing when I first started writing the Roswell book. I had people go, "What in the world are doing that? How crazy do you have to be to have a public statement about Roswell? Because you're going to be attacked from every side, right? And I'm like, I don't know. I started researching it, and 14 years later, I'm like, I got to write a book. Sure. And so when I wrote the book, I really didn't know where I was going with it. I'm going, all right, I'm doing this. And what I found out is the culmination of the whole thing. The Air Force is still lying to us about all kinds of stuff. But I'm telling you right now, man, I would not have wanted Colonel Weaver, or I wouldn't have wanted McAndrew's job in doing that. I think it would have been very interesting, but I wouldn't have wanted it. But are they lying because they're they're trying to create a cover story or to bring restore honor back to the Air Force for something which ultimately they don't even know what they're covering up? Right. It's a process lie as opposed to an intentional lie where you know the truth and you're not going to reveal it. You are trying to make up something as you go along that somehow will realign it so it resembles truth. Yeah, and then it's real complex. But I can say this. That is the first report that came out, right? 1994 report. Um, it's almost 1,000 pages long. But 98% of that report has nothing to do with anything. Right. So right away, I look at that and go, okay, yeah, a lot of smoke and mirrors here, right? Well, hold on to that. It reminds me of an expression that somebody taught me once today. It's like a German expression, which is, as parents, you should spank your children every day if you don't know why they do. Now, that's wrong. I'm not saying that's what should, but it does speak to a kind of truth that we may not know what it is that they know, but there still should be repercussions for them not telling us on Coast to Coast AM. This is Ian Brown. Hey, Jazz, if you've been interested in that, please go on to the word today. One ring to be good. 920-08-10. Save big with digital coupons at Bonds and Albertsons. Right now, get a dozen Lucerne large grape AA for just $3.97 each with digital coupons on Bonds or Albertsons.com. Limit 2. Offer valid through February 21st. Portions of the following program will be recorded. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jennifer brought in an ice cream cake. What are you doing? Ordering a cake without asking me. I mean, I'm fine with you paying for it, but how much was it? $35 way overpriced. Oh, the ice cream cake way overpriced. I don't think more $30 for an ice cream cake. Still handle. Are you going to eat some of it? Oh, God, yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KMI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. I wanted to be an undercover cop because of 9/11. And what happened with that? Yeah, I think it's in high school. Hey, someone good. I think you could. Not with the tail. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Where you go to get Pedialyte, you can't buy Tito's vodka, a 12-pack of beer, and Pedialyte. Because the guy knows that you're just outrageous and you're out of control. So you gotta buy BPs and diapers. You're still cuddling to yourself. And you gotta slide in the Pedialyte. 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Perfect for interface line. KFI's cooler info. I'm Brian Rubin from the KFI 24 Hour News. Mississippi Sheriff government killed 6 people, including his ex-wife and stepfather at multiple locations in a small rural town near the United States line. Lee County Sheriff Brad Lance said investigators still don't have a motive behind Friday's shooting. They have to
Two lovers, one at a convenience store and two at home within 2 miles of each other. 52-year-old Richard Dale Crum was arrested. He was jailed without bond in a single count of capital murder. Investigators are looking at additional charges. Vice President Harris is accusing Russia of committing war crimes in Ukraine.
The transatlantic alliance is stronger than ever. The United States will support for as long as it takes. We will not waver.
In a speech at the U.S. Security Conference yesterday, Harris said the U.S. would examine the evidence and put the Kremlin on notice. He says the world has witnessed Russian forces engage in horrendous atrocities, including acts of murder, torture, and rape. Newly released court documents appear to show people at Fox News didn't believe what they told their own viewers about the 2020 election. Evidence in Canadian voting systems law reading in Fox News suggests Chairman Rupert Murdoch and Fox hosts didn't believe former President Trump's false claims of election fraud. In court papers filed Thursday, text messages, emails, and testimony from depositions show Fox executives and TV personalities, including Sean Hannity, Tucker Carlson, and Laura Ingraham, expressed disbelief that claims the 2020 presidential election was rigged. Canadian claims the networks and their hosts didn't refute claims they knew were false. Mark Roberts, AFI News. Air travel will resume later today at dedicated Airport Terminal 1 in New York. The terminal has been impacted by a power outage since Thursday night. The terminal handles about 5% of the airport's passenger schedule. The outage was caused by a small fire, but the Port Authority says electrical repairs have been made and normal operations will resume throughout the day. And an Art Deco Taco Bell Cantina is coming to Hollywood. The company says it will be the first for LA County located at what is once a historic English bookstore. Taco Bell Cantinas are fan favorite food items and alcohol. Look at others today at 5 partly cloudy skies, low to upper 50s at the beaches, mid 50s for 70s in metro LA and AC, mid 50s for 70s in Main Valley, upper 50s to mid 60s in Yellow Valley, and mid 60s for 70s in Main Empire. Temperatures will cool down in the week ahead, and there is a chance of rain from the middle of the week to the weekend. And it's 49 degrees in Spring Hill, 50 in Culver City, 44 in Brea, and 48 in local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bruner.
The real good plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog your drain for $99. Having stopped themselves by the aroma friendly solution can save you money, prevent flooding inside your home, and remove all unnecessary work from your life. Your clean will typically do high school flow heater, and your faith in their life will be restored. This $99 unstoppable rate about 50 cents may line through top 10 all 5 cold layers. February 23rd, your lifetime cover will show up in time, professional and smell better than a new color wrapped in bag. You will be able to capitalize sooner, focus on things that really matter, and avoid the unsanitary properties of some of the restaurant stores. No butter here, ma'am. Alcohol drink, reference the $99 stoppage page. Ask about smellgoodplumber.com. Then call 800-4461. Contact them on the $299. This is my time, and I guarantee my plumber will show up on time and smell you, and your house phone is free. California Department of Public Health.
This year is the year to learn a new language with Rosetta Stone. No matter what's inspiring you to learn a language, travel, work, family, or just for fun, the Rosetta Stone app makes it easy to get started and stay motivated to reach your goals. Right now, get a lifetime unlimited subscription with forever access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for 40% off. Visit rosettastone.com today and save 40%. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Napoleon, founder of Literary Plumbing. I was named O'Donnell after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was teased for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of O'Donnell, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me, so staying true to myself and Lutherville Plumbing are important. Staying true to Lutherville Plumbing means to the youth and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every Lutherville Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377, and we'll Google your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you.
Believe it or not, when I first saw the name of the room,
can now revisit every episode on Unpacking the Toolbox, the Scandal Rewatch podcast, hosted by the cast members behind Trey Perkins and House. So, gladiators, grab some Gettysburger and revisit Scandal's most iconic OMG moments. It's like 110 degrees. I mean, the thing that was going on in my temple, I don't know the worst people. Listen to Unpacking the Toolbox, a Scandal Rewatch podcast on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Interest in accidents? Visit superwomansupervision.com. AM 640. AM 640. CFI AM 640. CFI AM 640.
hey, can you hear me now? Hey, can you hear me now?
From coast to coast to worldwide on the internet, this is Coast to Coast AM with Ian Punnett. So we're talking with the paranormal detective, Greg Lawson. Boy, he was insightful. We're kind of taking a look at this whole balloon thing, right? But from a different perspective, you know, how often our government has or has not actually used balloons. How often balloons are used as an excuse. We know that J. Allen Hynek frequently cited balloons as a way of discrediting UFO reports, which later on he would say had some validity after all. But he was under a lot of pressure from the Air Force to find a way to kind of tie it all up in a bow. So, you know, just like whatever it was, the government says very likely we'll never know what 3 out of the 4 of those were. Still not willing to say that they came from China. Still not willing to rule out the possibility that they could have some other kind of paranormal explanation. Not saying it was, but not saying it's not. So we'll get to that next. On Coast to Coast AM, this is Ian Punnett. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Action against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. If you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LIFE or go to lifelock.com and use promo code George. That's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. lifelock.com.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone and number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee, joining millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
Well, Greg Watson, I can't tell you how much I'm enjoying this conversation. The Paranormal Detectives can be linked up on our homepage at coast-to-coastam.com. Take a look at the book, take a look at kind of his whole approach, his background in the military, and that shirt he's wearing on his about page. Oh, really? Yeah. What? Arthur, that's not a shirt, sir. That's a jacket. What? Yeah, you need to get one of those. That's what I, no. Whenever I preside over a wedding, that's what I wear. What? That thing? Really? On the about page. No, we're talking about the same thing. Because you have short sleeves and a black pocket. Yes, I'm thinking of the one that's up on the, oh, no, it's okay. No, it's like this camouflage kind of shirt with the black piping and everything, and that's what I was. That was the shirt I was thinking. I don't know. Where does one purchase a shirt like that? It looks like something from the Philippines or something. It looks like something like that had a very specific purpose about. Yeah. No, that's actually very. It has pictures on it of haunted Spanish stuff. Oh, okay, that's and yeah, it's real creepy. It's real. Well, I accept that. Right, I'm still never wear it, but I accept it. It looks good on you. All right, so love where we're going with this. So, if you're kind of going to go to the top of the hour, I'm trying to come up with a better example. And I thought when you're talking about the step thing, is something I'm going to give this parallel relate to this. So, I think of Albert Hitchcock, and the characters as he designed them didn't go to the police because they had something else to hide. So it wasn't like they were innocent of the thing they were being charged with, but they were always afraid of getting busted for that other thing. And that protects them from being able to say, anybody who's watching the Hitchcock movies, go to the cops, call the cops, but you can't if you're afraid in investigating what you're trying to get them to investigate, they end up finding something else. That's right. I was interviewing a guy for about 4 hours on a homicide like that, and everything he was telling me was pure deception. Deception. I'm just sitting there. We're just having this conversation, and I'm not hitting him hard. I'm just gathering information and why to communicate. And I was like, this guy did this. And come to find out, nope, he did not. But what he did do is have a whole bunch of weed in his car that he did not want me to look at. So that's good. It's like the government doesn't want you to find its weed. And so that's why it's deceiving them from the dollar store. Young people. Yeah, right. So, okay, so let's even broaden it past Roswell, because again, it's just crazy. This whole thing about the balloons and about surveillance and about So as you investigate the paranormal and you try to figure out what is truth, as you're a cold case investigator, taking a look at some of these and you're re-examining them, what insight does it give you over the way the government generally behaves and when something is amiss? All right, so that's a big broad subject there, but when you're looking at a case initially, it has a lot to do with what your first impressions are on it. Also, you need to prove what you can prove. In a paranormal case, you're going to look at it in a way that what normal things could have caused it. What normal things could be happening that would lead these people to believe that a paranormal incident happened. So you go there, and people are always looking for orbs. They're looking for grandma knocking the plate over. They're looking for, the ghost. They're looking for whatever that is. I don't look for any of that. If it appears, and what I mean by appears, if evidence shows up that's going to be in a paranormal um, avenue, then there it is. But what I look for is what's missing. Yeah. And that's the thing that would be a big red flag, especially if it's intentionally missing. So I know you're kind of steering us away from the Roswell thing, but no. You can go back there. I just wanted to broaden to pull the lens back a little bit. So go ahead. I'll turn it back over there. And when you look at that 900, almost 1,000 page report, right? It's the key things that are missing. You go, are you guys idiots? Right. How could you not include the word Colonel DeBose in your report? Right. He was a key player in this, and you don't refer to him one time. And it's bizarre because when I looked at that initial report, if I would have paid for that, if I would have, so I am currently a director of training of a large metropolitan law enforcement agency in Texas. And so I'm over all curriculum. I have to, ensure that all that is getting taken care of and properly done. If I had these guys do this investigation and they brought that product back to me, they would have been pulled off of the unit. I would have sent them back to training. I would have put them on a developmental action plan. I would have sent them to school on how to do interviews and how to document interviews. I would have retrained these guys. It's that bad, in my opinion. And I have respect for both of those gentlemen that ran that investigation for their service and their dedication and whatever it is they were told to do. But they were out of their depth. It was horrible. And there's no real training. How much training can you actually get for that, though? Well, conducting just a basic investigation, it doesn't matter whether you're investigating insurance fraud or whether you're investigating a murder, there's still standard investigative practices that you do for every one of those things. So you can kind of check them off, make sure that you have obtained as much information from the investigation as you possibly can. And you don't take the investigation. I've gone into reports before, where a case, something has been dismissed from a murder, so no, it's an accident. You go in there and you're like, this detective is giving this person their alibi. What are you doing? Right. A good example, a really stark example of what the report did was in Krakowski's interview. He was one of the scientists for the mobile project. They did a talk to him, and they front-loaded every bit of their questions with information. Right? Everything. They would tell him what he was supposed to say and say, okay, either it was right, and then you isolate it. And these guys seem like they came in with this authority of, we're the Air Force, we're professionals, we're officers, we're in charge of this, we've done our due diligence. I mean, he tells them, look, because Jim has read approximately, or he's gone over millions of pages of various archives and repositories during this investigation, less than a year investigation. When you're an old man, you're sitting there talking to a colonel in the Air Force who tells you that, you go, okay, well, I guess so. Well, he would have had to have read 110 pages a day, 40,000 pages a year for 25 years to go over 1 million pages. But he's gone over millions of pages, which that means to me 2 million or more. Right. But that is what they would do when they would go in and do these interviews. Is they would front load everything, and then they would put everybody in a position where it's a technique of manipulative exaggeration. So you would question my dedication, my work ethic, because that would be an insult. When I tell you what I've done, you wouldn't argue with that. You go, oh, okay, yeah, I guess so. But it's your authority, I think it's broader than that. And I think there's a piece of human nature about the discomfort of certain types of interview situations. Because as I teach students to be even to be good sports journalists, there's two things I always say. Don't ask what we call two bucket questions, right? Where you have if the interviewer has a marble, you give them a chance to drop it in bucket number one or bucket in number two. Don't do that. Ask an open-ended question which forces them to emote. That's interviewing 101. But there's something about when a lot of, especially people who are, it's not a matter whether or not they're trained, they feel a kind of empathy for the person who's being asked the question, and they want to save them. Or they're arrogant, too, and they're going to manipulate this investigation. That's true, too. They want it. No, that's totally true. But I mean, in this case, too, maybe sometimes we don't know whether they're so embarrassed for the person they're asking the question of that subconsciously they want to save them. Right. And it may come off as arrogant, but then it sounds too arrogant. It's like when people tell me all the time, well, I'm a terrible interviewer, and I agree 100%. Because I don't like to ask questions. I like to say stuff, and then I wait and see what the other person says. I don't, even questions themselves are rarely clean enough to get a really good, original, self-reflective answer. Most of the time, we ask questions in such a way which, even very subtly, we're guiding a particular direction of it. Sure, it absolutely matters how you ask your question. I tell that to people all the time. I tell that to officers all the time. If you ask in a situation, you ask how fast the two vehicles were going when they touched each other. Right. How fast were they going when they collided into each other? How fast were they going when they smashed? Right. How or careened into each other? It matters. It matters. You do that. Yeah. And the studies show that just those words right there will increase the speed 5 to 15 miles an hour. Okay. It's adding the same thing. Yeah. Okay. And so it absolutely does matter. So, out of curiosity, because of your interest in these paranormal cold cases, as somebody who oversees a curriculum for, police training, do you think you would have been able to get the job that you have now if you were doing a book about Roswell 30 years ago, and that was on your resume when you went in to apply for a training gig? Absolutely not. Yeah. The FBI, the basic personality inventory that most government officials will take that test. It's 100 questions or something like that. Yeah, you lose points when you say things like you believe in transubstantiation, or you believe that you see an anomalous, possibly a spirit, or you believe in spirits, or you believe in extraterrestrials and things like that. You actually lose points from
on MPI, you also lose points if you say, I never lie.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the things they'll ding you for, because they're like, wait, everybody lies a little bit. You can't say, I never lie. And then the redundancy questions are always interesting on that, too, because if you think you fool the test in the one way, it'll reframe the question in a way that you may not expect, and then you give away your true position. But even there, like the idea of this used to be, this would have been like third rail stuff for applying for a job. And the stigma changed. So when did it change, do you think, in your field for you?
Well, so for me, I'm a little bit unusual in the fact that I established my career in my credibility or my integrity, which I have damaged.
This is like being on this show in the last hour.
I think there's a lot of cops out there that can be really straightforward, really pristine all the time, as best as they can, at least in their heart, not intentionally doing anything. But I established that before I came out of the paranormal club. Yeah. So once I've established that, and I say, oh yeah, this is what I do over here. And the funny thing is a lot of people, I have people, detractors that say, oh, you're just a bunker. And then I have it on the other side, you're crazy and joke hunter. Right. And so, I just shrug my shoulders and go, you know what, I'm a professional investigator and I apply it to legends and paranormal incidents, and I try to determine what the world's going on.
You'll never remember this, but I recommended, really weird, I recommended you for a job about 10 years ago. You ever met me? Yeah. I was serving as a consultant for a TV show, and it was one that never got off the ground, but they were putting together a team of investigators. And I was stuffing around and I'd ask the people and I came across your name. And I was particularly attracted to the law enforcement military background and the fact that at the time I think you were already teaching. I can't remember that for sure, but I remember you were involved in some sort of administrative role and that you were open to this. And I think we actually exchanged emails before I passed
Thank you so much.
your name over.
I really love the topic. So the second theory, as I understand it, is essentially the idea that it reminds me a lot of the infinite monkey theory. So the simplest theory and infinite monkey theory, they may seem unrelated, but they are. So if you're unfamiliar, infinite monkey theorem states that a monkey can speak at random on a typewriter for enough amount of time to almost certainly type any given text, such as a complete work of William Shakespeare. The Simpsons theory, on the other hand, suggests that a long-running animated show has depicted numerous real-life events and with theory accuracy. So what I've done with one of my other accounts, that is a Twitter Blue member, I put in the chat the 100 various things that the Simpsons has predicted. So everything from Bitcoin to terrorist attacks, quite a few things, which is accurate. But then I asked ChatGPT especially about this, and what it answered was that the Simpsons theory suggests that if a show runs for long enough, it will eventually predict real-world events. Just as the infinite monkey theory involves a random process, the Simpsons theory suggests that because predictions are a result of chance. The infinite monkey theorem suggests that with an infinite amount of time, any event is possible. Similarly, the Simpsons theory suggests that given enough episodes, the show will eventually predict almost anything. We have to keep that in mind. The Simpsons theory and the infinite monkey theorem both involve the concept of probability, and essentially, the longer that the Simpsons goes on, the more things that it will predict with accuracy. What we're not looking at here are all the things that it predicted inaccurately as well. But boy, if you look at the list of 100 things that I put in the chat, it's quite interesting. I'd appreciate a follow. If you like, I'll follow you back. Thank you so much for allowing me to give my opinion.
United Auto Workers said Friday that this week's vote was overwhelmingly in favor of your name. Graduate student Construction Workers Organizing Committee, United Auto Workers, will now represent about 3,000 teaching, research, and lecture assistants at the university. USC said it fully supports the students and respects their decision to be represented by a union. Warner Brothers TV has canceled 2 syndicated court shows. Judge Mathis and the People's Court have both been canceled. Judge Mathis has been on TV for 24 seasons, and the People's Court has been on for 26 seasons. Look at weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies, over upper 60s at the beaches, mid 50s to low 70s in Metro LA and OC, 50s to low 70s in Inland Valley, upper 50s to mid 60s in Yellow Valley, and mid 60s to low 70s in Inland Empire. Temperatures will cool down in the week ahead, and there is a chance of rain from Tuesday through Friday. Be local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Bowman. A crash in Coach Peninsula, the 55 northbound connector to the 405 south. You've got a crash blocking that connector road. Watch for slowing as you approach. Downtown LA, the 110 northbound slow between 8th Street and 3rd Street. And if you're headed through Long Beach, the 710 northbound at PCH, that off-ramp is closed for an emergency gas leak. Paramount, the 105 westbound at Paramount Boulevard. Look out for a crash there. Everything is off to the right shoulder. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Attention Southern California, another massive rate increase. Declare your energy independent from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with TRILLIONAIRE, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with esprit de corps and honor. Imagine, no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with TRILLIONAIRE. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Jefferson Owens Corning Platinum Preferred Contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupon, $500 off for military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. On group credit expired 2/28/2023. CSL number 978152. I'm Attorney Darren Cavanosi, founder of 1-800-NO-COP, reminding you to exercise your right to just shut up. It doesn't make you look guilty, it makes you look smart. 1-800-NO-COP, because no one looks good in handcuffs unless they're into that sort of thing. 1-800-NO-COP. Yeah, visit UKCredit.org or call 833-422-4255. Ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. He's lying from the Hayes bedroom. It's another eventful night for us. The curious Ron Steve has been struggling with his feedback. His wife Michelle is trying to save the lady. Michelle throws an elbow. He's waiting for the count. He could get inspired. Absolutely, Bruce. Inspired to sleep apnea treatment that gives you comfortable, restful sleep with the click of a remote. There's no mask and no home. Guys, learn more at InspiredSleep.com. Inspired is not for everyone. Talk to your doctor to see what's right for you and review important safety information at InspiredSleep.com. When you go to a place of business or hire a business to come to your home, that business has a legal duty to protect you from harm and injury. Yet many times people are attacked, raped, robbed, and even murdered because the business they trusted violated that duty. Some businesses are in high crime areas, yet because of cost, security was not provided, and serious injuries or deaths occurred. Sometimes the lighting in a parking lot or other parts of the business is so dim or not lit at all, so it allows criminals to prey on that customer. Many times we have cases in hotels, apartments, and in-home services where rape, mayhem, and physical assault occur because of a lack of security or negligent hiring of criminals with records. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com. Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com or on your cell phone dial #1. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. forthepeople.com. Our iHeartRadio Podcast Awards are back. It's the biggest night of the year for podcast fans. Get ready to celebrate your favorites. Head to iHeart.com/podcast awards to check out the nominees for Podcast of the Year. That's comedy, crime, news, sports, and more. Tuesday, March 14th. Join us for our 2023 iHeartRadio Podcast Awards. Audible is the proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. From groundbreaking originals, best-selling audiobooks, and the best and latest podcasts, you'll find your next obsession is Audible, the home of storytelling. Try Audible free. Sign up at audible.com. AM5, AM640. More stimulating talk. I want to the clouds, the black clouds. Someone told me to run on and or somebody who knows the bring down. Before you get on the clouds, I had a smile. You carried on my road. There's something wrong inside right now.
That's fucking one right there.
Harvey. I mean, this is a big one. But so here's the stage. So let's go. We float, play that for the balloon, floating overhead. Apparently they're everywhere. Now, like with every passing day, I find out more about the balloons that are up there, either from our own government or from others. But I think we ably look at that through the eyes of a seasoned Roswell investigator in the paranormal detective, Greg Lawson. But it also, on his page, it's just another book, which harkens back to a conversation we were having not too long ago. We'll get to that next before it was your call. So Coast to Coast AM, this is Ian Hunter. 2023 is off to a turbulent start, and despite the U.S. breaking through the $31.4 trillion debt ceiling in January, the administration has no plans to curb spending. It's times like these you want to be diversified. It's times like these you want to have physical gold and silver on hand, and you can buy it at bullionmax.com/post. That's right. Bullion Max will ship the gold and silver fully insured directly to your door. Think about that. Gold and silver are the world's oldest, most proven form of currency. It's there for you when inflation soars, when other assets go sideways, when the lights go out. To get started, go to bullionmax.com/coach and purchase your silver starter kit. Get 6 ounces of solid silver, including a limited vintage Aztec calendar coin, something Bullion Max and I set up just for you. Again, go to bullionmax.com/coach now to purchase your silver starter kit and take the first step to building an emergency reserve of gold and silver. bullionmax.com/coach. bullionmax.com/coach. Real people, real stories. I have bruising that's all over my arms. 3 weeks after I'm looking at my arms and I say, I don't have any bruises on my arms, but I'm always full of bruises. I can't put my finger on it, but I know something's happening. I have to tell you, that has to be the color. I've got a Labrador. You can hardly lift yourself up off the floor. I won't tell you what's in there. It said, treatment was severe. And I said, no way. That's when I said, you know what, this could be the ticket. So I started administering it. Just do it right away. 3 weeks, you can tell. Very alert. Into the protocol. She seemed like you know how to understand. She was on a 5-mile walk. I'm like, my goodness, it's like private. Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com. Well, one article that I had on my friend Leslie Rule, the daughter of Anne Rule, the queen of true crime before she passed, is Leslie's book that we have on is a compendium for stories that keep trucking across the country, crossing in America, which is, as I was looking at actually the basis of this, I was reminded of the conversation we had in the air about, I kind of Leslie to, and I mean, I'm not maybe totally responsible for this, because still music, but exactly what and how do we codify the creation of a ghost? What is a ghost? And Greg Lawson spent some time in his book Diaries of a Paranormal, which came out a couple of years ago, where you go to the military sites, battlefields, and cemeteries among some of your favorite locations, correct? Right. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, I know you've done some of the ghost hunter stuff, and that's cool, but I can't figure out what the mechanism is for ghost creation. So before you answer, Leslie and other people will often talk about how um, ghosts are kind of confused spirits that are left over from a time when they were enjoying a physical life, and then suddenly they kind of remain in this confused state because their life on Earth was truncated, that they yet to make the move into the next realm, etc. And I made the comment then, and I brought this up several times. Well, then, theoretically, every battlefield in America, or the world for that matter, should be the most haunted place. Because if there ever was a time when somebody dies wondering, is this it? Is this all there is? Is this how I go? It would be, when you're charging a hill, or when you get knocked off your horse, or, stabbed with a sword, or however you went. That nobody dies on a battlefield going, yeah, that's about right. I mean, in that sense, we would expect all of those souls to be unrequited in their life on Earth. Is that your experience when you go as a paranormalist to military sites, battlefields, and stuff? Right. The good example of front-loading your question there. I get it. I get it. But I was trying to figure the context of what I hone in on that, because I'm all about the military, and I think that's great, but I would think that that's where, if you had like special ghost goggles, you look out over a battlefield, and there would be thousands of people sitting around going, what the hell happened? Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So, obviously, we really don't know what, creates that. If there was a mathematical formula to, this plus this equals ghost, well, it seems that it has to be something that is a very emotional thing. But taking that out, what if it's just, a residual haunting? What if it's some sort of time shift within we're actually seeing that person in real time of what they're doing? We get an image of that somehow. Whether it's, if it's a spiritual thing where, the people believe that, like you said, they're just confused. They don't know which way to go. So that's where the mediums come in and say, okay, we're going to help them cross over. Right. All that sort of thing. Um, and do they, there's examples of apparitions seeming to behave along with the alive people. Like it's some sort of intelligent haunting and things are happening. Some are not. Some just are like the repeating sector kind of thing. They just, every once in a while somebody sees somebody walking down the hallway and they call it. Right. All that. Right. So, whoever figures this out, will probably be rewarded in a different way. I don't think we know it. Well, this is why in theology, right? And I have this, pesky little masters of divinity degree. But in theology, there is no accounting for this. And so in that way, I can't find a way to make it fit into some sort of religious rubric. It just exists, just in something. And I'm
this. I'm not saying that there haven't been ghost stories in my family. I'm not saying any of that. Yeah, but I've yet to figure out, like, how does this actually happen? Is there a kind of ecosystem for ghosts? Because as you say, if a medium can say, I'm going to help this person cross over, it's done. Well, then why? Isn't that God's job? Wouldn't that be God going, hey, Bob, the branch over there, idiot, come and join it? What are we doing relying on other people to do it?
Yeah, and that's if you believe in a traditional, let's say Christian,
Yes,
if you believe in that, if you get in that box, then yes. If you just believe in spiritualism and that our existence just goes on, it transcends death and goes someplace else, or we can talk about, it's reincarnation, all that. I think it's, the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, the spiritualist movement that came forward, and that was very popular for a while until it just got overexposed with fraud.
Right.
It was something very interesting, it was something very interactive, and people were trying to make sense of their life and where they're going with it. And so, there's just so many different ideas, and everybody kind of thinks that their idea is the right one.
Well, obviously, that's one that has a kind of logic to it, right? And I'm not even trying to be super rationalist, but just for what you just said, this whole theosophical and all of this spiritualism and all the other stuff that happened in the late 19th, early 20th century, and it was exposed, essentially burdened, broke under, its own weight with all the frauds that were in it. I think the same thing is true today, and I said this to Dave, and I said this to other Dave Taylor, our mutual friend, and I said this to a lot of other people. How is it that these ghost shows, show up in a building, and it's like light, camera, cue the ghost, and the ghost comes by the camera at exactly that moment, or tips over a can, or blows out a candle, or something like that. That's where I start to feel like, wait a second. I mean, if we're to believe in that type of a ghost, then you've got to show me how it is that isn't something that we can control. Like, if we're not, if we're, like we're a vet for ghosts, or something like that.
Right. And when we look at this, we're assuming that ghosts, I'm using air quotes, is paranormal, right? Right? Something outside of our physical experience, things that we can touch or measure. It's something else because of what, 18, 20 years of ghost shows, it's kind of the same thing over and over and over and over. Right. You hear that? And did you hear that? Right. And when I say that, then I have people look at me and go, oh, you're a debuffer, you're a cynic. Or they'll call me, actually, they don't even call me a cynic. They call me a skeptic. And right, absolutely I'm a skeptic. As an investigator, you have to be, because you're going to weigh your evidence based on your skepticism of the validity of that evidence. So the thing that people get confused with is way far at the left side is cynic, way far at the right side is true believer, going to believe anything that anybody writes. But the cynic, or the skeptic, is floating around between those two based on the evidence that they gather, based on their experience, based on their training, based on what they see. And my question is are we already tuned in to pick up on paranormal, and we're just classically conditioned by our parents to put it away? As a very, very small child, you see something in the closet, they tell you that's not in the closet. You're just seeing things. There's no monsters. There's no, there's no ghosts. There's no this. There's no that. So they suppress. And pretty soon, all that stuff is just pushed out of you, and you're just dealing with your world. Right. But we know that there's a whole lot of other things that are happening right in front of me right now that the sensors in my eyes can't pick up on because it's not important to me. Like those balloons we were talking about. There's all kinds of different types of rays, uh, infrared, ultraviolet, we got cosmic stuff going on. If I could see all that, it would look like a snowstorm in front of me, but it's not consequential to my survival. So I did not evolve in a way that I would pick that up. All that's gone. What would be your best example then of your experience where you're just using your subjective, just your own senses, just your own subjective presence around something where you feel like you had a takeaway that couldn't be explained with regard to a ghost? Three things. One is deja vu, my deja vu experiences. Of course, psychologists, psychiatrists can say no, that this is what happened when you have a deja vu, and that's why you think of it that way. Well, okay, mom, thanks for telling me that there's nothing important for me to pay attention to, but I choose to pay attention to it. Second one is synchronicities of the way things happen in a metaphysical sense. I've had experiential situations to where it would be akin to a religious experience, and we can go psychological on that one also, saying that by creating a cathedral and set away the sounds a certain way, and the monks are chanting over there, and it'll put your brain into a very unique situation to where you feel different. So I can say that. And then the third one would be the correlation of evidence that I've seen that is so bizarre. And I'm just going to give one example. I was with the eighth grader of the Paranormal 60 contest. Yeah, that is. We were in Ireland, and I remember when we went to Ireland. I remember the place. We were at a place called Left Castle. It's a very famous, right, most haunted place in Ireland, right? Right. Well, so I go up into what's called the Bloody Chapel, and I go up there and I set up some equipment. I'm hanging out there. I spend all my time there, and in the hallway downstairs, because I'm looking for a priest and I'm looking for a woman in red, right? And so because there's real good evidence that these people really existed and they were actually murdered in the death. So I set my stuff up. We're there 4 or 5 hours, something like that. I gather all my stuff up. I didn't see anything. I didn't experience anything. It's a really cool place. I got to do some really good historical investigation while I was there. Good correlation of where the dungeon was, called the Neglect, that's up on in the Bloody Chapel. Why would you have a dungeon in your chapel? It's just kind of bizarre. Yeah, it is. So, I'm going on, and we go down and we talk to Sean and Anne, his wife, and then we leave out of there. As we're walking out, Tammy Cote, one of the ladies that was with us, we're standing out in the yard. We decided to take a picture of Sean and Anne standing at the front door of Left Castle. And she takes that picture, we leave, and about 3 weeks later, she's like, "Oh my God, look at this." And we look, and there is a priest standing up in the window looking at it. Or he's not looking at it, he's looking out of the window. This is an image that is not like somebody standing in the window. It is. It looks like it doesn't look like. And it's also much larger than it would be if it was a real person. If it was a real person, it'd be, I don't know, 12 feet tall or something like that. Right. But here's my correlation. I am at Left Castle looking for a priest. I leave. We look at the picture, and it's got a priest. Now, I wasn't looking for a sailor. I wasn't looking for a ship captain. I wasn't right. I could have been looking for all kinds of stuff. What is the correlation of, if we do the math, that is a miraculous thing that happens. Right. People say that that's really benign, and I say, yes, maybe that's how these rules work. Maybe, we can't be, they're like, if they're there, why can't you just tell us they're there? Right. So obviously, if these things exist, there is some set of rules that does not allow them to directly communicate, or it is set up in such a way that we can't directly see them. So I I revert back to, in our brain, what if we're already conditioned to be able to do this, or we're physically able to do this, but because of the way that we're classically conditioned, that goes away. But a few people do, it doesn't, like very strong mediums and psychics and things like that, that actually listen to what their brain tells them, and it's typically some sort of obscure thing that they come up with that it takes a while before it makes sense to you. And maybe that's where the imagery actually happens, is in your brain and not actually in front of you. Okay. I accept that. I accept that coming from you. And I accept that. See, it's so anecdotal because, yes, I've been around other mediums who try to get you to give them information, and I will be a cold read, right? I'm just not. Yeah. So that's one of those things and that's one of those things. The more you learn about this stuff, and you could a medium will pop up real quick. Yeah, as soon as they start doing a cold read, and it'll take you all of 15 minutes of reading online to figure out how to do that. I can walk in and do some amazing things. Everybody already knows stuff, but that's not the situation. And so that's where I'm going with this. Is maybe that's why we're not picking up electronic evidence or physical evidence or whatever. Maybe all of this is experiential. Maybe it's our interpretation of what is happening to us at that time is what the paranormal thing is. Okay, so when we get the numbers that coming up just a second, I have a remaining question, which is how often in law enforcement has a medium been accurate about something that they were calling you about to say, you often look here. I'll get that question in just a moment, and we'll give you the numbers for you to join this conversation with the paranormal detective, Greg Lawson. Join us so much. Hope you are too. And Coast to Coast AM, this is Ian Hunter. Your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. Not alone either, it's a refund of your taxes. The trick is getting your hands complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to getrefunds.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses, and it could probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took CPP money and nonprofits. And even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com. You know how excited I was when I was Lifetime magazine, an interview. It said, others have said, and then my quote. Oh, you have any idea how excited I was saying, that's me, Bill Handel. No big news, at least in my world. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI, and on demand anytime on the IR Radio app. Anytime I hear something roughly downstairs or sudden voices, my first instinct is to lean over to what's going on? You're still cuddling to yourself. I hear you scream twice. I'm calling that. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the IR Radio app. Ladies, let us serve our tiny federal prison. And the judge said, no, thank you. You will serve in state prison. None of those two are going to suffer from constipation ever again. Oh, Bill. What, Bill? Handle. Is it the food? It's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KMI and on demand anytime on the IR Radio app. Have you heard any of our secret mind control hidden messages recently? No? That's because we're very good at it. You know what? Los Angeles, Orange County. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. News Hours. I'm Brian Rubin from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Two LA City Council members have presented a motion that could give
Florida powered to fire bad cops faster than ever before. Council members McCostin and Soto Martinez introduced the motion Friday, and they say that if it's passed by the full council, the existing all-civilian Board of Rights panel will be disbanded in favor of a new system that could include activists and clergy. Critics have said the current disciplinary format typically favors officers, even those who speak more wants to fire. The LAPD is increasing patrols in and around synagogues following the shooting of two Orthodox Jewish men in the Rabbi district. The department says out of an abundance of caution, there will continue to be an increased police presence around Jewish places of worship and surrounding neighborhoods through the weekend. Cops arrested Jamie Tran Thursday near Palm Springs on charges of committing hate crimes. He's scheduled to be arraigned next month in LA federal court. President Biden is traveling to Poland tomorrow to commemorate the one-year anniversary of the war in Ukraine. When meet with me as the former President of the Republic is a now part of NATO, and he's expected to make it clear that the U.S. will continue standing with Ukraine as long as it takes. The UPN panel says Ukraine is struggling with low ammunition and limited firepower. President Zelensky urged leaders in Europe Friday to act faster to support Ukraine, comparing the fight to David and Goliath. And old electric car batteries may provide a new resource for California's power grid to keep the lights on.
The solar company in Lancaster says it took up 1,300 former EV batteries to a solar energy facility and is able to store 25 megawatts of energy in the first of its kind program. GPU Storage Solutions CEO Freeman Hall says even when the batteries can't keep a car charged, they can still store electricity, and says by extending an EV battery's life, resources can be saved and costs can be lowered. Hall says GPU storage technology could reduce energy storage costs by up to 40%. Winnie King, KFI News.
Tiger Woods has apologized for giving a tampon to fellow golfer Dustin Thomas during the Genesis Invitational at the Riviera Country Club. Woods says it was supposed to be fun and games, just two friends having fun. During the ninth hole of the first round Thursday, fans noticed Woods give Thomas a tampon as they walked down the fairway. Critics have called Woods frank sexist and childish. So that weather from KFI, partly cloudy skies, low to upper 60s at the beaches, mid-60s to low 70s in metro LA and Ocean, mid-60s to low 70s in Inland Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, and mid-60s to low 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 48 degrees in Encino, 47 in Koreatown, 47 in Anaheim, and 47 in Newport Beach. Weekly local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Brian Lewis. Traffic trouble in Westminster on the 405 south on I-22. We've got a crash that was blocking all lanes. Traffic flow from Bolt to Chico Road. As you make your way through Long Beach, the 7th and south on I-PCH, look out for a crash there. One blocking the left lane. As you head to Boyle Heights on the 10 westbound at the 101, you've got an accident off to the right shoulder. And in Keno, a hit-and-run crash. This is on the 62 on Central, everything there off to the shoulder as well. KFI in the sky helps take you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. Yeah, visit UKFeedit.org or call 833-422-4255. Plus, you better take your free COVID-19. Trust by the California Department of Public Health. A ULI. Now going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone and get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively. Across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Korean senior 100% Medicare plan. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never get out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number and put in a false claim. Just for what? How do you detect the Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you check your statement and you see something that CIU does not have done, you report it. Call the Senior Medicare Patrol. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-643-78. A few facts about water softener. Softener is sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, heavy. So think of it as a light source water system. Light source systems provide filtered,
delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the transfer for maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source tastes and feel the difference. During uncertain times, it is extremely important to stick with normal routines. Predictability and structure help kids self-regulate. Share schedules with your kids to help reduce anxiety, fear, and boredom. This Cal Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free self-care mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org. Superwoman, Superlawyer, Superwoman, Superlawyer.com. KFI, AM 640. To talk to Dean Thomas, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with Dean Thomas. Turn that up a little bit. I would prefer the German version. So we started the interview with Greg Lawson talking about the balloons floating over the United States and Canada, and then comparing and contrasting that with some of the balloons, both in his own experience as a guy who had served as in the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, and a police officer, but also as a detective, a paranormal detective looking at cold cases like Roswell, where balloons were central to the narrative there. And often comes up in these UFO investigations. And we've had a great conversation along the way. Want to join it? Grab a number. We'll get there next on Coast to Coast AM if you can on it. Tax season can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerously easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com. I have two dogs, Sam and Daly. Both are golden retrievers. Poor Sam, he was in the mess. Always itching his paws, was soaking wet all day from just constant licking. He had bald spots on his back. I just don't like putting socks and steroids into your dog all the time. Yeah, creepy. Dynamite is nutrition. Probably 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. It's amazing stuff. So Bailey has been 12 weeks old. He's been a Dynamite dog, and he has 0 issues today. He won't beat his trees without Dynamite. When I get out the Dynamite, my dog absolutely salivates with him giving them the treat. So you're all over it. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog. How happy your dog will be. Well, we're still lining up a couple of those calls. Let me ask you, Greg, How often has it paid off to take a call from a medium as a police officer? Extremely rare. You get Dorothy Allison up there in New Jersey. She's done thousands of cases, but I don't know the actual outcome of and how much of her influence. But I mean, there's Professional Psychics United, which is a group. I want to say there's maybe 300 or something like that. That you can contact them, and they will volunteer their time in there. The ones that you have to watch out for is the ones that contact you. Say, for $2,000, I will move right first, and we'll find your loved one or whatever. Right. There's a psychic rescue team, I think is what they're called, and they will come in specifically for like trying to find missing people. Right. And that's really good. And long has that other paid off though, where they said this person is very, but yes, there's been a couple that are actually pretty good documented cases of where that happened. But I mean, if you look at the statistics, you live in an area, and there's one particular, federal park in your area. Right. And this person likes to go camping, and they don't know where he went. And so this person could just right. I see them camping at this place, and actually in the place I'm talking about, individual was actually murdered there. And so it was kind of a rare set of circumstances that brought that site to get there to do that. As far as where I work, it's almost unheard of. I've brought psychics in a couple of times, but I only do that after I've run the entire gambit of the investigation. So I have no place else to go. And then I, will then reference back to the psychics that have called in saying, I know what happened or whatever. But and then when you bring them in and vet them, there's certain things that you need to do to make sure that, they're near water. That's what I remember what it said. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yeah, great. Yeah, I see them in a bunch of trees. I'm like, no, they're let's put in the death work. Mr. Rocky Howard is in Vancouver, Washington, on Coast to Coast AM for Greg Lawson, the paranormal detective. Go ahead, Howard. Hello, Jan and Greg. Hey, Howard. I'd like to share an opinion with you, get a little feedback from you about the UFO subject. I believe that probably the most dramatic UFO incident of all time occurred in February of 1942. It's come to be known as the Battle of Los Angeles. Now, at that time, the United States had just entered the war, and the whole West Coast was prepared for some kind of an attack. The city of Los Angeles was surrounded by anti-aircraft guns, and one night, I don't remember the exact date, but they detected something coming in over the ocean. It was a huge oval-shaped object. They got over the city and they all opened fire on it. There's a very famous picture, I believe it was in the Los Angeles Times, of this oval-shaped object that's got about a dozen Dragon searchlights trained on it, and there were anti-aircraft guns bursting all around it. Now, nothing ever came of it. They never knocked it down. Apparently, the history of the war at that time, just quickly, obscured that incident. But I do think that the government had developed a public relations protocol to deal with such a thing. And 5 years later, when the Roswell incident occurred, they put that protocol into play, and it's been in effect ever since. Well, I don't know whether that's interesting. I don't know whether in between Roswell and the Battle of Los Angeles, which was, like February of 42 or something. In between that, there's the sighting in Washington, right? That was 46. And so that, all right, so let's get Greg on all of that. Greg, where are you with this? Yeah, so the Battle of LA is pretty awesome. So you can imagine everybody's worried about the Japanese or whatever they were worried about at the time, and they were incarcerating Japanese citizens in the United States at that time, or at least there shortly after. And shortly after that, it became very well known that the Japanese were trying to send incendiary bombs using balloons that would float over and then burst and catch fire. And like they're trying to light Montana and Washington and all that stuff, trying to create more fire. So there's that reality, right? That stuff was really going on. Now, outside of that, how do we correlate or how do we relate to an actual